Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Haunted Night of Lady Canterley by Patricia Haverton. Prologue. Rattling breaths filled the bedchamber as 8-year-old Amelia Dowding stood over the fading form of her mother, Victoria, the Viscountess of Canterley. "You cannot die," she sobbed, clinging to her mother's hand. "You cannot." "I fear I must, my darling, and there is nothing to be done about it," Victoria answered, caressing her daughter's cheek. The newborn babe lying in the crook of her arm cried out in protest at the movement. Her mother's green eyes shined like emeralds with her tears, slipping down her cheeks to disappear into the halo of dark curls encircling her pale face. "I hate her for taking you from us," Amelia lashed out, unable to contain all of the emotions she was feeling. "No, my darling, you must not hate your sister, for when I am gone, I will be depending upon you to care for her and see that she grows to be as fair and lovely of character as you are." Her mother smiled, gently patting the bed beside her for Amelia to lie down. Amelia scrambled up next to her mother and buried her face in Victoria's shoulder. "I will never love her," Amelia protested, shaking her head. "Yes, you will. When I am gone, your brother and sister will be all that you have. You will be all that each other has in this world." "And father," Amelia added, sniffling. "Yes, and your father," her mother added with a weak smile, then wilted into a series of coughs that racked her frame mercilessly. Her mother's body spasmed in pain, contorting her face into a grimace. "Promise me that you will take care of your sister," she gasped, grasping Amelia's hand harder. "Promise me." "I promise," Amelia sobbed, unable to refuse her mother's last dying wish. "You will love her, my darling, just as I love you." "I love you, Mother. Please do not leave us. I promise I will do as you say." "Tell your brother what I have said. He will be here any moment with father." "They are coming, Mother. Please just hold on for a little while longer." "The time has come, my darling. I have nothing left to give. You will be well in time, my love. By the grace of God, you will all be well." Another spasm of pain ripped through her body. "No, Mother. I will not let you go." Amelia flung herself across her mother's body. Victoria held her for a moment, then eased her eldest daughter back up to a sitting position. Her mother picked up the baby with shaking hands and placed it into Amelia's arms. "She is yours and you are hers," she whispered. "Say it." "No." Amelia shook her head in protest, as if her mere refusal would stop the tides of time. "Say it. Please, Amelia, say it for me." Amelia took a quivering breath to steady herself. Closing her dark brown eyes, she could barely manage a whisper, her grief was so intense. "She is mine and I am hers," she repeated through her tears. "Thank you." Her mother caressed each of her daughters' heads in turn, running her fingers through their dark curls so like her own. "I love you, my darlings," she whispered, and then with one last shuddering breath was gone. "Mother." Amelia sobbed. "Please, Mother." She pleaded for her mother to return to her, but it was to no avail. She was gone. The midwife stepped forward and covered the Viscountess' beautiful lifeless face with a white linen sheet. "Say goodbye to your mother, dear," the midwife instructed as she left the room. Amelia stared after the woman as if she had lost her mind. The baby squealed in her arms and she looked down at the little girl who was now her responsibility. "How am I supposed to say goodbye?" she asked her sister silently. "How are we supposed to say goodbye?" Taking a deep breath, she turned her gaze back to the still form before them. "Simply say it," her mother's voice whispered through her mind, and Amelia knew that she was right. Her mother had always been one for getting through unpleasantries by sheer force of will with a straightforward approach. If a thing was to be done, It was best to simply do it with as little fanfare and strife as possible. She had always believed that life was difficult enough without adding more to it by one's attitude. Amelia knew that this was not the same thing at all, but she decided that she would try anyway. "Goodbye, Mother," Amelia whispered, fighting the urge to rip the sheet from her mother's face. She tightly squeezed her eyes shut with the pain of the moment. "Goodbye." The baby squealed again, and she opened her eyes. She bent down and kissed the little pink face of her sister. "Shh. We will find a way," she soothed herself as much as the infant. "You are mine and I am yours," she promised. "Always." Amelia's father and brother barged through the doors. Her brother stopped in his tracks and stared at the scene before him in disbelief. His dark brown eyes wide in agonized shock. Their father, William, Viscount of Canterley, stepped forward and lifted the sheet, looked down at his wife, replaced the sheet, then turned on his heels and without a second glance at his children left the room. Not a flicker of emotion passed across his features, his dark eyes dry. One would never have known that he loved her. The baby squealed in displeasure as the door slammed shut behind him. Amelia attempted to soothe her by rocking her back and forth. The sound of the baby's distress broke through her brother, Jonathan's, haze of pain and urged him forward. Coming to sit next to Amelia on the bed, he wrapped his arms around both of his sisters. "Mother says that we are to look after the baby," Amelia informed him as she had promised to do. "Yes." Jonathan nodded his head in determination. "We shall." He squeezed both of them tighter and they sat huddled together for a long time until the midwife returned with a wet nurse to feed the baby. The wet nurse came and took the baby from Amelia's arms, and cooed over the adorable bundle. "What is her name?" she asked kindly of the two children before her. "Grace," Amelia announced without bothering to get her father's permission to name the infant. Her mother had said that by the grace of God they would all be well and so they would in time as long as they had each other. The baby's name is Grace. Chapter 1. 19 years later. Amelia stood behind her sister, brushing Grace's hair. "Can you imagine it, Amelia? Soon I will be the Duchess of Slantonshire. Me, a duchess." Her smile beamed so brightly it was stunning to behold. Grace looked so much like their mother that it hurt. "Yes, I can believe it," Amelia answered with a sad smile. She bent down and kissed the top of her sister's head to hide her true feelings. A tear slipped down her cheek and she turned away under the guise of grabbing another handful of hairpins. By the time she turned back around she had gotten her emotions under control. "You will make a lovely bride." "Let us hope that Henry thinks so as well," Grace replied, studying her reflection in the mirror critically. "Are you certain that this hairstyle is the height of fashion in London this season? I do not wish to be seen as nothing but a country lady from the English marches of the Welsh border." "And how is that any different than being seen as a duchess from the English marches of the Scottish border?" She was amused at her sister's odd sense of vanity. "The difference is that I will be a duchess," Grace stated matter-of-factly as if it made all the difference in the world. Perhaps it did. Grace's fiancé was Henry Booth, Duke of Slantonshire, who owned a rather large estate along the Anglo-Scottish border. Being the daughter of the Viscount of Canterley is nothing to be dismissive about, Amelia reminded her. As is evidenced by the flock of ladies after our own dear sweet brother's affections. Grace laughed lightly, a musical sound made of little more than lilting air. "Yes." Amelia smiled affectionately, thinking of her brother's way with the ladies of the ton. They were both terribly fond of their brother Jonathan, and he was as equally fond of them. From the moment that their mother had died they had been all that each other had. Their father had been physically present, but emotionally distant their entire lives. They had gone through a series of governesses, but none had stayed for any length of time long enough to establish a loving connection. Their father had always blamed it on Amelia's rebellious nature, but she did not believe it to be the only reason. Amelia finished dressing Grace's hair and stepped back to admire her work. They had servants to do such work for them, but their mother, Victoria, had always done Amelia's hair before she had died, and so Amelia had carried over the tradition with grace.
Lovely, she proclaimed, pleased. Do you really think so?
Grace asked, turning her head to gaze at her reflection from every angle. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with excitement.
Yes,
I do. The Duke is sure to fall in love with you all over again. Grace beamed with happiness. Am I not the most fortunate lady in all of England?
I am certain that there are many who think so.
Oh, Amelia. Grace shook her head in exasperation. You need to find a nobleman of your own. If you were married and settled, it would go a long way to mending the rift between you and father. He only wants what is best for you. And who better than I to know what that might be? Amelia did not wish to get into the same old argument about her lack of marriage candidates. She had had plenty of offers for her hand over the years but had refused each and every one. She could not countenance binding herself to a man that she did not love simply because it was socially advantageous to do so. Her many refusals had angered her father immensely. Some would say father knows better. Grace stood and turned to face Amelia.
Yes,
and they would be wrong. Amelia walked over to the bed and lifted her sister's dress from atop the covers. She carried it to Grace and placed it over her head. The lilac material floated down around Grace, settling over her feminine form in flowing lines. She next placed a light bonnet with lilac flowers and ribbons upon Grace's head, completing the ensemble. You are ready, she announced, stepping back so that her sister might admire her reflection. It is a long journey to Slantonshire. Let us hope that I look as lovely upon my arrival as I do upon my departure. The roads can be so unforgiving. I am certain that the Duke will think so. He is quite enamored with you. As his future bride, I should hope so. Grace primped in the mirror for a moment, adjusting a ribbon here, a curl there. You are fortunate to have found love and father's approval in the Duke.
Yes,
I am.
How blessed
Am I that father introduced us? Grace beamed with pleasure. She lifted her gloves and reticule from the dressing table and slid them on. Grace was everything that their father expected in a lady of breeding. In his eyes she was the perfect daughter, and Jonathan was the perfect son. Amelia was the only one that had been found lacking among the three, in spite of her dedicating her entire existence to the care and raising of her little sister. Their father had been a strict disciplinarian who had given his children very little say in their own lives. Amelia's resistance to this had alienated her from him long before their mother's death. I will follow in a few days' time once your wedding dress has been completed. Tristan promised he would deliver it from London when he comes to see Jonathan. Amelia promised. I wish you were coming with me, but the Dowager Duchess wishes me to arrive early to put the finishing touches on the wedding plans, and I most certainly cannot leave something so important as my wedding dress to Jonathan. Though I must admit that it is most kind of Tristan to bring it with him from London. I am certain that nothing ill will befall it in Tristan's care, but you were right not to trust something so delicate to our brother's deliverance. Amelia smiled in amusement at her sister's fretting. I do not mind remaining behind in order to see that it reaches you unscathed. Tristan Knight, the Earl of Aylesbury, and their brother Jonathan had been close friends from the time that they were quite young. Though the Earl's seat lay not far from London, his family had owned a country manor house near the Canterley estate for many years. Having grown up with 6 older sisters, Tristan had an understanding of such things as the importance of a lady's wedding dress. Jonathan, on the other hand, did not view such things with the same understanding, hence Grace's request of Amelia. Thank you. Grace smiled her gratitude, then the 2 sisters walked down to the waiting carriage. As soon as my dress arrives, you follow me as quickly as you can. I can hardly wait to show you everything. Grace's exuberance was charmingly contagious. I shall. Amelia promised, kissing her sister's cheek. Grace climbed aboard the carriage and was then away. Amelia smiled, waving her off, and turned back toward the house. There was much to do before they would all travel north for the wedding. Grace bumped along in the carriage, her heart racing with excitement. She could hardly believe her good fortune. Her marriage to Henry was the culmination of all of her hopes and dreams. An image of his tall, dark-haired, blue-eyed form flashed through her mind and she felt a tingle of pleasure travel along her spine. She watched the landscape float by outside of the carriage window in silence. The Duchess of Slantinshire. The responsibility of what she was about to do suddenly dawned on her, and for the briefest of moments her nerves overtook her excitement. Normally a lady of her station would have travelled with a female companion, but she had not taken the time to arrange such a thing once she had received the Dowager Duchess' summons. She had been entirely too excited to waste a moment and had simply ordered one of her father's housemaids to accompany her, who now sat next to the driver atop the carriage. Perhaps I should have waited for Amelia. She is the most responsible one of us all. What if I make a misstep and embarrass myself? Or worse, what if I embarrass Henry? Grace stirred nervously in her seat. It would be the first time that she had ever visited Slantinshire on her own without her family. Soon it will be my home and I must get used to being there without my sister. Grace squared her shoulders in an attempt to dampen her nervousness and regain her former excitement. She smoothed her face back into a pleasant expression. It would not do to become wizened before my time. She had become quite the expert over the years in masking her true emotions. Amelia's face, on the other hand, showed every thought and emotion she had ever had. It had caused a great deal of strife between Amelia and their father, for every time that she had disagreed with his wishes her face had made it clear for all to see. It had also meant that Amelia was the most honest of them all. Watching the discord between Amelia and their father had taught Grace to hide her true feelings in all things at all times. All things, with the exception of how she felt for Henry. In that she had been completely honest. As the carriage bumped along, she grew tired and began to doze in and out of slumber. She was not certain how long she had slept when the carriage came to a sudden halt. Her body was flung to the floor of the carriage by the sudden change in speed. Before she could lift herself back up onto the seat, rough hands dragged her from the carriage. She looked up at the man who was pulling at her but could not make out anything distinctive through the fabric that covered his face. Dark beady eyes glared down at her from behind slits in the fabric. "Who are you?" she demanded to know. The man did not answer. "Who are you?" she shouted. "What do you want with me?" Still no answer. As he pulled her free of the carriage, she plunged to the ground screaming at the top of her lungs for him to release her. "Unhand me this instant." Instead of obeying her orders, the man picked her up off of the ground and slung her over his shoulder, carrying her to his waiting horse. The man flung her over the saddle and mounted behind her. Grace kicked and screamed, pounding at him with their fists. "Be still," he growled, jabbing her in the ribs with the barrel of his pistol. Grace stilled, frightened. She looked back behind them to find her driver and maid lying on the ground being held at gunpoint. "Do not move," the man holding the gun to their heads barked out. "If you move before nightfall we will know, and we will kill the girl. Deliver this to the girl's family." The man threw down a sheet of paper with writing on it. Neither the maid nor the driver moved to pick it up. Her maid trembled and sobbed in fear so violently that she lost control of her waters, leaving a damp circle beneath her body in the dust of the road. Grace's heart went out to the young girl, as she herself knew a similar fear in her breast. Her heart raced frantically as her mind scrambled for any notion of what she could do to escape. She prayed that the piece of paper the man had instructed to be sent to her family was a ransom note so that she might soon be freed unharmed. "If they are to hold me for ransom, then they would be foolish to harm me in any way," she attempted to soothe herself with the thought, but it provided her little comfort. The man spurred his horse forward, galloping away from the carriage as fast as he was able. Grace felt as if she were being tossed about like a sack of grain. Her head bobbed up and down against the horse's shoulder as the saddle pounded against her stomach. She felt as if she were being beaten inside and out. She fought against it by holding her body rigid, but that only made the pain of it worse. Unable to bear it a moment longer, she fainted from the pain. When she awakened, she had no way of knowing how far they had traveled, but it was dark by the time that they stopped. Grace was taken down from the back of the horse and carried into the dilapidated ruins of an old croft. "Please," she begged. "Please let me go." The man continued to ignore her and deposited her roughly onto the dirt floor. He walked back outside, leaving her alone in the darkness. Grace stood on wobbly feet and made her way around the room, feeling about her for anything that she could use as a weapon or means of escape. She came away with nothing. The croft had been stripped bare, leaving nothing but the walls. When she reached the door and opened it, she was met with resistance by the man who had put her there. "Get back," he commanded, and shut the door in her face. Exhausted, dizzy, and frightened beyond measure, Grace curled up into a ball in the corner and cried herself to sleep. Chapter 2. Grace has been taken. Jonathan burst into Amelia's bedchamber, startling her from slumber. In his hand he clutched a wrinkled piece of paper which he proceeded to shove under her nose. Amelia sat up and took the paper from his hand. She wiped the sleep from her eyes. "What do you mean that she has been taken?" she asked, confused. She looked down at the words in front of her and her world turned upside down. The letter demanded that the family was to pay a ransom or Grace would be killed. A future letter was to indicate when and where the exchange was to take place once the funds had been gathered. She did not recognize the handwriting, but it appeared to be of a masculine scrawl. "What are we to do?" she asked in horror. "The only thing we can do," he answered, raking his hand through his hair in distress, "pay the ransom." "How did you get the letter?" Amelia hoped that the letter's delivery would shed some light on who might have taken Grace. "The maid and the driver returned with it this morning." "Do they have any idea who might have taken her? Did they see the kidnappers' faces?" "No, I am afraid not," Jonathan answered. He was beside himself with worry. "Has father sent anyone out to the place where she was taken?" "He and I are about to go there now." "I will go with you." "Father has commanded that you are to remain here on the chance that she manages to escape and returns home." Amelia nodded. "I will do as he says and wait here. Promise me that you will do all in your power to see that she will be returned home to us safely." "I swear it." Jonathan kissed her forehead, then left the bedchamber, a fiery light of determination in his eyes. Amelia knew that he would do his utmost to find out what had happened to their sister, and if possible, to bring her home. Jonathan mounted his horse and nodded to his father that he was ready to depart. The pair of them took off down the drive, following the carriage driver to where Grace had last been seen. They rode through the day, stopping only long enough to water the horses before continuing on. When they arrived at the place where she had been abducted, Jonathan and the Viscount dismounted, searching the ground for any sign as to where she might have been taken. The men that took her rode off in that direction. The driver gestured toward the north. Jonathan moved to examine the ground to the north, but there were so many hoofprints and wheel tracks that he could not distinguish between those that had taken Grace and all of the other traffic that had frequented the road before or since. Such skills as tracking were well beyond his knowledge. "I wish Tristan were here." His youth spent traipsing about the forest hunting to escape a house full of older sisters would be most useful at this moment in time. Tristan may have been born from the noblest of bloodlines, but he had the tracking skills of a seasoned ghillie. He would be arriving in just a few days' time, but by then it would be too late, and all signs that might have been useful in ascertaining Grace's whereabouts would be trodden under or washed away. Under normal circumstances the family would have sent for a professional to deal with such matters, but the ransom note had been quite clear on that point. They were to tell no one of what had transpired, or Grace would die. Jonathan paced the ground, feeling more worthless than he had ever felt in his entire life. His sister's life hung in the balance, and all that he could do was wait. "Lead us in the direction that the kidnappers took," the Viscount ordered the carriage driver. The driver nodded, and they all mounted their horses once again to follow him. The driver led them to the point where the kidnappers had disappeared from view, but they found nothing of note to separate it from any other path. "There is nothing to be found here, father," Jonathan informed the Viscount in frustration. "Should we continue on or turn back to see if further word has been left at Canterley?" "No, to continue on is pointless," the Viscount bit out angrily, slapping his thigh with his gloves. Jonathan could tell that his father was barely hanging on to his self-control. Beneath the calm exterior of a well-bred nobleman lay a great temper. He had kept it in tight rein all of his life, but his worry for his daughter was threatening to unleash it. Neither of us are experienced in any useful way to be chasing after criminals that we cannot see. We need a constable. I agree, Father, but the letter was quite clear on that point. Jonathan reminded him but was interrupted by a downward slash of his father's hand through the air signaling silence. Ignoring it, Jonathan stepped forward, stopping just shy of laying a hand on his father's arm. We have no choice but to pay the ransom and pray to God that they hold true with their word, returning Grace to us unharmed. I am aware. The Viscount ground out, but ransom or no, I will see these men hanging at the end of the rope before I am done. Jonathan nodded his head in agreement. And I will gladly help you to do so, but let us first see that Grace is safely returned home before we seek vengeance. Jonathan had grown used to being the voice of reason within their household between the Viscount and Amelia, but this was different. He had never seen his father so angry or worried before, and he was not entirely certain that he would be able to rein him in. Jonathan himself felt quite the same as his father on the matter, the only difference being that he could see clearly through the anger enough to know what would keep Grace safe and what would not. The Viscount nodded with one sharp jerk of the head, then turned his horse around and headed back toward the main road, leaving Jonathan and the carriage driver to follow. Is there anything else that you can remember about the men, Jones? Jonathan asked the driver. They had asked him for every detail that he could think of when he had brought the message, but Jonathan hoped that by returning to the place of abduction, Jones's memory would have been stirred. Nay, I do not remember anything more than what I have already said, my lord. I wish that I did, for the sake of Lady Grace. As do I, Jones. As do I. Once they regained the main road, they turned their horses toward Canterley. The sound of pounding hooves behind them caused them to move to the side, allowing whomever it was to pass. Jonathan looked back over his shoulder and was surprised to see Henry Booth, Duke of Slantonshire, bearing down upon them. Henry, he called out, stopping his horse. Jonathan, have you had any word? Henry called out as he brought his horse in line with theirs. His blue eyes were red-rimmed and full of worry. Nay, how did you know? Jonathan asked, confused. There was no possible way that the messenger from Canterley had had time to make it to Slantonshire. I received this letter yesterday evening and rode straight through the night to get to Canterley. Henry thrust an exact copy of the ransom letter into Jonathan's hands. Where is Grace? Where have they taken her? We do not know. We came here in hopes of finding some clue as to the answer, but have found nothing. The Viscount nodded his head in greeting to his future son-in-law. Henry. William. They had long since dispensed with the formalities of each other's titles, given that they were to be family. Jonathan handed the letter to his father. The Viscount read it, then passed it back to Henry. It appears that whomever is responsible is aware of the coming nuptials and is demanding a ransom from us both. It would appear so. Not surprising, as the wedding is public knowledge. I assume that the rather weighty sum is due to Grace's future standing as the Duchess of Slantonshire. I will, of course, do anything that is required to get her back. Then we are agreed to pay the ransom. Yes, I see no other way for it. No, there does not appear to be for the moment, but I fully intend to discover the culprits responsible. The Viscount's rage was barely concealed beneath a thin veil of control. No one threatens my family and goes unpunished. No one. The muscles in the side of the Viscount's jaw flexed as he clenched his teeth. Upon that I believe we can all agree. The men set out together for Canterley at as fast a clip as their tired horses would allow. Come nightfall, they stopped at an inn, then set out once more upon the morn. As they rode, Jonathan's thoughts never left his sister. Hold on, Grace, we will find a way to get you home no matter what we must do. Please, hold on. Chapter 3. Grace lay terrified and shivering upon the hard-packed dirt floor of the dilapidated croft. She had only been able to sleep sporadically through the night, and when she did sleep it was filled with terrible dreams. Most of the night had been spent in tears. When the men came to pull her from the croft it was still dark outside. They once again tossed her over the back of a horse, and she cried out in pain. "Please allow me to sit up in the saddle. I cannot take another moment of this pain. If I am not allowed to sit erect, I shall surely perish along the journey." The man grunted in acknowledgement of her words, jerked her upright in the saddle, then climbed up behind her, his arms going around her to grasp the horse's reins. Grace contemplated slamming her head into the man's face, but knew that it would do her little good as the other men crowded around them too tightly for her to attempt a successful escape. She prayed once again that her father would do whatever they asked so that she might be returned home again safely. "Sit still," the man behind her growled. Grace froze. She had not realized how much she had been shaking. She clenched her teeth in an attempt to keep from saying something that would get her into more trouble than she was already in. She attempted to hold herself apart from the man behind her, but as the hours passed, she became too exhausted to keep their bodies completely separate. Being forced to lean back against the man who had abducted her caused Grace's skin to crawl with fear and disgust. "I miss Amelia and Jonathan. I miss Henry. I just want to go home." Her mind cried out with all of her fears and longings in a cascade of overwhelming uncontrollable emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks, quickly whisked away by the wind. They rode for days, only stopping long enough to rest, then riding some more. Grace began to lose all hope that anyone would ever find her. Most nights they would house her in an old abandoned croft or castle ruin. The farther they traveled the more it became clear that they were no longer in England. "Why have you brought me to Scotland?" she asked before she could stop herself. "Remain silent," the man ordered menacingly from behind her. Grace immediately obeyed for fear of what he might do if she did not. As they climbed farther into the Scottish Highlands all hope left her spirit. "Father will never find me here." Amelia heard her father and brother returning before she actually saw them. Sending up a prayer that they had managed to find Grace, she ran down the stairs and out of the front door. "Did you find her?" she cried out, running down the drive in a most unladylike fashion. Her father was sure to chastise her for it, but she did not care. "Did you find Grace?" "No, we did not," Jonathan answered, stopping to speak with her while the father rode onto the house. "We also inquired at the inn nearby, but no one had seen anything." "Your Grace." Amelia curtsied as she saw her sister's betrothed ride into view. "Please, Amelia, I insist that you call me Henry. You are to be my sister after all." Amelia nodded her assent. "Did you find anything at all?" "No. We found nothing," Jonathan answered, shaking his head, equal parts sorrow and anger marring his brow. "They left no trace at all?" "I am not a soldier or a ghillie, Amelia. I do not have the skills required for such a task as tracking man or beast, nor does father or Henry. We are not men of the sort needed for this task, but I know of someone who is and have sent him a letter to that effect. As soon as he arrives, we will go back to the place where she was taken. We will find Grace, Amelia. I swear it. Has there been any further word from the kidnappers in our absence?" "Nay, nothing." Amelia shook her head in frustration. If Mother were still with us, she would die all over again from the fright. I promised her that I would look after Grace, that I would not let any harm befall her. I have broken my promise. Tears threatened to choke the air from her throat. I should have gone with her. You had no way of knowing what would happen, Amelia. You are not to blame in any way for this misfortune. If you had gone with her, then you would both have been taken against your will. How would that have helped anyone? At least then she would not have been alone. There is no point in giving way to such thoughts. It is what it is, Amelia. No more, no less. There is nothing that can be done about it but to pay the ransom when the next letter comes detailing where and when. However, the kidnappers have asked for quite a fortune. It will take time for both men to free up enough funds to pay such a price. The wording of the letter tells me that the kidnappers knew this already. In fact, so many things point to this not being a random criminal act, but a planned one.
How so?
The kidnappers appear to be aware of each nobleman's available funds to know that they would require a significant amount of time to gather the entire amount. They knew to send a letter to Henry as Grace's fiancé and are charging more than even a duchess is worth to get her back, which tells me they knew of both families' deep love for her. They knew we would be willing to do anything to get her back, even if it meant selling everything we own. They knew her route and the day she was going to visit Slantonshire, suggesting that there is a spy among us either here at Canterley or at Slantonshire.
Exactly,
An unwitting one being used by outside forces perhaps, but a spy nevertheless.
You should have been a Bow Street runner, Jonathan,
instead of the heir to Canterley.
Amelia marveled at her brother's deductive reasoning.
Perhaps then I would have better tracking skills. Jonathan's shoulders sagged in bitter regret for the lack.
You did the best you could, Jonathan.
That is all anyone can ask for.
As you have said, we will get her back.
In the meantime, you have given us both a great deal to think about and discover. If there is indeed a spy among our ranks,
then we must flush them out. Perhaps they will know where our Grace has been taken. It is time, my dear brother, that you put those superlative deductive skills to use.
You are absolutely correct. Jonathan's face took on an even more determined light, fueled by just the slightest glimmer of hope. Amelia was glad to have given him purpose, something to pour his fear and heartbreak into. First, we shall question the household staff, as they are the people who would hold the most intimate details about our lives. Then we will move on to our tenants and outside staff. Jonathan straightened his travel-worn state and headed straight for the kitchens. Come, Amelia. There is much to do. Amelia followed. The breeze whipped past him, making Amelia well aware for his need of a bath after riding for so many hours, but she loved him all the more for his unwillingness to put anything else before their sister. Cook is in for a bit of a surprise. Had her heart not been so broken over Grace's disappearance, Amelia would have smiled with amusement over her brother's state. As they entered the kitchens, all activity ceased upon seeing them. The Viscount had strictly prohibited his children from becoming over-friendly with the staff and had set rules against descending below stairs. Jonathan had obeyed these rules over the years to the letter. Amelia had not, and had snuck down to the kitchens many times as a child for a sweet treat. My lord. My lady. The cook curtsied in respect, her Irish accent lending the most beautiful lilt to her words. The rest of the servants followed suit. There is no time for that now, my dear Mrs. Boyle. Amelia rushed forward and grasped the old cook's hands. There is much we must discuss. The cook nodded slowly and gestured for them to follow her into the privacy of the pantry. Amelia had loved the pantry as a child, its shelves stocked with every treat imaginable. Cook had spoiled her as if she had been her own dear granddaughter. She had told Amelia fantastic stories of her childhood in Donegal, and of how her family was descended from the great Irish kings of old. Amelia had been spellbound by tales of banshees, haunted castles, and the little people. What I would not give for a pot of gold now to save Grace with. 'Tis about our own darling girl, is it now? The cook asked, referring to Grace. Yes, Mrs. Boyle. I am afraid it is. Jonathan gestured for the cook to take a seat at the small table in the middle of the room. How can I be of aid? The cook asked, taking a seat. Amelia and Jonathan joined her at the table. Jonathan opened his mouth to speak, a determined accusatory look on his face. Amelia laid her hand atop of his inner signal to proceed with caution. Mrs. Boyle was a good woman, and Amelia did not want her any more upset than she already was. It was clear that she had been crying by her red-rimmed eyes. Half of the staff had not stopped weeping since Grace's disappearance. Squeezing her hand in acknowledgement, Jonathan softened his expression and took a gentler approach than he had initially intended. Mrs. Boyle, do you remember anything suspicious happening here recently? Perhaps a stranger asking questions about the family, or one of the household staff disappearing for long periods of time. The cook frowned in thought. The usual tradesmen and the like, but nothing that would raise suspicion. "Do you believe anyone here capable of taking our darling girl?" The cook's distress at such an idea was plain to see.
"We do not know, Mrs.
O'Boyle, but the kidnappers knew things that would have taken some planning to know. I am sorry to disturb the sanctity of your kitchen, but we will need to speak with the entirety of the household staff." Jonathan had been watching the cook's expressions carefully during the entire exchange in order to gauge the truthfulness of her words. He must have been satisfied that she was telling the truth because his face softened, and he relaxed a bit into his chair. "Ye may use the pantry if ye wish. 'Twould offer ye a private place for your questions." "Thank you, Mrs. O'Boyle, for your assistance. Please do let us know if you remember anything at all out of the ordinary." "Of course, my lord. Until we have had a chance to speak with all of the staff, I must ask that you keep this conversation among the three of us." "I will," she promised. The cook arose and returned to the kitchen, wringing her hands in worry. "I will send in the head housekeeper, Mrs. Crabtree, and the butler, Mr. Applegate. They will both wish to be made abreast of the situation." Poor Mrs. O'Boyle. She has always believed the best in people. It will be very difficult for her to carry on if our family was betrayed by one of our own servants. She will blame herself for not seeing it sooner. "As will we all," Jonathan murmured. "We had no way of knowing, Jonathan. Just as you do not wish for me to blame myself for not accompanying her sooner, you should not blame yourself for not noticing that something was perhaps amiss within our own household. I do not believe that any of us could have known, or even imagined such a thing happening." Amelia attempted to soothe her brother, but she felt just as much guilt as he did about it all. Mrs. Crabtree entered the pantry, then Mr. Applegate. They asked them the same questions they had asked the cook, but neither of them had noticed anything out of the ordinary either. They went through the list of maids and footmen, before they went out to the stables and spoke with the groomsmen. Still, no one knew of anything. "I will ride out to the tenants and see if any of them know anything," Jonathan informed her. "It would be best if you went back to the house to see to Father and Henry." Amelia considered arguing with him, but decided against causing him any more distress than he was already in. Jonathan remounted his horse and headed out onto the estate grounds. Amelia stood watching him go. She had never felt more helpless in all of her life as she had since Grace had been taken. She felt as if she could scream from the fear and anger. All of the possible things that could happen to Grace flew through her mind, sucking the air from her lungs. She bent over in pain, sinking to the ground. She rocked back and forth, sobbing. It was as if everything had hit her all at once. She had been walking around in a state of shock, holding on to the hope that Jonathan would have found Grace and brought her home. It had been a foolish hope, but it had been that thread of hope that had been holding her together. Now, without it, she fell apart, unable to bear the possibility of her sister's death. She sobbed so hard that she vomited in the grass, unable to catch her breath. When she had wept all that she could weep, she stood, walked over to the water pump, and cleaned herself up. She leaned back against the side of the pump house wall and breathed in deeply, attempting to settle her nerves. She looked around her and was glad that no one had seen her outburst. Her father would have been most disagreeable in his chastisement of her behavior had he witnessed it. Taking another deep breath, she steadied herself to re-enter the house. She found her father and the Duke in the library. "Amelia." Henry came forward and escorted her to a chair. "We were just discussing how we might gather the ransom. An unpleasant topic of discussion, I know, but necessary." Amelia could tell that Henry was barely holding himself together. The muscles in his jaw were taut, his neck strained. He blinked a bit more than was usual, in an effort to hold back the tears. He loves her so very much. Amelia sat down in the chair that Henry had vacated and studied her father's face for a moment. He did not look up from his papers to acknowledge his daughter's presence. Amelia turned back toward Henry. Will you both be able to gather the funds in time? We will find a way. I have never heard of such a high ransom for a woman who was not of the highest royal blood. Whomever has done this would have to know our combined worth to rest in any surety that they would be paid such a sum. That is our observation as well. We have begun questioning the staff and tenants for any sign of unusual behavior by anyone. It is clear that someone has divulged information pertaining to Grace's visit to Slantonshire and we wish to know who. It is not your place to get involved, Amelia. Her father chastised. You are nothing but a weak female given to whims of rebellious behavior. Leave matters of import and intellect such as this to the men. Amelia bit down hard to keep from saying how she felt about his assessment of the female sex. Henry came over to stand beside her. I will have similar inquiries performed at Slantonshire immediately upon my return. As much as I wish to remain here with my beloved Grace's family, I am better served gathering the funds for her ransom. I will, however, return as soon as I am able. Amelia stood. I will see you to the door. Henry nodded. William. He bid the Viscount farewell, then left the library. I am sorry for what your father said. I do not share his views. I am most grateful to you for all you have done to care for Grace. She would not be the glorious creature that she is without your influence. I can only pray that she will be returned to us safely. The Duke's eyes filled with tears as he clenched his jaw. Amelia had never seen him so upset, and rightly so. The woman he loved was in the hands of ruthless brigands. I thank you for your kindness, Henry. I look forward to the day that you become my brother. As do I. Amelia watched Henry ride away, then re-entered the house. She climbed the stairs to her bedchamber and stood staring out of the window. She was not certain how long she had stood there, but by the time that she had finally stirred she had come up with a plan. She slipped into Jonathan's room and rummaged through his wardrobe. She selected the smallest clothing she could find and carried them back to her room. She disrobed and put on her brother's clothing. Every piece of clothing hung from her body, engulfing her small form. She took a sash from one of her dresses and tied it around her middle to hold the clothing together. Jonathan was a tall, broad-shouldered man. When compared to Amelia's feminine frame, he was a giant. She moved as quietly as she could through the house and out of the back door. How she managed to leave the house without being spotted she had no idea, but she was greatly relieved. Sneaking into the stables, she saddled a horse and led it quietly out of the back. "And where are ye off to, lass?" The stablemaster's voice stopped her in her tracks. "Fergus." She turned around and faced him. "Please do not stop me. I would nae dream o' it, lass, but I dinna believe it be safe for ye to go a-looking for Lady Grace on your own. Father would not allow me to go with or without a companion. Nor would Jonathan for that matter. I must go and look for her. I cannot simply stand around waiting in the hopes that Father and the Duke will be able to come up with the money in time. If it is at all possible to find her before then we must do all within our power to make it so." "Aye, that we must." The stablemaster nodded in agreement. "But I cannae allow ye to go alone, unarmed." "Fergus," she began but was interrupted by a raising of his hand. "There will be nae more talk about it. I will be going with ye and that is that." "But what if Father needs you and you are not here? He will let you go from his service." "Och, there will be other jobs, lass, but there is only one Lady Amelia and Lady Grace." Amelia smiled. "You are a good man, Fergus." "Och, away with ye." He smiled and moved to saddle his own horse. Fergus got the directions to the place where Grace had been taken from the carriage driver and they set out together. "Ye ken that it will be most unlikely for ye to find anything that your faither and brother could nae?" "Yes, I am well aware, but my father and brother returned home without inquiring at all of the neighbouring estates and crofts." "Do ye ken how long such a task will take, lass? Your faither would ne'er allow ye to be gone for so long." I have left a letter stating that I decided to accompany the Duke back to Slantonshire to assist in his inquiries. As I have every intention of doing so, it is not a lie. It will simply take me longer than is customary to arrive. And wearing your brother's clothes? I had not planned on being accompanied by anyone who could report my activities back to my father. If he believes me to have left with the Duke, as my future brother, I would have been sufficiently looked after with no need for concern on father's part. Jonathan's clothing would have allowed me to roam about the countryside unmolested, leaving my reputation intact. I did nae believe ye to be a lad, lass. What makes ye think that ye could have made anyone else believe it? You have known me since birth, others have not. Amelia lowered her voice in order to mimic the deeper tones of a man. Fergus chuckled. Aye, 'tis true at that. Ye have always been me favourite. We Scots like our lassies to have spirit. Ye, lass, have plenty of that. Amelia smiled fondly at the stable master. His greying hair shined in the sunlight like a silver beacon, the wrinkles and scars upon his face telling tales of times past. Fergus had been more of a loving father to her than the Viscount ever had. Amelia was certain that her father loved her, as all parents did, but she had only ever known his disapproval for her independent spirit. It was that same spirit that her mother had adored, and that had created within Fergus MacDonald a lasting friend. I am grateful to you, Fergus, for coming with me. It will certainly make the journey easier. I realize that our quest holds very little chance of success, but if we can discover even the smallest detail more about Grace's captors, then it will be worth it. Aye, lass. Fergus nodded. That it would. They rode through the remainder of the day, then stopped at the same inn Jonathan and the Viscount had stayed in. Fergus slept in the stable with the horses and asked among the workers if any of them had seen anything unusual in the days leading up to Grace's kidnapping. Amelia did the same inside of the inn, doing her best to hide her true identity. Fergus had helped her to appear more boyish by adding padding in the right places and a bit of coal dust along the jaw and lip line. Amelia had brought one of her sketches of Grace and showed it cautiously about being sure not to mention their family's name. She knew it was taking a great risk, but she felt that she had no other choice. There was no guarantee that even if her father and the Duke were able to produce the ransom that the brigands would return Grace alive and unharmed. They had demanded that no form of law enforcement could be notified, but they had neglected to say anything about the family seeking them out on their own. A technicality, I know, but it is a risk I am willing to take. Amelia moved through the tables man to man, silently begging each one to know something, anything that would help her to find her sister. Not a one of them knew anything, or if they did, they were not telling her. Frustrated, she retired to her room and attempted to sleep. They had another day's ride ahead of them and she did not wish to be delayed by a lack of sufficient rest. She found that the closer that they grew to where Grace was taken, the more certain she became of her quest. When morning dawned, Amelia and Fergus set off once more. They stopped at various estates along the way, where Fergus would speak with the stableman and Amelia would converse with the crofters along the roadway. At each house she prayed for answers, and at each house she was denied. It was slow moving, and by the time that they reached the place where Grace had been taken, night had fallen. The night was moonless, and all was pitch black darkness. Fergus' horse began to limp, and he was forced to stop. The place is just ahead, lass, but it is too dark to see anything now. We must make camp and wait until the morn. As you wish. Amelia agreed. She knew that he was right, but she chafed at the delay. They set up camp together, doing the best that they could without the light of a fire. I apologize for the lack of accommodation, lass, but 'tis the best that can be done under the circumstances. Do not fret on my account, Fergus. I came prepared for just such an eventuality. Fergus took the saddles from both horses and laid them on the ground at the edge of a wooded area not far from the road. As long as we are nae set upon by highwaymen, we will be fine, but if we are... He patted the pistol in his belt. Amelia smiled. She could barely make out the motion in the darkness, but the sound of his hand slapping wood and metal made it clear. Surely an entire band of highwaymen are no match for you,
Dear Fergus.
Fergus chuckled.
I.
They lay down and in very little time Fergus was snoring. He snored so loudly that there was no way for Amelia to sleep. Rising, she decided to go for a walk. She knew it was unwise to do so unarmed, so made sure to carry the pistol she had brought with her in her hand, ready for use. She walked toward the place where Grace had been taken. With every step it became harder to breathe, her chest tightening with the pain of such a loss. I pray to God that you are safe and unharmed. Sinking to her knees, she gasped for breath. The pain in her chest was searing in its intensity. The sound of a cocking pistol to the back of her head caused her to cease from breathing entirely. A deep masculine voice growled from behind her. Do not move. Chapter 4.
Tristan Knight, Earl of Aylesbury, rode toward Canterley, Grace Dowding's wedding dress safely packaged, tied to the back of his horse. He had been exceedingly careful to ensure that nothing had happened to it on the journey from the London dressmakers. It had been completed earlier than they had expected, and he hoped to arrive at Canterley before the family left for Slantonshire. The last missive he had received stated that Lady Grace was going to leave early and that Lady Amelia would remain to receive the dress. It had been quite some time since he had seen either of the ladies in question. He had been unable to visit his lands along the Welsh border in a while. His most recent encounters with his friend Jonathan had been at Tristan's estate near London. When they were younger, Tristan had fancied himself in love with Amelia, but she had never paid him the least bit of attention other than to acknowledge that he drew breath upon the earth. Over the years since he had last seen her, he had done his best to overcome his feelings. As he travelled along the road, he was intercepted by a messenger from Canterley. A message for your lordship, from Lord Jonathan. Tristan took the missive from the servant and opened it. He scanned the page and froze in shock. Is this true? Lady Grace has been taken? Yes, my lord. The letter detailed exactly what had happened and from where she had been taken. It requested that Tristan go to the place where she had disappeared and see if he could track down where Grace had been secreted away to. Please return to Canterley and inform Lord Jonathan that I will do as he has requested. He handed the package containing the wedding dress to the servant. Please deliver this to Lady Amelia. Yes, my lord. The messenger bowed and rode back toward Canterley. Tristan turned north, following the directions that Jonathan had given him. He rode through the day, stopping only to rest at night. By the time that he drew close to the place where Grace had disappeared, it had grown dark once more. Jonathan's letter had stated that he marked the place in the road by a stack of stones, otherwise it would have been impossible to find the exact place. There is no possible way to track them now. Jonathan must know this. I am certain that it is his grief speaking in this request, but perhaps someone will have seen them. If there is any way for me to track them that way, then I shall do all in my power to do so. Tristan rode along slowly, searching for the pile of rocks. When he saw a large lump on the side of the road, he could not be sure what it was in the moonless darkness, so he dismounted, pulling his pistol, and eased back behind it. The lump moved, breathing heavily, and he made out the dark shape of a pistol protruding from it. A highwayman. Creeping as quietly as was possible, he came up right behind the dark lump and pointed his pistol at the person's head. Do not move, he ordered, growling deep in his throat. He did not believe that the men who took Grace would be so daft as to return to the same place to do so again for whoever came along, but he could not be sure. He leaned over and grabbed the pistol from the man's hand. The pistol in his own hand wavered for a moment, by the action swaying away from the man's head. The release of the pressure of the gun barrel from the man's skull must have signaled that Tristan had left himself momentarily vulnerable, for the next thing he knew his nose was being smashed in. Crying out in pain, he tackled the man to the ground. I said, do not move. I suggest ye unhand the lady, sir. A deep Scottish brogue commanded from behind him as a knife blade came around to his throat. Lady? Tristan asked, confused. Aye, lady. The figure he had been grappling with scrambled to their feet the moment he released his hold on their person. Lady Amelia Dowding, to be precise, she announced.
Now brigand, what have you done with my sister? Amelia? Tristan was stunned. What are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Are you not supposed to be at Canterley? Does the Viscount and Jonathan know you are here? Tristan? Amelia asked in recognition of his voice. Yes, it is I. How did you know to come here? I received Jonathan's letter detailing the location and what had happened. Fergus, you may release the Earl. Forgive me, your lordship. Fergus' voice answered as he released Tristan and stepped back, sheathing his ski-and-do back into the top of his riding boot. I ask again, Amelia. What are you doing here? Looking for Grace. You cannot possibly hope to track them down from here? We have been visiting the inns, taverns, crofts, and estates along the road in hopes of finding anyone who might have seen them. Tristan nodded. I had much the same idea. Then perhaps we could join our efforts. Amelia offered. It would certainly go more quickly with there 3 of us instead of 2. Aye, it would be helpful to have another man about. Fergus agreed. Tristan shook his head. You should be back at home with your family, not traipsing about in the middle of the night. What were you thinking? He chastised. He turned to face the Scotsman. The Viscount will have your head for this, Fergus. Aye, 'tis certain that he will. Father does not know. He believes that I am off to aid Henry in his efforts to root out possible spies among his household. Tristan could not believe what he was hearing. He knew that she had an independent spirit, but he had never known her to be so reckless. And what if something were to happen to you? Better I, than Grace, be left to suffer alone. Tristan stared at her in the darkness, attempting to make out her features. He could see her dark hair and eyes in his mind from memory, but could not make out anything in the darkness. Being near her caused his heart to beat faster. He had thought he was over his feelings for her, but the moment he had realized it was her standing in front of him, it had all come flooding back. It took everything within his power not to toss her over his shoulder and take her straight back to Canterley, but he knew that if he did, she would turn right back around and leave again. He knew that nothing he could do or say would change her mind. What am I going to do with you, Amelia? Help me, she pleaded, the tone in her voice conveying the desperation that she felt. Tristan sighed, closing his eyes in surrender. I will help you, but someone needs to make the Duke aware that he is being used to cover the truth of your actions. What would happen if he were to return to Canterley without you? It will take him time to do what needs to be done at Slantonshire. Even so, Fergus. Aye, lass. I will go, but I am nae certain that the Duke will support your deception. He will. He loves Grace and would do anything to get her back safely. Explain to him what we are doing and that it is our best chance to find Grace. I will, lass. We will work our way north and meet you after we have questioned everyone along the road between here and Slantonshire, unless our quest leads us in a different direction. For now, let us go and get some sleep. Morning will be upon us before we know it. Tristan recommended. Aye. Fergus agreed, and the 3 of them walked back to the campsite. Come the morn, Fergus left for Slantonshire, while Amelia and Tristan rode out to the nearest place of residence. You realize that if what we are doing is ever made known, your reputation will be in tatters. I do. We would be forced to marry. I am aware, but Grace is worth the risk. Tristan nodded. Very well then. He covered his emotions on the subject by looking away and urged his horse forward. Amelia rode along beside Tristan in silence. She studied his profile and wondered how he felt about what they had just discussed. We will simply need to ensure that we are not caught. Tristan is a good man to risk such a fate for our family. It was not that Tristan was not an attractive man. He was extremely handsome, tall, broad-shouldered, with golden blonde hair and crystal clear blue eyes. As an earl he possessed a grand estate, with other valuable properties across the British Isles. His fortune was the envy of many. It was his reputation with women that had caused her to turn away from him all those years ago when their fathers had attempted to pair them. Even if he had not been free with women, Amelia would never have left Grace. Sighing, she turned back toward the road and scoured the landscape for any sign of habitation. Each time that they saw a house they would stop and ask if they had seen anything. Come nightfall, they stopped at an inn, each getting their own rooms. "It would be best if you let me make the inquiries about Grace. You are not fooling anyone with your disguise. The last several houses we stopped at the people were eyeing you quite suspiciously." Perhaps they did so because of the questions we were asking. In part, yes, but not entirely. It was clear that you were an item of interest to them. It is plain that Jonathan's clothing was not meant for you. Fergus aided me in appearing more masculine. Perhaps it worked for some people, but it is not enough to convince everyone. As you wish. Amelia chose not to argue with him. Perhaps he was right, and she was not fooling anyone, but she was not about to let it stop her from looking for Grace. She hoped that her disguise was at least enough to hide her true identity. No one would ever believe that a lady of her standing would dress up as a man and parade about the countryside. Climbing the stairs, she moved down the hall to her room and fell upon the bed exhausted. She had not slept well since Grace's abduction and it was catching up with her. Her legs, back, and rear ached with every movement she made from being in the saddle for so many days in a row. She groaned as she struggled to remove her boots. She thought of the discomfort that Grace must be in and prayed to God to protect her for the 1000th time since her sister's abduction. Once she removed her boots, she threw them into a corner. A knock at the door announced the arrival of her bath water. She had had to pay the innkeeper extra for the pleasure of not smelling like an unkempt animal. She walked over to the door in her stocking feet and let them in. The innkeeper carried the tub, while his sons carried in the buckets of water. "Is the water not heated?" she inquired, eyeing the buckets. From the expression on the innkeeper's face you would have thought she had asked him to rope the moon. "Nay, that would be extra." Amelia rolled her eyes and sighed. "I will make do." "You're a bit of a haughty fella, aren't ye?" The innkeeper eyed Amelia suspiciously from head to toe. His accent was an interesting combination of English and Scots, as was sometimes found the closer you were to the border. "That will be all, thank you." Amelia dismissed the lot of them with a sweep of her hand. Frowning, the innkeeper and his sons exited the room and she shut the door after them. She poured the water into the tub. Amelia disrobed and slipped beneath the tepid water. Thankfully it was not ice cold, but it was not hot either. She felt a chill run through her body when she first sat down in the tub, but it passed. She could not say that she enjoyed her bath, but it at least allowed her some level of cleanliness. She washed away the dirt and grime from the road. The tub was so small that she had been forced to curl up into a ball to submerge herself enough to sufficiently get clean. A grown man would have only been able to stand up and dump the buckets over his head to bathe. She felt a moment of pity for Tristan in the room next to hers when he returned from questioning everyone. She had heard him also order a bath for himself and she did not envy him the task. Standing up, she wrapped the sheet from the bed around herself. She next washed Jonathan's clothes in the bath water and laid them out to dry in front of the fire. She had instructed the innkeeper not to return for the tub until she had left the room the next morning. She could not risk her true identity being revealed by being caught in a state of half-dress. Thankfully the innkeeper had had more than one tub for his other guests who might want the same service. Walking over to the bed, she curled up under the blanket and willed herself to fall asleep. When she slept, she dreamt of Grace huddled in a dark corner somewhere cold and alone. She could hear Grace's sobs, as she cried out for her family. Amelia's heart broke with every gasping breath. "Grace." She called to her sister, but of course she could not hear her as it was all not real. "Grace." Amelia awoke panting in fear and worry. A pounding at her door startled her. "Amelia?" Tristan's voice called from the other side of the door. "Amelia?" Amelia arose and went to the door. She cracked it open enough in order to see Tristan's face clearly by the lantern light in the hallway.
Tristan, what has happened?
Did you discover something?
Tristan took in her half-dressed state and coughed politely, averting his eyes.
Embarrassed, Amelia hid herself more behind the door. I heard you calling through the walls and I feared for your safety.
It was nothing but a dream,
Amelia answered, shaking her head. Sorry for having concerned him.
I am greatly relieved that you are well.
I was concerned that one of the rough men below had ascertained that you were not a man and come to harass your virtue.
Nay, nothing so ribald. I was dreaming of Grace.
I am so very sorry, Amelia.
I swear to you on all that is holy, if there is any way that we can save her, we shall do so. I will not rest until all possibilities for her rescue have been exhausted.
The sincerity in his eyes was undeniable. Amelia looked at him standing there in the gentle light's glow, his hair shining golden as a halo atop his head. His shirt hung open at the neck, exposing the muscled chest beneath, and for the first time in her life she saw what the other ladies of the town must have seen in him. He was angelic in his glory, handsome, strong, determined, faithful in their shared cause. The light in his eyes changed as he looked down at her and he moved toward her. Alarmed, Amelia moved back away. I am sorry, I did not mean to.
He began.
Thank you, she whispered, then shut the door in his face.
Chapter 5. You fool. You romantic muddle-headed fool.
Tristan turned away from Amelia's door and returned to his room.
He could not believe that he had been so foolish as to allow his emotions to get the better of him at such a time. Not only was her sister missing,
but they were alone together without a chaperone. Had anything happened between them,
no matter how innocent, her reputation would have been in tatters.
He would have loved more than anything to wed her. He had always wished to wed her, but he would have her in love, or not at all. I will not allow her reputation to be destroyed on my account simply because of my own foolish heart. I love her too much to see her brought to ruin. He thought back to the first time he had ever met her when they were but children. He had fallen off of his horse while riding along the border of their neighboring estates. Amelia and Jonathan had been out walking, and seeing his fall came to his rescue. Amelia had tended to his wounds, ripping a section from the hem of her own dress to stave off the flow of blood from his head. She had tied it about his skull as a bandage and had held him in her arms until Jonathan had returned with help. To soothe him and keep him calm, she had sung to him quietly as if singing to a babe in arms. From that moment forward he had loved her. She had paid him little mind since, but he had never forgotten it. He and Jonathan had forged a strong friendship in the years that followed. Tristan had visited Canterley many times, and Jonathan had come to Ale many more. Amelia had never again given him anything more than the usual pleasantries one gave to any friend of the family. When their fathers had expressed an interest in the two of them becoming betrothed, Tristan could not have been happier, but Amelia had refused. Tristan could have had any woman in England, but he had only ever had eyes for Amelia Dowding. Amelia had only ever cared for her brother and sister. Nothing else was of consequence. Sighing, Tristan lay down upon his bed and attempted to sleep. Closing his eyes, he allowed the darkness to overtake him, swirling around behind his eyelids in a black fog. The last thing he remembered seeing before slumber took him was Amelia standing clad in only a sheet, the light of the fire dancing along her bare shoulders in whispering kisses of golden light. He nearly kissed me. How could he think of romance in a time such as this? Amelia paced the floor in fury. You were openly admiring his attributes, her conscience reminded her, making her feel guilty, causing her to flush from the roots of her hair to the tips of her toes. Now is not the time for such foolishness. Shaking her head, she marched over to the bed and attempted to fall back to sleep. Images of Tristan's golden godlike masculine beauty flitted through her mind, causing her to toss and turn angrily. I will not succumb to his seductions. Punching her pillow, she sat up, drawing her knees to her chest. She stared into the flames and turned her thoughts back to Grace. She hoped that her sister had a fire to keep her warm and a bed to lie upon, but she doubted it. Any person who was cruel enough to abduct a young girl would most likely not be minded of such comforts. When she finally grew drowsy, Amelia lay down once more. Lying on her side, she closed her eyes and prayed that when she awoke, she would have found the entire ordeal to be nothing but a dream. When morning came, and she awoke to the same horrible truth of the night before, Amelia arose and attempted to once again face the unknown. She met Tristan downstairs and they broke the fast before heading back out onto the road. When Tristan joined her from the stables, he had an excited light in his eyes. "There is a man here in the stables who thinks he might have seen something suspicious on the day that Grace was taken. He said he was on an errand for his master, when he passed 5 or 6 men on horseback heading north. He said he could not be sure, but it was possible that they might have had a woman with them. He said he did not give them much notice at the time, but he did say that he remembered them being a rather rough-looking group." "That must be them." Amelia's hopes rose significantly at the news. "North? Did he say which road?" "Headed towards Slantonshire." Amelia's brows rose in surprise. So near her fiancé's estate? Rather brazen of them. Either that or someone on his estate is behind the kidnapping. Not Henry. No, never Henry. He loves Grace to his last dying breath, but that would not stop someone in his service from betraying him. That would explain how he managed to receive a ransom letter at around the same time that we did. Yes, it would. To Slantonshire then? To Slantonshire. Tristan nodded his head and they both left the inn to mount their horses. Turning north, they set out for the Duke of Slantinshire's estate. Henry Booth, Duke of Slantinshire, paced anxiously back and forth as he conducted the interviews of his household. The idea that someone within his own employ could be responsible for such a heinous act as to abduct the beautiful Lady Grace was beyond his grasp to fathom. "If they have harmed a hair on her lovely head, I will have them hung, drawn, and quartered." Starting at the senior-most ranking staff, he worked his way down the list one person at a time. It was a time-consuming, miserable task. At its end he was no wiser than when he had started. When Fergus MacDonald, the stable-master of Canterley, arrived at his door, Henry was about to speak with his tenants. "Your Grace." Fergus bowed low as he greeted the Duke. "Fergus." Henry was surprised to see him. He doubted that the Viscount would have let him leave Canterley willingly unless he had no other choice. Fergus was well heralded as one of the best stable-masters in the British Isles and was the only one that could handle the Viscount's favourite stallion. "Has there been news of Lady Grace?" "Nay, your Grace. There has nay, but I bring ye word from Lady Amelia." "Lady Amelia? She has not been taken as well, has she?" "Nay, your Grace, but she begs a favour der in this terrible time." "Of course, anything." "If the Viscount asks ye if Lady Amelia returned to Slantinshire with ye, Lady Amelia asks that ye dinna deny it." "And why would I do such a thing?" Henry frowned in confusion. "She is out searching for Lady Grace under the guise that she is with ye here at Slantinshire." "I see. You left her alone?" "Nay, I did nae do such a thing. She is with the Earl of Aylesbury." "I see. Does the Viscount know that you are gone?" "I did nae ask for permission if that is what ye are asking." Henry nodded his head. "We will need to come up with an explanation for that as well then." "Aye, that would be best, your Grace." "Come, Fergus. I was just about to interview my tenants. I would be glad of the help." "Of course, your Grace. I would be glad to do so." "I assume that Lady Amelia will be making her way here so as not to make liars of us both." "Aye, your Grace." "Good. We will look forward to her arrival." It took several days to speak with each and every tenant on the estate. Some they visited in person, others came to them at the manor house. They were in the middle of speaking with one of the crofters when Amelia and Tristan arrived at Slantinshire. Henry and Fergus met them at the door. "'Tis glad I am to see ye safe, lass." Fergus came forward taking Amelia's horse. "Tristan." Henry came forward and greeted his old friend. Henry. Tristan greeted in return. He dismounted and gave Henry a firm handshake. "'Tis good to see you in this time of strife, my dear fellow." Henry was glad of the support in the search for Grace. "I only wish our visit were under better circumstances." "As do I. Have you had any word?" "Yes, we have." Amelia rushed forward excitedly. From the dark circles under her eyes he could tell that she had not slept well at all in the time since they had last spoke. She was wearing what he could only assume must have been her brother's clothing. A group of rough-looking men were seen headed north in this direction around the time that Grace was taken. "They were headed here?" Henry asked in disbelief. Tristan nodded. "That is what the man said. Whether here or further on to Scotland I do not know, but I did not feel it was a simple coincidence." "Were you able to ascertain anything from your own people?" "Not as of yet." Tristan studied the landscape around them as if he were thinking of what could be done. "Who is remaining to speak with?" "There is an elderly couple at the farthest northern section of the estate that are unable to travel on their own. Fergus and I were going to go and speak with them upon the morrow after we finished here. You are both more than welcome to join us." "Yes, thank you," Amelia answered. It was clear by her gait that she was exhausted beyond measure. "For now, let us go inside. I am sure that you are both hungry and tired from your journey." "Yes, thank you." Henry escorted his guests inside and instructed the butler, Graham, to provide for their needs. Once his guests were settled, he returned to interviewing the crofter he had been speaking with upon Amelia and Tristan's arrival. "I know nothing of the men you seek, your grace. I swear to you that I do not." The young crofter looked up at his master with frightened eyes. Henry was not certain whether the young man was intimidated by being summoned by a duke or if he was lying, but something was amiss. He studied the crofter's face silently for some time. The man could not meet Henry's eyes as he shifted from one foot to the next. He held his weathered cloth hat in his hands. The longer Henry stared, the more anxious the crofter became. Henry knew that the young man lived not far from the elderly couple he had spoken to Tristan about. Perhaps they will know something and be more willing to share it. "I swear to you that I do not know." The crofter's voice cracked in distress. He was clearly beside himself over something. "I ask you again, Jared, did you see a group of men with a lady pass this way? The lady in question is Grace Dowding, the future Duchess of Slantonshire, and as such she is your mistress. Where do your loyalties lie, Jared? With your own cowardice, or with those who care and provide for you?" The crofter's face have never looked more guilty. "I have a family to be thinking about, your grace. I do not wish to put any of them in harm's way. And if you do not tell me the truth about what you saw, Lady Grace will surely suffer." Taking a shuddering breath, Jared closed his eyes. "I saw a group of men pass by my croft several days ago. They were very rough-looking men, your grace, and they had a girl with them slung over the back of a horse. She looked dead, your grace. I cannot have such men learning of my involvement in this, your grace. My family is worth more to me than anything else in the world. No one is going to learn of your helping Lady Grace and take your children, Jared. I will see that you are protected. Now tell me all that you observed about the men. What did they look like? What direction were they riding in?" Henry's heart raced in fear at the man's declaration of death. She cannot be dead. What would be the point in demanding a ransom for someone who was dead? They were riding north towards Scotland. They each had scarves up around their faces and necks. Whether to protect them from the cold winds or to hide their identities I do not know, but I was unable to get a clear look at them. Their clothing and hats were rough. They were not men of quality, your grace. Henry nodded slowly as the magnitude of what lay before him set in. The pain of losing Grace yawned as a black pit of despair threatening to swallow him whole. He would have to cross over into Scotland and search for her. Where are they taking her? The pain in his chest grew with every desperate breath. With the crofter's words ringing in his ears, the possibility that he might never see his beautiful love again weighed heavy upon him. Is there anything else that you can tell me, Jared?
Nay, your grace. That is all that I can remember.
You may return to your croft for the night, Jared, but I will be out for you to show me exactly where they rode past tomorrow morning.
Yes, your grace.
Jared donned his hat and scurried from the room. Henry arose and went to find his guests. He found them in the library sitting around the fireplace. Tristan looked up and read Henry's face.
What have you discovered?
He asked, rising to his feet. Henry relayed the conversation that he had had with the crofter, Jared.
Amelia sprang to her feet.
He said she looked dead. Horror transformed her features as tears instantly sprang to her eyes. I do not believe that she is, in spite of appearances. What would be the point in demanding a ransom for a dead woman? Many a family would wish to bury their dead and not leave them to rot in the sun along a road somewhere. Amelia pointed out. That is true, but I have never heard of anyone doing such a thing. Nor
I.
Tristan offered in reassurance. Henry stepped forward and took his future sister's hands into his own. He hoped that she would forgive the informality given their circumstances. If she were dead, I would feel it, we would feel it. Amelia nodded, her eyes red with unshed tears. Yes, we would. She squared her shoulders and attempted to regain some semblance of fortitude. We shall set out in pursuit upon the morrow. Until then, let us rest for the long journey ahead. I will send word to the Viscount and Jonathan, that you are all with me and what is afoot. Amelia nodded her consent. That would be best. Make it clear for Fergus' sake that I demanded he come with me. 'Twas more the other way around, lass. Fergus reminded. Yes, but this way it will be I not you who faces his ire. I would nae wish that upon ye. Nevertheless. Amelia held Fergus' eyes until he gave way to her plan. Very well, but only because I dinna wish to leave ye were I to be dismissed. For you, Fergus, I would consent to marry one of my father's many noble suitors if only to give you a permanent home with me. Henry caught Fergus looking at Tristan with a knowing expression. Tristan met his eyes and nodded, then looked away. Something is afoot there, Henry noted silently. Separating, they each retired to their respective rooms. The night was a long one filled with tears and worry. When morning dawned, Amelia felt as if she had not slept a moment and awoke just as exhausted as she had been upon arriving at Slantonshire. Her head pounded and her vision was blurred. As she climbed out of bed she wobbled dizzily for a moment. The emotional toll that her sister's absence was taking on her had manifested itself into the physical realm. She walked over to a washstand in the corner and splashed her face with some water. As long as I can still sit astride a horse. Slipping back into Jonathan's clothes, she made her way down the stairs and found everyone else in an equally disheveled state eating breakfast in the dining room. I see that I am not the only one to have slept fitfully last night. Nay, Henry admitted. It was a long night indeed. I cannot recall the number of times that I prayed for morning to come quickly. I could not cease from worrying. Nor could I. The dark circles under Henry's eyes were a testament to his words. Tristan was the only one among them who looked as fresh as the day they had started out. He had shaved, losing a golden whiskery shadow that had befallen his jawline during their journey north. It had made him look rugged and dangerous. She somewhat missed it now that it was gone. She looked around the table at all of the men gathered around it. So many people cared for Grace. Amelia was grateful to have each and every one of them to aid in the search. If I have not said it yet, I wish to express just how grateful I am to each of you for your help. Her words seemed trite when compared to all of the unexpressed emotions that she kept at bay behind them. Always, lass. Fergus promised sincerely. Here, here. Henry replied. There is not anything that I would not do for Grace. That may be shortly put to the test, my dear fellow. Tristan remarked as he stood and pulled out a chair for Amelia next to his. I dare say. Henry murmured, leaning back in his chair thoughtfully. The Crofter, Jared's, revelations leave us little choice but to act with swift decisiveness. I do not believe her to be dead, as he did, but if she is injured there is no time to wait on the ransom. There is no time left at all. I agree. Tristan nodded. But it is highly unlikely that we will be given any say in the matter. We can do our best to track them, but that does not mean that we will find them. Defeatist talk? Amelia accused. No, realistic. Tristan corrected. I cannot entertain any other thought than that we will find her before it is too late. I cannot entertain the thought that the ransom might fail. I cannot. Her words choked in her throat, overwhelmed by fear of the unknown. Tristan reached out as if to take her hand in his, but she moved away, standing, and left the room. Grabbing the few things that she had brought with her, she left the manor house and walked to the stables. Not waiting for anyone else, she had the groom saddle her horse. Mounting, she rode away from Slantonshire as fast as she possibly could. Chapter 6. She did what? Tristan, Henry, and Fergus all yelled at the same time. Lady Amelia is gone, your grace, my lord. She had me saddle her horse and then galloped away. I did not feel it was my place to stop her, but it was clear to me that she was upset. I am not at all certain that she intends to return. Tristan and Fergus leapt from their seats. I thought she had needed but a moment to collect herself in private. I never thought that she would risk herself in such a way. Henry remarked as he rose to join them. There is nae anything that she would nae do to save her sister, your grace, nothing at all. Fergus answered as he followed Tristan out of the door and ran to the stables. All she needed to have done was express her desire to leave and we all would have gone together. Henry insisted, dumbfounded. That was the plan all along, was it not? Aye, it was, but... Fergus shrugged his shoulders as if to say there was no way to truly know the heart of a woman or what they were capable of doing. Where was she headed? Which way? Henry asked the groom. North, your grace. She is riding for Scotland. Fergus concluded. She will ride those cuddies down on her own, but will find herself at the wrong end of less principled men than yourselves, my lads, long afore she would e'er find the Lady Grace. Foolish girl. Tristan growled as he launched himself into the saddle and charged out after her. Fergus and Henry followed close behind. I am certain that she only meant the best. Henry attempted to soothe Tristan's anger. The best or not, she will not be able to sit in that saddle once I have finished with her. A good spanking will put her to rights. Fergus laughed heartily. If ye think that we lasses goin' tae stand by and let ye lay and tie her, ye have another thing comin', my lad. Tristan threw a glare at Fergus. They rode hard after Amelia, hoping that they were heading the right direction. The groom had pointed the way, but she could have turned off of the road at any time and they would not know. Tristan cursed all of the hoofprints that had passed before, obscuring Amelia's in the dust. I should never have agreed to indulge in this quest. I should have returned her promptly to her father's house and went out in search of Grace on my own. If something were to happen to her, I would never forgive myself, nor would Jonathan ever forgive me. Tristan's heart pounded with the thought of everything that could befall her. She had not gotten very much of a head start on them, but her horse was fast, while Amelia was lightweight. He searched the horizon for any sign of her but found nothing. Around every bend he expected to come upon her but did not. They came to a crossroads and stopped to inspect it. The men spread out searching for any sign that she had left the main road, anything at all that distinctively spoke of her passing. I should have carved a symbol in her horse's shoes to distinguish her hoofprints from the rest. Fergus lamented his lack of forethought. The daft lass rushes headlong into peril she does nae ken. The border may have tamed some o'er the years, but 'tis still a wild and lawless place for a lass alone. I should have done it as well, Fergus. The notion did not occur to me, but it should have long before now. Tristan joined him in his lament. We should have returned her home to her father and brother long before now. We indulged her overmuch, you and I, Fergus. She would have left and then we would have had two lassies running wild about the moors long afore now, my lad. We did the only thing we can to do. There is nothing to be gained by a doubt in it now. Fergus is quite right, you know. Lady Amelia is nothing like my Grace. Where Grace exhibits all the manners of a genteel lady, Amelia is wild of spirit and independent of person. Henry agreed. In spite of their differences, I quite admire them for their attributes. As do I. Tristan grudgingly agreed. Ye have long cared for Lady Amelia. Fergus noted. If I may be so bold as to comment upon such a matter. Yes, Fergus, I hold Lady Amelia in the highest of regards when I do not wish to imprison her in the highest of towers. Tristan hid his concern for the woman he loved behind grim humour. Does she ken how you feel about her, my lad? Nay, she does not. She has rarely ever given me the time of day. By Jove, my good fellow. Why have you not said anything? Perhaps she would have better understood your earlier comments if she knew that they came from a place of great affection for her. Henry's face spoke of the sympathy he felt for Tristan's plight. I do not know what I would have done had Grace not returned my affections. You would have gone on with your life and perhaps even married another, but you would never have been able to forget her. Tristan answered, all too familiar with the feeling of unrequited love. You could have had any woman in England. Henry reminded him. Yes, I could have had, but none of them were Amelia. Could you replace Grace so easily? Nay, never. Henry's outrage at such a suggestion spoke of his great love for his intended. Then there you have it. I have accepted my role as surrogate brother and protector, however, it is at times such as these that I wonder at the wisdom of such. As do we all, my lad. Fergus intoned. E'en if she survives this, she still must face her father. The Viscount will nae be as forgiving or understanding as we three might be. Nay, he will not. Tristan agreed. His heart went out to the struggles that Amelia had faced concerning her father her entire life. He would have done anything when they were children to take her away from such strictures, but he had been told many times by his own parents that it was not his place to intervene in the workings of another nobleman's household. We must find her before the Viscount or anyone else realizes that she is missing. The Dowding family will not survive losing both of their ladies. Nor would we for that matter. Nay, we would nae. Fergus agreed. Having thoroughly searched the ground in either direction to reassure themselves that she had not left the main road, they kicked their horses back into a full gallop down the road following what they believed to be the freshest of the tracks. All speaking ceased as they concentrated their attentions on the landscape around them, searching for the smallest of movements in the distance. When they came to a croft beside the road, they stopped and inquired within about Amelia and the group of men. A little boy of no more than 5 or 6 came over to Tristan and stared up at him with wide brown eyes. Turning his attention from Fergus speaking with the boy's parents, Tristan squatted down and greeted him. Hello, there. My name is Tristan. What is yours? Angus Macmillan. Pleasure to meet you, Angus. My friends and I are looking for 2 pretty lassies. One is with a large group of men, the other was by herself wearing men's clothing. Have you seen either of them about? Aye. The boy nodded his head, wiping his runny nose on his sleeve. Which one? Tristan's hopes climbed. Both. You have seen both of them? All other conversation in the croft ceased as all eyes turned to Angus. The boy's father came to kneel beside his son. Where, lad? Where did ye see them, son? I saw the bonny lassie with the Sassenachs many days ago, faither, when you were out in the fields. They rode past vera fast. How do ye ken that they were Sassenachs? Fergus asked the boy. They spoke funny, like him. He pointed his finger at Tristan. Was the lady alive? Henry asked, moving to kneel beside Tristan. Aye, she was mad and yelling at the Sassenach she was riding with. The boy nodded in confirmation. And what of the other lady? Tristan asked. She stopped for water for her horse at the burn, then rode away. She looked angry but she was nae Ellen like the other one. She asked me about the other lady, and I told her what I told ye about it.
What direction did they take?
Tristan asked, meeting the boy's eyes.
The little boy poked a dirty finger north, following the road.
North?
He asked,
to be sure.
Aye.
The boy nodded. Are they in trouble?
His little brow scrunched up with worry.
I am afraid so,
Tristan answered.
He reached out his hand to cup the little boy's chin. But do not fear, Angus, we will find them and keep them safe. The boy nodded.
Good.
Can I come, Che?
He pulled out a wooden play sword from under a pallet on the floor.
I could help ye fight the cuddies who took those bonny lassies. Angus. The boy's mother chastised him for his language. Tristan chuckled. I am sure that you would be invaluable in a fight, but then who would remain here to protect your own dear sweet mother?
The little boy thought about that,
then nodded his head slowly. Faitha will need my help.
Aye,
laddie. I will at that. The boy's father stepped forward, placing a hand on either side of his son's shoulders. Thank you, Mr. Macmillan, for your aid in this matter. Henry stood and shook the man's hand. Tristan remained kneeling and pulled a little wooden horse he had been carving each night that he had been on the road with Amelia searching for Grace. He had meant it for one of his nephews but had decided in that moment that Angus deserved it more. The boy beamed at the gift and ran off to show his siblings. Tristan arose and followed Henry and Fergus back outside. Mounting, they pointed their horses in the direction that the boy had said. An observant young lad, Henry remarked as they left the croft yard and rejoined the road.
Aye,
a braw wee lad to be sure. Fergus agreed. He will do his family proud. Tristan looked back toward the croft and found Angus standing outside of the door watching them ride away, the little wooden horse clutched tightly in his dirty little hand. Amelia rode as hard and as fast as she could. The little boy she had spoken to when she had stopped for water had said that Grace had come through with a group of men many days earlier. It lifted her spirits to know that she was on the right path and that her sister was still alive. She could have kissed the little boy's cheeks for being the bearer of such glad tidings. I am on the right path. If I continue on in this vein, I am sure to find her. She told herself the light to bolster her spirits. In all truthfulness, it was highly unlikely that she would ever find Grace or the men who took her. Scotland was a vast country, and if Grace had been taken up into the Highlands, or worse yet onto one of the islands, Amelia did not stand a chance of pursuit on her own. She began to regret her hasty decision to leave without her traveling companions. She had been angry, born of fear and pain, and reacted without thinking. She knew that her traveling companions were simply trying to help her in every way that they knew how, but they could not fill the hole in her heart no matter how caring they were. She also knew that Tristan had only meant to prepare her heart for the realities of the situation, not to cause her further pain, but that had not changed how his words had made her feel. She had needed nothing more in that moment than to get away from him and to find Grace. Logically, she knew that Tristan was right. Emotionally, she could not countenance anything short of Grace's full recovery. She had not given thought to her own safety but had charged off with a single purpose. Her only thought had been to find her sister or to die in the attempt. I will not go home without her. Amelia continued to ride until darkness fell. Unable to see the road ahead, she was forced to stop and make camp. The night air was chilly and damp. She knew that to make a fire risked drawing unsavory elements to her position, and so she did her best to keep warm, huddling down in her brother's clothes between two rocks and her horse. She surveyed the darkness around her and wished for Fergus' comforting presence. The silence around her passed as a cold chill down her spine. I have gone mad with grief, running off like that. It would serve me right if I were to catch my death out here all alone. What was I thinking? Eventually, Amelia drifted off to sleep, where she once again dreamed of her imprisoned sister. She called out her name over and over again. No matter how close she drew, she never seemed to actually be able to save her. When she awoke in the morning, it was to the sight of three scraggly men staring down at her. Chapter 7. Look at what I found, lads. One of the grisly-looking men announced with gleeful pride as if he had found a great treasure among the rocks.
Aye, but is it a bonny lad or lass? Another asked, eyeing her odd attire. Alas, to be sure. Look at them paps. The third one leered down at Amelia's chest. Amelia looked down to find her shirt had come undone at the neck in her sleep. She reached up to clasp the shirt closed with one hand, while the other went for her pistol. Her hand came up empty. Looking for this? The first man asked, leveling her own pistol at her head. Mine now. You have my pistol, now leave. I have nothing more of worth. Amelia commanded to no avail. Leave a bonny lass like ye out upon the moors with nae to defend yourself. What sort of man do ye take me for, lass? The kind of man who takes a lady's pistol without permission. She retorted. Aye, for your own protection, lass. I cannae have ye be shooting me while we are getting better acquainted, now can I? It would send a clear message. Amelia remarked saucily. Aye, that it would, but ye would nae be wanting to mar my perfect features now, would ye, lass? The other men guffawed at this, finding the man's words to be overwhelmingly amusing. They laughed so hard they had tears in their eyes before they had managed to regain their composure. The man in question only grinned at their amusement, well aware of his grotesque and unhygienic form. Perhaps it would be an improvement. She snapped back, sending the men into another burst of laughter. Aye, that it might, but then I would nae be afforded the pleasures that are still to come. The man ran his dirty hand over Amelia's face, and she bit at it like a stubborn horse in defiance. There are no pleasures to be found here for you, sir. She bit out the words as if by sheer force of will she could turn them into daggers to pierce his heart. Upon that we disagree. The first man ran his hand up the fabric of her trouser leg. Amelia jerked it away and attempted to stumble to a standing position. The man grabbed at her waist, pulling her back down hard upon the ground. I am nae done with ye, lass. Why dinna ye settle down and we can get to kennin' each other a wee bit better? Never. All three men grinned knowingly at one another in a gruesome expression of shared lust and ill intent. Amelia felt as if she might vomit in the grass at the things she saw in their eyes. The men's eyes were bloodshot with drink, but they were sober enough to keep their bearings, stopping her attempts at escape with every turn. The first man descended upon her as a ravenous wolf without form or restraint. He clawed at her clothing in an attempt to pull them free of her body. Amelia screamed as she fought off her attacker. A shot rang out across the windswept moor and one of the men standing over her fell dead upon the ground. Another shot rang out and the second man lay much as the other. The man on top of her now lay flat on his belly, breathing hard, attempting to stay below the rocks. The sight of his dead comrades had cooled his ardor, interrupting his disgusting vulgar plans for Amelia's person. He grappled to cock the pistol that he had taken from her and pointed it out upon the empty space in front of them. The sound of another pistol cocking overhead stopped him mid-breath. "Unhand the lady," Tristan's voice demanded coldly from above. Amelia turned to find his bold blue eyes staring down at the man lying atop of her with a murderous light. Every muscle in his being jumped and twitched as if his body could not contain all of the anger he felt. The man atop her quivered in fear as he crawled up off of Amelia's torso. "Please dinna kill me," the man whimpered. "Would you have given the lady the same courtesy?" "Of course." The man sniveled. "It was all just a bit of fun, lads. If ye wanted a piece of her all ye had to do was ask. I would have shared her with ye. I am nae a greedy man." The man pulled a ski-undo from his belt and attempted to stab Tristan in the ribs. Tristan growled low in his throat as he pulled the trigger. Blood spattered all over Amelia's face and chest. She screamed in fear and disgust. The man falling atop her feet caused a sharp pain to travel up her legs at the impact. She scurried out from beneath his weight screaming. She attempted to flee the scene and ran straight into Fergus' arms. "Och, lass," he commiserated, pulling a cloth from his jacket pocket for her to wipe her face with. Amelia lay her head against Fergus' chest and wept.
I told ye it was nae safe for ye to go traipsin' about the countryside on your own, lass. Why did ye run off and put yourself in harm's way? Ye had me and the lads worried sick for ye. I am sorry, Fergus. I did not mean for any of this to happen. I only wished to find Grace. It is all for Grace. Amelia melted into sobs as she clung to the front of the Scotsman's shirt. Och, lass. How I wished. Dinny fash. We found ye in time, and that is all that matters. A sight more than that matters. Tristan bit out angrily from behind Amelia's back. Do you know what could have happened here? Do you have any notion of what that man would have done to you? Amelia stiffened in anger. As he was atop of my body and not yours, I would say I have a better notion than you. You do not have the faintest of ideas what could have befallen you here today. He could have raped you. They all could have violated you in turn. Even if they had not killed you, you would have wished that they had. By this point Tristan was shouting, shaking with anger. Amelia had never seen him thus before. Amelia herself was also shaking out of a combination of fear and anger, making it very difficult to hold herself steady without Fergus's bodily support. I think the lass has been through enough. Dinna ye think so, my lad? Fergus eyed Tristan's stance warily. Nay, I do not. She must learn that she cannot run off whenever she pleases, placing herself and those charged with her care in danger. She is going back to Canterley, Fergus, and you are taking her there. She can face the wrath of the Viscount, for if it is I who doles out the punishment, I may never cease from beating her. Amelia's eyes flashed with anger and she turned to face her new opponent. I would shoot you dead where you stand before I would allow you to do so. You have no choice in the matter. I have every choice. My sister. She began but was interrupted. Is Henry's fiancé, but you do not see him running off like a spoiled child whenever he gets angry, putting the rest of us in danger. Do you honestly believe that what you have done here has helped Grace in any way? If anything, your little excursion has put her at further risk, because now a portion of our party must turn back and return you to Canterley instead of going forward. I will not go. Tristan came to stand within a hair's breadth of Amelia's face. He was so close that she could feel his breath upon her forehead. You will go if I have to knock you unconscious and tie you to your horse. The sound of a cocking pistol drew Tristan's eyes down to his belly. Amelia had taken his secondary pistol from his belt without him even noticing. He backed up slowly, raising his hands in the air to show her that he was not pointing a weapon at her. Och, lass. Ye dinna ken what it is ye do. Fergus moved to take the pistol from her but stopped when she moved her finger to the trigger. I meant it when I said that I would kill you, Tristan Knight. You, nor any man, will keep me from finding my sister. Ye are mad with grief, lass. Ye ken nae what ye do. Be that as it may, I mean what I say. Amelia? Henry's voice called through the fog of her shock and anger. She felt cold from the inside out. Her near violation, though unsuccessful, had left its mark, and she was losing her grip on sanity for the flood of emotions that threatened to drown her. Amelia. Henry tried again. Henry? Yes, Amelia, it is I. Please put down the gun, Amelia. I promise that I will not let them send you home if you will just put down the gun. You promise? I promise. Swear by your love for Grace. She commanded, not sure whether to trust him. I swear by my love for Grace, Amelia, that I will not let them send you home. As the highest-ranking nobleman here, you swear to me that I will be allowed to stay? I swear it. The look on Tristan's face said that he wished more than anything else to violate such an agreement, but Amelia knew that as a duke, Henry outranked both Tristan and her father. Whatever Henry said was law short of an edict from the king or prince regent. Nodding, Amelia moved away from Tristan, lowering the pistol, but she did not release her hold on the gun. I will be keeping this, she informed them as she mounted her horse. Before any of them could stop her, she took off down the road once more, leaving all three men to scramble for their horses. In but moments, she could hear the thunder of their horses' hoofs coming up behind her. Henry, this is a mistake. She could hear Tristan condemning from behind her as they approached. Be that as it may, you will respect my wishes in this matter. Love is never a mistake, misguided at times perhaps, but never a mistake. Henry answered. All that Lady Amelia is guilty of is loving her sister, and in that score, I am as guilty as she.
Yes,
But you are not mad, Tristan argued.
Ah,
But my dear fellow, that is where you are wrong. Henry's words provided Amelia with some comfort as he came to ride on the one side of her and Fergus on the other. Tristan passed the three of them and rode on ahead to ensure that the path ahead was safe. Amelia watched his ramrod posture. Every muscle in his body was tense with rage. He is angry now, lass, but it is anger born of fear. When he saw that Cuddy atop ye, he went mad with rage. We all feared for your life, he more than anyone. The lad loves ye, lass. He cannae help himself.
Amelia looked at Fergus in surprise. What?
'Tis true, dear sister. Henry supported Fergus' assessment. Tristan is as in love with you as I am with Grace. That cannot be. I have never once given him cause to feel thusly toward me. She argued in confusion. By simply drawing breath you have given him cause, my dear. Henry answered, his eyes showing a wisdom far beyond his years. He has been little more than an annoying brother to me over the years. I cannot imagine. She could not finish the sentence as she knew it to be a lie the moment it emerged from her lips. She had thought of him as more than a brother and she knew it. She turned to gaze once more upon Tristan's rigid back. The tense muscles of his body threatened to burst his jacket seams. I have no time to think of such matters now, she replied instead. The heart does not listen to our sense of timing. It does what it wants, when it wants with us. It is but ours to keep up. Amelia thought upon Henry's words as they continued on together in silence. She was still shaking from her near violation. Would ye truly have shot the laird, lass?
I do not know,
she answered. I was in shock from the attack and was not myself. She thought about it for a moment. There is not a soul that I would allow to stop me from finding Grace, but no, I do not believe I would have killed him. That is good to hear, lass. I would nae wish to see ye bear the pain of such a choice. Nor would I, Henry agreed. I suppose that I will owe him an apology in time. Amelia sighed, beginning to feel the shame of her prior behavior. In time, perhaps. Henry nodded, but not right now. You both need a bit of time and distance, I believe.
Aye,
Fergus agreed. They fell back into silence, riding along the main road north, each scanning the landscape for any sign of Grace or her kidnappers. They would stop from time to time and ask people along their way if they had seen anything. Most had not, but occasionally they would meet someone who had seen them in passing. Tristan continued to ride ahead for the remainder of the day. When night fell and they set up camp, he offered to stand first watch. Amelia lay down on the cold hard ground, resting her head upon her saddle. After the frightful day's events, she was somewhat afraid to go to sleep. The image of the man's face leering over her flashed through her mind, causing her heart to speed up in fear and her skin to break out in anxious perspiration. Her breath quickened in panic as she remembered the stench of him so clearly. She tasted it in her mouth. The memory was so vivid, so terrifying, that she could not close her eyes. Thanks be to God that the fiend did not succeed in his attempts to further harm me. If he had. Amelia could not even finish the thought, it was too horrifying. She rolled over away from the sleeping forms of Fergus and Henry to stare out into the night. She could not stand to have her back to the unknown and felt better knowing that Tristan stood guard over them all. She knew that he was angry with her, and rightly so, but she could not allow him to keep her from her quest. Amelia would have surrendered her life willingly if it meant that Grace was found, but she had not intentionally set out to put it at risk. She hoped that Tristan would come to forgive her in time. If he does not, I will accept it, but it would be unfortunate to lose such a family friend. Deep down she knew she was deluding herself. She would not be able to accept it, and she knew that he was more than just a family friend, but she could not allow herself to entertain such an idea openly, even within her own mind. Grace was what mattered, she was all that mattered. Amelia studied Tristan's form in the darkness. She could not make out anything but a black outline, but its sturdy strength was oddly comforting to her. "Can you not sleep?" His voice traveled across the space between them. "Nay," she answered softly so as not to awaken Fergus or Henry. "The memory of the man that attacked me and the thought that such a thing could be happening to Grace as we speak." Her voice trailed off, unable to bear the thought. "You cannot think of such things or you will never sleep again, but I understand. I have been having similar thoughts myself. I am terrified for her." Silent tears streamed down her face. "As am I. As are we all. Were I able to take this pain from you both, I would in an instant. Thank you for aiding my family during this difficult time. Always," he promised, his tone of voice carrying a myriad of meanings. "Close your eyes. I will be here to stand watch over you through the night. You are safe." Amelia looked at his outline for a moment longer, then obeyed, secure in the knowledge that he would not allow anything harmful to befall her. Chapter 8. Jonathan returned from another long day of questioning tenants and neighbouring crofters from both his and Tristan's estates. The Viscount had ridden to London to speak with his solicitor about what could be done to gather the funds needed for the ransom. With Amelia gone to Henry's estate, Jonathan had been left alone to deal with the fallout of everyone's grief and fear at Canterley. "I cannot believe that Amelia left me here to bear the burden of this alone. I do not believe she would ever have chosen to aid Henry over her own brother. In fact, I am not at all certain that she did go with Henry. I cannot imagine anything keeping her from being here in case of Grace's safe return or another ransom note arriving unless she has gone looking for Grace herself." Jonathan stopped in his tracks as he realized what she must have done. That would explain the absence of Fergus MacDonald as well. The Viscount had been furious when he realized that the stable master was gone. Jonathan had at first suspected that Fergus had something to do with the kidnapping. Even though the man had never given him cause to doubt his loyalty before, his absence during such a time of crisis was suspicious. When Henry's letter had arrived explaining the situation, Jonathan had been surprised but had accepted it. However, he had doubted that Henry's letter had told the Viscount the entire story. Amelia must be looking for Grace with Fergus and Henry. Why would they not include me in their plan? Were he not the only one of the family remaining at Canterley, Jonathan would have ridden for Slantonshire straight away. As it was, he could not leave and risk missing the next letter from Grace's kidnappers. Frustrated, angry, and alone, Jonathan broke one of his father's many rules and went below stairs in search of Mrs. O'Boyle. He found her cooking his supper. "Mrs. O'Boyle?" he greeted with a nod. "My lord," she greeted, turning around in surprise. "Have ye found out anything about our darling girl?" "Nay, I have not." "Come and sit, my lord. Ye are weary to the bone. 'Tis not good that ye have been left alone here in this big old house." The cook bustled about the kitchen making him a cup of tea and dishing out a bowl of soup. It went completely against the strictures of his station to dine in the kitchen with the household staff looking on, but Jonathan was too tired and despondent to care. He had not slept the night through since Grace had been taken. Sighing, he obeyed and sat down at the table against the far kitchen wall. While he ate and drank, he watched the comings and goings of the household. Canterley ran as a well-greased wheel with everyone and everything in its place. The Viscount demanded perfection and his staff did all in their power to provide it on the miserly funds that he provided them with. Jonathan had tried his hand at hunting, but had never been very good at it. He preferred his sport to be of a more intellectual nature and had conquered many a foe in games of chess and political debates. He rode as well as any man and did so daily, but he simply did not relish the killing of living things as other men did. Fergus MacDonald provided the kitchens with many a wild creature, allowing Mrs. O'Boyle to create scrumptious fare in spite of her master's miserly ways. At the moment, Jonathan was eating a sort of rabbit stew as a product of one of Fergus' hunts. "Excellent fare, Mrs. O'Boyle. I thank you for your efforts on my behalf." Not at all. I will have the remainder of your supper done in a trice. Jonathan stood. There is no rush. Take your time. I will retire to my rooms to change. I thank you for your company, madam. He bowed ever so slightly in gratitude, then left the room. As he turned the corner, he caught the gape-mouthed looks of the other servants staring at him before he disappeared from their sight. It would appear that I have thoroughly shocked them. Had he not been so exhausted, he would have chuckled with amusement. He climbed the stairs to his room, where he was met by his valet, Summers. "My lord." Summers greeted, taking his jacket. "Summers?" Jonathan replied, sitting down on the settee at the end of his bed. He leaned back and allowed the valet to assist him with the removal of his boots. "I have taken the liberty of drawing you a bath, my lord." "Thank you, Summers. It has been a long day and I am sure to be most foul." The valet smiled in amusement, but hid it by turning away. Jonathan smiled slightly and began to remove the rest of his clothing. He walked over to the tub that had been set by the fireplace and eased into the water. The tub had been especially made so that a man taller than he could sit with his legs fully extended out in front of him. Jonathan laid his head back against the side of the tub and sighed. He closed his eyes and let the tension in his muscles relax. He thought of Grace and what circumstance she might have found herself in. He doubted that bathing had been something afforded to her, and for a moment felt guilty for his moment of pleasure. His thoughts turned back to Amelia, and he hoped that both of his sisters were safe. He missed them both greatly. Since the death of their mother they had been all each other had had. Jonathan, as the eldest and his father's heir, had made certain every day of their lives that they were safe and cared for. "Is the water to your satisfaction, my lord?" "Yes, Summers." "Thank you." The valet left the bedchamber, entering the adjacent dressing room. Jonathan watched him go, observing his behaviors. From the moment he had learned of Grace's abduction, he had watched every member of the household with suspicion. He knew that someone had betrayed them, but he had been unable to ascertain who it had been. Living with such suspicions had been an extremely unpleasant experience, causing him to distrust everyone. He hated it. Taking the soap and a cloth, he scrubbed himself from head to toe, doing so with such vigor as if he could somehow wash away all of the pain, anger, and fear beneath. When he had finished, he stepped out of the tub, wrapping a sheet around his waist. He walked over to the window and stared down at the grounds below. A memory of their mother chasing them around the grounds flashed through his mind. She had been a beautiful woman of lively spirit, unique among her class and sex, just as her daughters were now. Grace was nearly the image of the Viscountess in looks, including her beautiful hazel green eyes, while Amelia had her indomitable spirit. They all had their mother's lovely dark curls, but Jonathan and Amelia had inherited their father's dark eyes. Jonathan's gaze fell on his reflection in the window pane. His masculine features were a bit more drawn than usual. Dark circles plagued the underside of his eyes. "I need to get more sleep, or I will not be fit to help anyone." Shaking his head, he turned away from the window and moved to dress for the evening meal. He had not eaten all day but for the small bit of rabbit stew he had been given in the kitchen. He had been skipping meals in an attempt to cover as much ground as he could each day, and it was beginning to take its toll on his energy. When he descended the stairs to the dining room, he found that the cook had managed an entire venison roast for him. "Mrs. Boyle has outdone herself," he commented to the butler, who was standing by with a decanter of wine waiting to serve him. "Yes, my lord." Applegate was a quiet man of few words. Jonathan supposed that he had to be considering the master whom he served. The Viscount was not one for frivolous speech. "'Tis a great deal of food for just one person, but I suppose I do not have much of a choice at the moment," Jonathan remarked, feeling ridiculous every night as he came home and sat by himself in the large dining room to eat meals meant for an entire family, not one man. Had it been Amelia left alone, he had no doubt that she would have invited the entirety of the household staff to join her. Were Jonathan to do so, they would have refused in horror at the violation of the strictures of their respective classes. Sighing, he ate his meal alone in silence. He hoped that Grace was at the very least being fed properly. If he could have willed the meal before him through magic to his sister, he would have in an instant. When he was finished, Jonathan retired to the library for a brandy and a cigar. Sitting down behind his father's desk, he looked over the affairs of the estate and dealt with everything that needed immediate attention. When he was finished, he arose to retire for the night and spotted a piece of paper laying on the floor beside him. "Gem, it must have dropped when I was going through the accounts." He bent down to pick it up, flipping it over in his hands to see what was written. The moment he saw the handwriting he tensed. It was the same as that of the ransom note. He looked all about him to see if anyone was watching. Turning back to the page, he read the letter. "Stop asking questions. Tell no one or the girl dies." Jonathan frowned. Someone knew that he was making inquiries and was warning him off. He went back over the many people he had spoken with in his mind, second-guessing everything that had been said. Someone had warned the kidnappers that he was asking around about them. But whom? Jonathan called everyone within the household to the library and asked them about the letter. They all denied it. Taking out a pen, he asked each and every one of them for a writing sample. Not all of them could write, so he had several X's, but out of those that could write he did not find a match. Angry and disheartened, he dismissed them all to their duties. Sitting back down at the desk, he pulled a sheet of paper and began to write a letter to Amelia and Henry. He explained what had happened, keeping it short and simple. He ended the letter with a heartfelt warning, wishing he could be there with them to protect his sister. "They are in our houses. Trust no one. I remain your ever-loving and devoted brother, J." Chapter 9. Tristan sat in the darkness looking out over the starlit landscape. The night was peaceful but for Fergus snoring. He hoped that the men he had killed would not have avenging fellow clansmen for him to deal with in the future. Such a thing would slow them down significantly, placing them all in danger. He did not like to take human life, but the brigands had given him little choice. He had absolutely no tolerance at all for men of such ilk who would stoop to harming anyone in such a fashion. Amelia had scared him out of his mind by running off that way. When he had found her being attacked, he had gone mad with rage. If I had lost her. He shook his head, attempting to remove the image from his mind. We arrived in time. That is all that matters. He shifted his stance, stretching his back and legs. It had been a long day. He was a man used to spending his days in the saddle, riding and hunting in his family estate, but even with all of his experience his body still ached from the strain. Amelia stirred restlessly a few paces away. His heart went out to her. She had suffered more than anyone at the loss of Grace. Amelia had been as a mother to her, even though they had all been children when the Viscountess had died. He knew her heart was shattered. Tristan studied her dark form for a moment. The outline of her curves against the horizon made him long to join her. To sleep with her in my arms, there would be no greater heaven. He knew his thoughts were blasphemous, but he did not care. She was and always would be the love of his life, whether she ever felt the same for him or not. He had hoped that once Grace was married and running a house of her own, that Amelia would reconsider their father's proposal for uniting the Dowding and Knight families through marriage. It had been his father's dying wish to see them wed, knowing how his son had felt about her, but Amelia had refused. It had broken Tristan's heart, and she had acted as though she hadn't the faintest idea of his affections. Unwilling to force himself upon any woman, Tristan had not pressed the issue. "I tried to overcome my love for you," he silently informed her shadowy figure, "but it was all for nothing." Turning away from her, he did his best to turn his thoughts to other things. He thought of Grace and her kidnappers, but found it to be even more disconcerting than his unrequited love for Amelia. For as long as he lived, he would never understand how anyone could harm such an innocent young girl. Grace had never done harm to a single soul in her entire life. He knew that she blamed herself for her mother's death in childbirth, but no one else did. Not even the Viscount. God give her the strength to get through this. He prayed fervently that it would not all end in tragedy and heartbreak. He turned his gaze to the stars and thought of all the nights as children that they had snuck out of their beds and met each other at the boundary between their adjoining estates. They had all lain out under the stars, counting them and giving them names. They each had a star named after them, and Tristan attempted to find them now as he stared up into the night sky. Now that he was older, he knew that the stars already had names long before they had given them their own as children, but he still thought of them as their stars. They had all agreed that the brightest star in the firmament must be God, as the North Star guided travelers on their way. He smiled at the thought of their youthful innocence. What I would not give to return to such carefree days. Tristan found Orion's belt and his heart surged at the memory of the night when he and Amelia had lain in the grass, she taking the red one and he taking the blue one as their own. Little Grace had innocently suggested that the 3 stars in the middle were their future children when they got married someday. Amelia had scoffed at the idea, but Tristan had secretly agreed with Grace and had refused to name them until the day that their children would be born. Thinking of it now, he chuckled in amusement. If only I had known what lay ahead. Perhaps if he had known then what he knew now, he could have saved himself the heartbreak, but somehow, he doubted that he could have. The damage had been done. He had loved her from the first moment that she had sung to him as he lay in her arms. No man, young or old, could have withstood such beauty of spirit, no one. Today she had pointed a gun at him and threatened to kill him. If there was ever a sign that she did not and would not ever love him, he could not think of a better, more permanent refusal of a person's affections than that. Amelia was a woman of determined heart and independent mind. She was passionate and fiery, glowing as red-hot as her star in the sky. She had proclaimed that she would wed no man unless she wished to do so, and she had kept her promise, much to the Viscount's consternation. At least she did not shoot me. He would not have put it past her to have done so if she had truly thought he would come between her and finding her sister. He had only wished to keep her safe from harm, but she would not have cared about that. All she could think about right now was Grace's safety, and he believed that she was capable of committing any number of crimes to see it through, even murder. He found that instead of resenting her, or judging her daft, he found that he admired her all the more for it. A rarer woman I have not found, either in heaven or here on earth bound. He chuckled at his attempts at poetry. I am certainly not the bard. His thoughts turned to one of his favorite passages from Shakespeare's Sonnet 116. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh no. It is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is the star to every wandering bark, whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved. Tristan shook his head. How often had he thought of those very words over the years of longing for a love that never came? How often had he lain abed and gazed out of his window at their stars and ached for her touch upon his skin? He turned his head back to gaze upon her outline and thought of another of his favorite lines from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Doubt thou the stars afire, doubt that the sun doth move, doubt truth to be a liar, but never doubt I love thee. He whispered into the night. Amelia stirred but continued to sleep. I love thee more than life, Amelia Dowding, and if that is what you ask of me then I give it freely, but I will never willingly allow you to throw yours away, no matter how precious the reason. If there is a price to pay along this hunt, then please God, let it be me that pays it and not her. He willed his words to the heavens. Let it be me. When morning dawned, their little party arose and continued on their journey. Amelia had slept fitfully through the night. She had dreamt an endless stream of nightmares that had left her feeling more bereft upon waking than she had upon lying down. She had not known such a thing to be possible, and yet it was. Sighing, she had arisen and gone about her day. As she rode along, she was reminded of an odd moment in the night. Somewhere in her slumbering, the terror had been broken up by a dream wherein Tristan had declared his undying love in the most romantic terms that she could ever have hoped for. It had been perfect, and she had awakened feeling strangely sorrowed by the fact that his declaration had not been real. She had also awakened with an unexplained urge to read the works of William Shakespeare. How odd. Brushing her frivolous thoughts aside, she set her mind once again to the task of finding her sister. The sea. Grace breathed as she came in sight of the large expanse of water. They had ridden the length of Scotland and had come to its northernmost shores. She had lost count of the number of days that they had travelled. A boat lay in the water in front of them and the men dismounted walking toward it. The man who held Grace picked her up and carried her over his shoulder, placing her into the bow of the boat. "Where are you taking me?" she protested, fighting back as best she could with her hands being bound. She was terrified that she would never see her beloved land or family again. Only 2 of the men climbed into the boat. The others remained behind with the horses. The 2 men shoved off from shore, ignoring her every protest, rowing for a time, then let loose the small sail. The boat was a smaller fishing vessel that barely fit the 3 of them with any comfort. It was a calm day, but even so the little boat was tossed about by the rough lapping of the water. The rocking of the boat caused Grace to be ill, and she retched over the side. She contemplated jumping overboard. "I could not swim to shore with my hands being bound, but perhaps death would be better than what lies ahead. Such a death would not be a kindness to my family, nor would it serve me well in the hereafter." Deciding suicide was not the answer, she continued to suffer from seasickness the entire journey. By the time that they reached land once more, she was wishing that she had killed herself. The men beached the boat and pulled her from the bow, carrying her further up the shoreline. "Where are you taking me?" she managed to croak out through her acid-raw throat. "You will see soon enough." When Grace first laid eyes on her prison, she gasped in a mixture of awe and fear. The dry stacked stone tower rose above them in ominous grey beauty. "Welcome to Musabrock." The man who carried her jeered, then tossed her inside onto the cold hard grey stone floor. "Musa?" she murmured in confusion, trying to remember where she had heard the name before. Shetland. The scoundrels had brought her to one of the Shetland Islands. There was no possible way that anyone was ever going to find here. All remaining hope that she had been clinging to fell away. Her only hope was to be ransomed. Rescue would now be impossible. She screamed in despair and pounded the ground with her fists. "Let me out of here. Let me return to my family. Please." She sobbed her protests to deaf ears. The sound echoed up around her, coming back to settle in her own ears, adding to her despair. She continued to cry for some time, but eventually settled down, having exhausted what little energy she possessed. After she had quieted, she began to look around her for a way out. The Brock was a round ancient structure of magnificent construction. The stone walls ringed around her with small spaces like shelves recessed into the walls, one on top of the other, built into the tower's construction. She searched each and every one of them for a way out, but did not find one. There was not a roof, leaving her open and exposed to the elements. Even if she were able to make it to the top of the tower, there would be no way to climb down. The only way down from the top would be to leap to her death. "My captors have chosen my prison well," she mused. "Too well." As darkness fell once more, Grace lay on the stone ledge along the wall, hoping that it would shield her from the worst of the weather. It was cold in the north at night, even during the summer, and she dreaded the long night ahead. Curling up in a ball under the one blanket she had been allowed on their journey, she shivered herself to sleep. "Please, God, do not let me die in the night. Amelia would never recover." Chapter 10. Amelia stood on the shore of the North Sea and gazed out across the expanse. Their motley band of searchers had reached the northern edge of Scotland. "You say that a group of men such as what we described bought a boat from you and set sail from here?" she asked again, praying that the fisherman was wrong. All of the clues and eyewitness reports had led them here, and yet Grace was nowhere to be found. "Aye, lass. I did nae see any lassie with them though. Perhaps she joined them later. I cannae be sure, as I was nae present when they set sail." The older man scratched his head in thought. "But you are certain that it was they?" Amelia was fairly certain that he was crawling with head lice the way he was digging at his scalp during the entirety of their conversation. "Aye, they were the men he have described, nae doubt about it." They had picked up a consistent description of the men with every person that they had spoken with along the way that had seen them. Amelia felt as if she might scream in frustration, anger, and fear. They have taken her from Scotland. Her heart raced at such a speed it was painful. Where were the men going? She demanded of the small fisherman. "I dinna ken. They did nae say and I did nae ask. They could be in Norway by now." he answered, shrugging his shoulders as if to say that it did not matter to him. "Now you listen here, you." A string of words that no genteel lady should ever utter came cascading from her lips as she grabbed up the man by the front of his jacket and shook him violently. "Amelia?" Tristan stepped forward and pried her hands loose, taking her into his arms. "He must know. He has to know." "He does not know anything more than what he has told us, Amelia." "No," she shouted into his face. "No. He has to know, or all is lost." She attempted to launch herself at the little man to beat the answers she needed from him, but Tristan held her back. "Let me go. Let me go." "Nay, I will not." Tristan refused. "It is for your own good." "For my own good? You know nothing about what is good for me. I should have shot you when I had the chance." She did not actually mean it, but she was beside herself with grief. "I need a boat. Someone find me a boat. Do you have another boat for sale?" She began speaking entirely too fast as she fell into a state of hysterics. Panic over never seeing Grace again had taken all sense of rational thought from her. "And where would you go?" Tristan asked logically. "You have no way of knowing where she has gone. There are a myriad of islands and countries that she could have been taken to by now. I will sail to them all." Amelia insisted, unwilling to surrender. "Amelia?" Tristan attempted to make her see reason, but she would not. She fought him, hitting at him with her fists and yelling in his face until she finally dissolved into a state of uncontrollable sobbing. "Grace!" She cried out to the sea around them. "Grace! Dear God, protect her. I am so sorry, Mother. I have failed you. I have failed you both. I am so very sorry." Her sobs racked her body with such force that it felt as if her chest was being ripped asunder. "Amelia, you have failed no one," Tristan insisted. "You have done more than anyone else could possibly have imagined. You have traveled the length of Britannia in search of your sister. Your mother could not have asked more of you than that. You cannot blame yourself for any of this. She is my responsibility. She is also mine as my betrothed. Do you blame me for any of this?" Henry asked, his eyes entreating her to consider his words carefully. "Nay." Amelia shook her head. "Even though she was on her way to see me when it happened?" "Nay." "Do you blame Jonathan or your father?" "Nay." "Then it follows that you are also not to blame." Henry's logic was unassailable. Amelia collapsed onto the ground, slipping from Tristan's arms to his feet, the fight leaving her exhausted beyond measure. "What can we do? There must be something we can do." "Aye, lass, there is. We can return home and see if any further word has been left pertaining to the ransom. We can help to gather the funds needed to pay for her release." Fergus came over and lowered himself to the ground beside her, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. "Ye would nae want to miss anything important about the next letter that might lead ye to the culprits who did this?" Amelia nodded, slowly clutching the blanket tightly around her as if to shield her from the realities of the situation. She squeezed her eyes shut to block out the never-ending nature of the sea before her. She had always loved the sea, now it was nothing more than an insurmountable barrier that was keeping her from finding her sister. When she opened them again, she peered through the haze, praying that against all odds and reason that Grace would suddenly appear before her, but of course no such thing occurred. Fergus helped her to stand and she walked over to the fisherman. "If they return or you hear anything of their whereabouts, send word immediately to Henry Booth, Duke of Slantonshire. He will get word to me and I will come. If you do, there will be a reward in it for you should it produce the lady that we seek." "Aye, your ladyship." The man agreed, a greedy glint entering his eyes. "Only if it leads to her rescue. Do not attempt to speak falsely, for I will know, and you will get nothing." The man nodded and scurried away as fast as his old legs would carry him. It was clear that he wished to put as much distance as he could between himself and the daft woman who had desired to tear him limb from limb. Fergus came to stand beside her, placing a tentative hand at her elbow in question. Amelia turned to him and with the greatest of pain in her chest over the surrender nodded her consent. "Take me home, Fergus." The journey back to Slantonshire was a long exhausting affair spent primarily in days of silence only broken by necessary conversation for their survival. Tristan kept a weather eye out for further brigands, but they did not encounter anyone of ill will as they retraced their steps. Amelia, heartbroken, kept to herself. Tristan rode at the front of the group, while Henry took to riding at the rear lost in a world of his own pain. Fergus remained at Amelia's side the entire way day and night. Amelia knew that they were all worried that she would get some desperate idea and take off after Grace again. She was not sure that she would not do so herself. Had there been the slightest hope that any lead might aid her in the pursuit, she would have taken it. She was fairly certain that Tristan wished to tie her to her horse after everything that had happened. She had caused him great concern many times throughout their sojourn north, and she knew that he would not readily forget it. He had shown great strength during a time when Amelia had needed it most, in spite of her threats to shoot him. Despite her protestations of his logical conclusions admitting their defeat, she was grateful that he had come with her. When they arrived at Slantonshire, everyone parted ways to their own respective rooms, bathed, and fell into bed exhausted not to resurface until the morn. When Henry awoke it was late morning. He arose, dressed, and went downstairs to the dining room to break his fast. He inquired of his butler as to the whereabouts of his guests and was informed that Tristan and Fergus were in the stables having already eaten, while Lady Amelia had not yet arisen. After eating, Henry moved to the library and sat down behind his desk. In his absence the paperwork had piled up and he had a stack of missives and accounts to attend to. Starting with the stack of missives, he opened the first letter on the pile. It was a note from his solicitor in reply to Henry's inquiries about funding the ransom. His trusted man was working diligently to provide the necessary funds by calling in the Duke's various loans and investments to his compatriots among the ton. The solicitor promised to have the money to him as soon as was physically possible. The next letter was addressed to Amelia and he set it aside to be taken up to her when she awoke. The third letter bore Jonathan's hand and Henry tore it open with haste, hoping to find news of Grace. He scanned the page quickly and when he was done, he closed his eyes, wrinkling the page in anger. Jonathan's last words echoing through his mind. "They are in our houses. Trust no one. I remain your ever-loving and devoted brother, J." They had suspected that there was an unwitting spy among their ranks, but Jonathan's letter confirmed that the betrayal ran deeper than that. It confirmed that evil walked among them. Opening his eyes, Henry stared out of the library door as if he could will the culprits to enter and confess all. He hated lies. The idea that one of his own people could have played a role in abducting his love was the ultimate of betrayals, the ultimate of lies. Standing, Henry rang for his butler. "You summoned me, Your Grace?" "Yes, Graham. I must make a request of you that is most delicate. I am here to serve at Your Grace's pleasure." The butler nodded his consent to comply with whatever it might be. "I require a thorough search of everyone's rooms within my household, an unannounced search." "And what are we looking for, Your Grace?" "Any sign that one of our own people played a role in the abduction of Lady Grace." "Surely not, Your Grace." The butler looked indignantly horrified at such an idea. "I understand your doubt and reticence, Graham, however, all signs point to just such a thing at Canterley and we cannot risk that we have not fallen victim to the very same. I also require a handwriting sample from everyone under my employ. Lord Jonathan performed one at Canterley and we must be as equally thorough." "Yes, Your Grace. I will accompany you. We will go together now to see this horrible business through." Henry arose from behind his desk and they went to the servants' quarters. They searched every room, leaving nothing unturned. Their efforts did not go unnoticed and a crowd of servants gathered in the hallway curious to see what was afoot. None of them showed signs of being guilty of anything, simply curious as to their master's odd behavior. When they had finished the room search, Henry requested that everyone join him in the library where he had each of them submit a writing sample that he compared to the ransom note. None of them matched. He dismissed them without further explanation and sat alone staring out of the window. "Who has done this thing? Who would do such a thing?" he asked for the 1000th time. Henry shook his head in frustration. May the bloody sea swallow them whole and bring our grace back to us. A sound at the door alerted him to the fact that he was no longer alone. He looked up to find Amelia standing in the doorway. "Henry?" she inquired tentatively. He could tell that she had been crying again. "I am sorry to disturb you." "Not at all. Please, join me." He arose and offered her his arm, bringing her to sit in the chair in front of the desk. "There is a missive for you." He took the sealed piece of paper from his desk and handed it to her. "This one also came from Jonathan for us both." He handed her the letter that he had already opened, warning them that the enemy had people within their own homes. Amelia scanned the page, shaking her head in disgust. How could anyone we know be capable of such a betrayal? "I do not understand it myself. I have had the house searched for signs of the spy within our midst, but it was to no avail." He gestured toward the paper bearing the handwriting of each of the staff. "Nothing I have attempted has bore any fruit." Amelia nodded in understanding, her eyes filled with compassion for his plight. She bent her head to the remaining missive in her hand and broke the seal. It was of plain ordinary wax, without any defining insignia. Opening the paper, her eyes traveled across the page. Her face lost what little color it had remaining, and she clenched her jaw, the muscles spasming in her neck. "What is it?" he inquired, concerned. Amelia thrust the missive across the desk into his hand. "Stop searching or the girl dies." Henry looked up from the paper at Amelia. "They knew." "Yes, and not only did they know, but we must have been getting very close for them to have sent this." Her eyes burned with a fire so bright in its intensity that Henry could not help but lean forward across the desk. "We were close, so very close." Amelia nodded her head, then stood and began to pace the floor. It was clear that she was fighting an inner battle between the knowledge that they had been close enough to be a threat to the kidnappers and the command for her to cease from searching or risk her sister's death. Henry sat back in his chair and waited to see which would be the one to win out. At what point did they send the letter? They had to have known that if we were following them that we would not get this until our return. Had they written it before setting sail, would they not have left it with the old fisherman to give us upon our arrival? At what point did we get so close as to cause them to feel such a threat was necessary? Her thoughts and questions came pouring out in a torrent of dread and excitement. "I do not know." Ringing for the butler, Henry asked Graham when he had received the letter. "I believe it arrived at the same time as the other addressed to her ladyship, but that was some time ago and I cannot be certain. We were on the road for weeks. It could have been sent at any point along our journey." Amelia continued to pace back and forth in front of his desk. "There is no possible way to know when or from whence it was sent." Discouraged, she sat back down in the chair. Henry waved the butler away and they sat in silence for a time, each with their own thoughts. When Tristan and Fergus joined them, she handed them both of the letters. "Och, lass, I am sorry." Fergus responded to the letter's threat with concern. "When did the letter come?" "We are not certain," Henry explained. "So, there is no chance of finding the person who delivered it then?" "I am afraid not." "That is too bad. I am sorry, lass. I wish that there was more we could do." "As do I. We were so close. My real concern is that we did not see this until now. I pray to God that it is not too late. I would never forgive myself if she was harmed because of our quest to find her." On that note, Henry picked up a letter from his desk. "I have had news from my solicitor. He is certain that we will be able to acquire my half of the ransom." "That is wonderful news, Henry," Amelia exclaimed. He was pleased that he was able to bring her some good news among all of the worry. "He will arrive with the funds as soon as he is able." "Excellent." Tristan nodded his approval. "Let us hope the Viscount has received equal good fortune in his efforts." "Here, here," Henry agreed, more a prayer than anything else. A heavy silence fell upon the room as if none of them knew what to do next. Amelia was the first to break it. I suppose the only thing left for me to do after the reading of this letter forbidding me to search further would be to return home to Canterley and aid Father and Jonathan in procuring the remainder of the funds. Sighing, she stood, nodded her head to Henry and left the room to pack what few belongings she had brought with her. I will have the horses readied for your departure, Henry promised to her departing form. I will see to it, Your Grace. Fergus offered, and left for the stables. Tristan came around to sit in the chair in front of Henry. I will need to go with her and see that nothing else befalls her. Will you be fine here on your own, my friend? Henry sighed. I will have to be. Once you have the ransom money, do not tarry here over long on your own. It is not good for a man to bear such grief without the comfort of friends. With the wedding having not taken place due to Grace's abduction, the Dowager Duchess, upset by all that had transpired, had gone with her brother to Bath, not wishing to be alone while Henry had chased after the culprits across the length of Scotland. With his mother gone, he supposed that there would be no reason to remain at Slantonshire once he had collected the funds. The kidnappers seemed to know their every move, so would know to send any further letters for him to Canterley should he go. Nodding, Henry agreed to follow as soon as was possible. I will come. We will await your arrival. Tristan arose, shook Henry's hand, then left the room. Godspeed, Henry murmured as he watched them ride away. Chapter 11. Amelia, Tristan, and Fergus rode south for Canterley. Amelia could not shake the feeling that she was riding farther and farther away from where she truly should have been. Her mind and heart called her north to the shore where they have given up their search. She traced the line of the sea's horizon in her mind's eye, feeling as if the answers to all that she sought lay just beyond it. With every step she fought her instincts to turn back around and return to the north. Tristan must have sensed her hesitancy, for he leaned over in his saddle and spoke low only for her to hear. You are doing the right thing. You are not abandoning her. Your obedience to their wishes saves her. Remember that. Nodding his encouragement for her to stay the course, Tristan urged his horse forward to ensure that the way was clear of dangers. Since Grace's abduction he had left nothing to chance when it came to Amelia's safety. Fergus moved his horse to keep pace beside her. He is a good man, Earl. He is not my Earl, Amelia protested. As you say, Fergus replied, the doubt clear in his tone and face. But yes, he is a good man. As are you, Fergus. I do not know what I would have done without you both on this journey. Ye would more than likely be dead, lass. Of that I am sadly aware. Why is it that we women are forced to live in the world of violence that men have created, the making of which we have had little to no say in at all? That I cannae say, lass, for only God kens the answer. It would appear that God prefers to keep his own counsel on the subject. Fergus laughed heartily at her blasphemy. That spirit. He shook his head in admiration. I fear it will be the end of ye, lass. But not this day. Nay, this day. They continued on in silence for a time. Amelia's entire body was tense with the strain of defeat and sorrow. When they reached the inn, they dismounted, and she gratefully retired to her room. She fell upon the bed too exhausted to do anything else. Her heart pounded in her ears, the pain of her body was so intense. Too many days in the saddle had taken its toll. The abandonment of her quest had done far more. With the loss of hope, there was nothing remaining to buffer the pain. Curled up on her side, sleep quickly claimed her, but she was tormented by terrible dreams. She dreamt of Grace, of her mother, and of the unknown fate that awaited them all in death. When she awakened, she found herself crying out into the night. 'Tis nothing but a dream. Tristan's voice broke through the fog of sleep. His face hovered. How? I heard you cry out and came to see that you were safe. However, when I arrived your door was ajar. I feared the worst. I must have missed the latch in my exhaustion. She could not believe that she had been so careless. Had it been another instead of Tristan who had come upon her, she could have faced a fate far worse than a mere nightmare. My apologies for causing concern. My concern for you does not depend upon, nor is it born of this tribulation alone. My concern has always been and will always be yours.
Amelia looked up into his eyes and saw the truth of his words reflected in the fire's light and shook her head in denial. The light in his eyes altered at her refusal to accept his words. He backed away toward the door. Forgive me for the impropriety of entering your room. In future see that your door is properly latched. He disappeared into the darkness of the hallway, shutting the door firmly behind himself. Amelia lay back sighing in equal parts relief and guilt at his retreat. He had risked both of their reputations by entering her room unchaperoned. Had anyone saw them together, her liberty to remain unwed would have been forfeit. I will surrender to no man that which is forced upon me, not by he or by society. She knew that once Grace was wed that she would no longer be needed as her sister's keeper, and her worth to her father would be next to nothing if she did not agree to wed a nobleman of great wealth. With Grace gone, there will be nothing to stand between me and our father's displeasure. Perhaps the quest to procure Jonathan a bride of his own will offer me a brief reprieve. She could only pray that it would be so. In all honesty, she would have been more than happy to retire herself to a spinster's cottage on Henry's estate so as to be near Grace, but her father would never allow it. Please, God, return her safely to us. Her heart longed for the sight of her sister's smiling face. Lying back upon the bed, she waited for sleep to reclaim her, but it never came. When morning dawned, she could barely stand of her own accord. She stumbled her way down the stairs and out to the stables. Are ye well, lass? Fergus took in the state of her and leapt to her side. He took her arm to steady her. Och, ye are burning with fever. Ye should be in bed nae riding the day through.
I will be fine,
Amelia argued. The world spun around her, the earth shifting under her feet. 'Tis nothing but fatigue from the journey. Nay, 'tis more than that, lass. Ye look as if ye are upon death's door in street. Peter is knocking on the other side calling your name. A less than flattering description, Fergus. Tristan's voice chastised from behind Amelia. She's burning with fever, your lordship. 'Tis nae safe for her to be out on the road. She needs a healer. Tristan reached out and touched her face. Amelia, he exclaimed in surprise. How are you standing before me with such an inferno blazing within you? This will not do at all. Fergus is right. You need a physician. Nay, I am well. Let us depart for Canterley immediately. Jonathan awaits our arrival. Amelia, I do not think that to be a wise course of action. Tristan cautioned. I care not what you think on this matter. I am going home. Amelia struggled to climb onto the saddle of her horse, but she managed it on the third try by sheer force of will. She left the stable with Tristan and Fergus following close behind. She was delirious with fever, the dreams of the night entering her waking hours. I must make it home in the event that the kidnappers make contact once more. I cannot let Grace down. Her thoughts hazy, her vision cloudy, she tenuously clung to the back of her horse. I have never seen a more stubborn woman in all of my days. She could hear Tristan grumbling to Fergus. She is by far the most infuriating creature I have yet to meet. Aye, the lass has a mind of her own, to be sure. As did her mither. I cannot imagine that going over well with the Viscount. It did nay. And it still does not. Poor Amelia. She fights a battle that she will never win. The Viscount will have his way where she is concerned, and I fear she will pay a great price for her resistance. Aye, that she will, but she would nae have it any other way. She is a fighter, and fighters ne'er give up if there is e'en a wee bit o' hope to be found. Perhaps nearly losing one daughter will soften the Viscount's heart to his other one. Aye, we can only hope. Amelia was not certain if the men had stopped talking or if it was the black fog rolling across her vision that kept her from hearing the remainder of their conversation, but the last thing she heard before she passed out sliding from the back of her horse was Tristan calling out her name in alarm. Amelia. Tristan rushed forward and plucked Amelia from her saddle. Pulling her onto his own horse to sit in front of him, he placed her unconscious form against his chest. Amelia, he repeated in an attempt to wake her. They had traveled too far from their previous inn to turn back now. She needs a physician.
He reiterated to Fergus. "Aye, but where are we going to be finding such a thing round here?" "I do not know. The nearest inn is some distance ahead and it is twice that to return from whence we came." "Aye, forward it is then. Perhaps they will ken a healer tate and tie the lass. She has overexerted herself and fallen ill for the lack of proper care." Tristan blamed himself for not noticing that she had succumbed to illness sooner. Had he not been so sensitive about her reaction to his being in her room, he might have noticed that she was unwell and been able to get her the proper medical care that she needed. Poor wee lass. She has worried herself entire state. 'Tis nae good for a lass to be doing all that she has done. Love makes people do things they would not entertain under normal circumstances. Familial love more than most. Aye, she has a heart as big as Scotland itself. I have long told the lass that she would make a good Scot. I am sure that she appreciated the compliment. Aye, she did at that, and our time in Scotland only proved me to be right. She took to the Highlands as if she had been born to them." Fergus' chest puffed up with pride ever so slightly, dampened only by his concern for her well-being. "We need to get her fever down. She is burning so hot that I can feel it through my clothes. It is as if I were holding a roasted haunch of venison in my arms straight from the fires instead of a lady. Och, with a fever such as that she will nae last the day. Do ye ken any healers, perhaps an old wise woman about these parts?" "Nay, I do not know of any such person, but I have never had cause to know such a thing before now." Tristan shook his head in regret for his lack of knowledge. "Nor I." Fergus frowned, worried. They rode on with Tristan holding Amelia upright in his arms. He fought to keep her on the horse even though her limp form continuously attempted to slide off to the ground below. "Hold on, Amelia. Hold on." They rode as fast as their situation would allow. Their journey took much less time than it had before without making all of the same stops to speak with people as they had before. Amelia's body burned through Tristan's shirt, causing chills to run up and down his spine. He feared for her life and knew nothing what to do for her but to make it to the next inn. Surely the next village will be in possession of a skilled healer of some sort? "Aye." Fergus nodded in agreement and they both urged their steeds to go a bit faster. By the time that they reached the next inn, Amelia was completely delirious with fever. She was shaking uncontrollably and murmuring something about slitting the throats of the men who had taken her sister. Tristan agreed that such a punishment was deserving, but he had never heard her speak in such a fashion about anyone. It gave him cause for concern. Amelia was a woman of great spirit, but she was not violent by nature, contrary to how she had behaved along their journey. "She is losing hope," he remarked to Fergus with some alarm. "If she loses hope of finding grace, she might." He could not bring himself to finish the thought. "Aye." Fergus agreed, studying her face for any sign of the woman they both knew and loved. When they pulled up in front of the inn, Tristan dismounted, tossing the reins to Fergus, and carried Amelia inside. He demanded that the innkeeper provide her with his best room and that a bath be drawn for her straight away. He also demanded that a physician be sent for immediately. The innkeeper's son was the one instructed to go and fetch the local surgeon. "Run as if the devil himself is nipping at your heels, boy," he commanded. The boy nodded and ran out of the inn as fast as his legs would carry him. The innkeeper led them to a room off the back side of the inn's main room so that he would not be forced to carry her up the long flight of stairs. It was a large room considering the size of the inn, well lit, with comfortable accommodations. A large tub was brought in and set in front of the fireplace. A sheet was laid over the inside of the tub and then bucket after bucket of tepid water was poured into the barrel-like interior. Tristan removed Amelia's jacket and boots, then plunged her into the water, clothing and all. Amelia began to fight him, and Fergus came around the other side of the tub to offer his aid. "She does nae ken what she does," he reminded him. "Nay, she does not. The fever has taken over her mind and there is no way to alleviate the dreams that plague her. Were I able to take the full measure of her pain from her, I would do so gladly." "Aye, as would I." "We are not going to be able to make the rest of the journey to Canterley until she has recovered. We cannot risk losing her on the road. She needs rest. I will ride ahead in the morning to inform his lordship of what has happened. Tristan nodded. For now, let us see what can be done to help her. He held her head above the water and used his fingers to trickle the cooling liquid onto her forehead. The innkeeper's wife brought a nightdress for Amelia to borrow and laid it on the bed. She handed Tristan a cloth to aid in his task. I am preparing a tea of white willow bark for the lady. It will help with the fever, she informed him. Thank you for your kindness, Mrs. Inga, she answered with a curtsy. Thank you, Mrs. Inga. Please send the surgeon in as soon as he arrives. Yes, of course, my lord. She left the room as quietly as she had entered it. Tristan fought Amelia's fever until the surgeon finally arrived. Fergus had grown so impatient that he had gone outside to await the man's arrival at the stables. The Scotsman was so concerned for his mistress that it would not have surprised Tristan had Fergus carried the healer in over his shoulder to speed the process along. As it was, he was pushing the small-statured bespectacled physician with a hand to his back. The poor surgeon nearly stumbled as he entered the room. Fergus was rushing him so hard. The surgeon knelt down on the floor beside Amelia as she soaked in the tub. He examined her as fully as he was able given her clothed state, lifting her eyelids to examine the pupils beneath, listening to her heart and breathing. When he stood up again, he had a very concerned look on his face. She has been poisoned. Is such a high fever common in poisoning? Tristan asked, not being overly familiar with such. Nay, one would usually expect to see a cold sweat in such a case, but I have seen it sometimes in patients who have had an unexpected reaction to a medicine I have prescribed. I believe this to be just such an instance. He turned to Fergus. You say that she was acting strangely, as if she were having difficulty sitting atop her horse and was breathing irregularly, much as she is now, just before she fainted? Aye. Fergus confirmed. Amelia began to shake and convulse in the tub, frightening Tristan that she might hurt herself. Physician. He shouted for assistance. The surgeon rushed forward, placing a leather strap between her teeth. Tristan stared at him in question. To ensure that she does not bite her tongue off during the convulsions. When the convulsions ceased, Tristan sat down on the floor, shaken by the experience. What was she poisoned with? He demanded to know. I believe she has been poisoned with camphor. 'Tis normally a very helpful medicine when applied topically, but if consumed in very great amounts it can cause all of the symptoms that she currently bears, including and up to death. Death? Tristan and Fergus both lunged to their feet at the word. Yes, if not treated. Let us hope that she has not passed the point of no return. I am going to need a large quantity of wine. The surgeon pulled a bottle of laudanum from his bag as Fergus rushed from the room and returned shortly with the requested bottle of wine. Move her to the bed, he instructed. And what of her wet clothes? Have the good innkeeper's wife come to our aid in this matter to preserve the girl's modesty. Fergus nodded and left the room once more, returning with Mrs. Inga. The men left the room long enough for the woman to change Amelia into the borrowed nightdress. When she reopened the door, Amelia lay dry upon the bed. The moment they entered, she began to convulse once more. The physician pushed through the door past the innkeeper's wife to Amelia's side. He poured the wine into a bowl, along with 15 drops of laudanum. He placed the bowl to her lips and had Tristan to aid him in rousing her enough that she might drink it. Amelia resisted, but the surgeon would not give up and forced her to drink the contents of the bowl in its entirety. Why would someone do such a thing? Mrs. Inga breathed in fright as she watched the entire ordeal. How could they do this to a lady of such noble birth? As camphor is not a poison that leads to instant death, it would appear that the lady's enemies wished for her to suffer, or perhaps they meant only to scare her, unaware of the medicine's deadly qualities. Either way, whomever has done this most likely used a bitter food or drink to administer it to conceal the taste. The surgeon turned to Tristan. Were you anywhere in the last day or so that such a thing could have taken place? Aye. Fergus answered. We stayed at an inn farther north of here last night and at the Duke of Slantinshire's estate the night afore that. The surgeon nodded. 'Twould be no trouble at all to slip something such as camphor into her tea or ale, both if strong enough would conceal the bitter taste. Camphor poisoning can pass itself as many other ailments. I would not have known what it was myself had I not seen it before. I will remain here with her through the night. The wine and laudanum will need to be administered at moderate intervals until the poison has passed from her system.
Will she live?
Tristan's heart pounded with fear and fury. Only time will tell.
Chapter 12.
Fergus, have a missive sent to Henry right away. Pay what you must to see that the messenger does not spare the horse. I am afraid that you will not be able to rest the night here but must ride like the wind to Canterley to warn Jonathan of the danger. They are both a great risk.
Aye.
Fergus nodded in agreement and left the room at once. It would appear that you are plagued with enemies, my lord. Yes, enemies of the vilest kind. I would say so to harm a lady. Were you to find the men responsible, I would gladly serve as witness to what I have seen here today before the magistrate.
I thank you.
Green. Phineas Green.
I thank you,
Phineas Green. We may have need to call upon you yet for such a task. The physician bowed graciously and returned to his work with Amelia. They worked tirelessly through the night to save her as she faded in and out of consciousness. At times she would fight them, at other times she would cling to Tristan's arms as if he were the only thing that kept her planted to the earth. She called out to Grace in her delirium along with prayers to God that he might have her life if only he would save her sister's life in exchange. Tristan's heart broke time and time again as the tides of Amelia's misery ebbed and flowed between convulsions and lethargy. Is there not more that can be done? The wine and laudanum do nothing but make her sleep in drunken stupor when it is not causing her to expel the contents of her stomach. Nay, there is nothing else that I can do. Either the remedy will work, and she will recover, or it will not, and the lady will perish. I am sorry, my lord, but that is the truth of it. Tristan balled his fists and imagined his hands wrapped around the throat of the men who had done this to her. He knew it had to have been the kidnappers. No one else would have had cause to do her such harm. Whether they meant it as a warning or for it to lead to her death he did not know, but he would have gladly killed them all for either reason. The image of him killing the men who had attacked her flashed through his mind and he wished a similar fate on the men who had caused her current calamity. He knelt at the head of the bed and whispered in her ear. I will find the men responsible for this and bring them to justice. They will pay for what they have done to you and your family. Tristan, she whispered. Her voice was unsteady, her gaze unfocused. I am here. He moved to within her line of sight. She reached up and he took her hand in his. You must go on without me. You must save Grace. She half pleaded, half commanded. Nay, I will not leave you. He swore. Bringing her hand to his lips, he placed a kiss upon it. Henry and your father have the ransom well in hand. I will remain here with you until you are able to travel, then I will see you back to your home safe in your family's arms. Amelia stared at his lips, her eyes glazed by large quantities of laudanum and wine. No sooner shall Grace return, but that Henry will take her away again. She is to be wed, and all else will fall to the wayside. My duty to my mother will be done. One would think it to be a relief, and yet my heart feels as if it is being ripped from my chest. Tristan knew that she was not cognizant of her speech, and had she been she would not have spoken such, but he also knew that in her haze some truth had been revealed. She will always love you. He reassured her knowing it was not enough to ease the pain. She could be lying dead somewhere, and I lie here concerned for what the future will hold without her once she is a bride. It is understandable. It is unforgivable. Nay, never. Her gaze wandered up to his eyes and she tried to focus. But you are too kind to me. No such thing. Yes, you are. She nodded drunkenly, hiccuping slightly. Tristan fought the urge to chuckle over the adorable sound. Fergus says. Her words wandered off for a moment. What does Fergus say? He says a lot of things, she murmured, drifting back toward sleep. Tristan did chuckle then. Yes, he does. Her eyes fell closed once more and her breathing grew more even. Tristan moved to rise but was stopped by her squeezing his hand. Fergus says that you love me, she murmured, then was asleep. Had Fergus been there in that moment, Tristan might have punched him in the mouth. Blathering Scotsman. He leaned over her and kissed her forehead, then moved back out of the surgeon's way so that he might assess her condition. The fever has broken. Will she live? I believe so, yes. Thanks be to God. Tristan sighed in relief. It will be several days before she will have the strength to travel. I will remain here and watch over her. I thank you for your aid. 'Tis due to your own quick hand that she lives. And your own diligent service. Phineas Green stated. She is a very fortunate lady indeed to have a man such as your lordship as a friend. Thank you. I believe that she is out of danger now, so I will leave you, but you should continue to administer the treatment a few more times to be sure. Now remember to call on me if she worsens or if you find the men responsible and need a witness. No one should be forced to suffer as she has this night. I will return before the day is through in reassurance of her recovering state. Phineas Green bowed in farewell and left the room. Tristan looked down upon Amelia's sleeping face and traced the pale drawn lines with his eyes. He had not slept since leaving Slantonshire, as the incident with Amelia had robbed him of his sleep at the first inn and her illness at the second. Throwing a blanket down upon the wooden floor at her bedside, Tristan lowered himself to rest. He groaned as his muscles attempted to relax against the hard surface with little success. The strain of the last days coursed through his body in painful reminder of all that they had endured. He closed his eyes in hopes that sleep would swiftly claim him, but his concern for Amelia kept it at bay. He tossed and turned in restless frustration. How can one be robbed of sleep for so long and yet still not give way to its call? Sitting up, he leaned his back against the side of the bed and stared into the flames of the fireplace. He sighed, rubbing his face fiercely as if he could somehow remove all worry. Amelia stirred beside him, pulling his attention back to her form. Rising, he plied her with the prescribed medicines. He prayed that the surgeon was indeed correct in believing her to be on the mend and that the cloud he saw upon her visage was nothing but the wine and laudanum at work. He smoothed the sweat-dampened hair from her brow with a cooling cloth. Her fever had lessened but had not been entirely eliminated. He feared that the physician might have been premature in his pronouncement that it had broken. Amelia moaned in misery. Shh, hold on, my love. Hold on. Grace lay upon the cold stone floor of the baroque, shivering to the point that she feared her teeth might shatter. During the day she stood unsheltered from the sun, while at night under the North Atlantic chill she felt as if she might perish from the cold. The stone offered her body little comfort, its grey surface marred by the stain of her blood as she had tried and failed to pry the stones loose, allowing her escape. She turned her face up to the clouded sky and cried out in silent query to the heavens. Why have you forsaken me to such a fate? Have I not been a dutiful daughter, sister, and friend? Have I not guarded my virtue and my tongue with equal measure? Have I not brought my father's house glory and renown through my betrothal to the Duke of Slantonshire? Why do you punish me so? She stood gazing up at the empty blue-grey sky, the gift of answer refused to her. She had begged and pleaded for her captors to release her, but her words had fallen on deaf ears. So too had God given her little credence but to spare her life up to this point. Not a small blessing, and yet her circumstances found gratitude to be a difficult thing to achieve. Grace had never felt more alone or afraid in her entire life than she had in the days since her abduction, and she could see no end in sight. In recent days she had begun to feel her sanity slip as lack of sleep and fear plagued her sensibilities. In an effort to keep herself from falling further into despair, she recalled to mind every memory of her life that she could manage to summon. When such failed her in the end, she turned to recitation of poetic verse and the creation of her own where remembrance fell short. Such past times were only temporary measures, and she soon returned to prayer for salvation from her torment. Her kidnappers provided her with food and water enough to keep her alive, but nothing else. They did not speak to her more than to demand her silence. Occasionally a bird or insects would visit her for a time, and she envied their ability to come and go as they pleased. My life has come to such as this, holding envy in my heart for the freedom of an insect. Were it Amelia in my place, I cannot help but wonder, would she have fared better? Would she have found a means to escape, or perhaps even slit their throats afore being delivered to this desolate place? Grace could not help but to wonder what her elder sister did with her freedom. She knew Amelia would do all within her power to see that Grace was sought after with fervor, but she also knew that their father would not allow Amelia to do anything but remain at home to pace the floor. By now her father would have given up searching in favor of paying the ransom. If anyone still sought her outside of such an agreement at all, she hoped it would be her beloved Henry. Oh, Henry! Please find me, for if you do not, I shall surely perish upon these stones. Chapter 13. When word reached Jonathan of Amelia's plight, his heart felt as if it had been ripped from his chest. Both of my sisters have been torn from our family's home, one by will, the other by force, and yet both of their fates lie within the hands of the willful cruelty of brigands. And those are God. Fergus reminded. He had brought the news of Amelia's health to Canterley with all haste. Dinna count Lady Amelia or Lady Grace as lost, my lad. There is still hope of the ransom for Lady Grace, and Lady Amelia is under the care of a physician as we speak. Does she yet stand a chance at life? Aye. Fergus forcefully answered. Always, my lad. Lady Amelia is a lass of spirit and strength. She will fight to the very last breath. She kens nae other way. Pray God that she will not be forced to do so. Her last breath should be long in coming, when her hair has turned white with the snows of age and her fair skin marked by the tides of time. Preferably long after I am gone, for a brother should never be forced to see the loss of both of his sisters. Losing our mother was sorrow enough for a lifetime. The Earl remains behind with Lady Amelia and sees to her care. She will want for nothing in the absence of her family. And Lady Grace? The Cuddies have warned that if we continue our pursuit, they will kill her without a second thought, ransom or nay. Jonathan's jaw clenched in rage and he flung his glass into the fireplace, shards of light scattering upon the floor. If they harm her in any way, I will see them hanging from the gallows. Aye, they shall dance upon a gibbet before this business is done, e'en if I must see them tie their deaths myself. I am grateful to you, Fergus, for your aid in this matter. You are a loyal friend to my sister, even though it was forbidden to you both by my father. I will do all that I can to see that you come to no harm for it upon father's return. I thank ye for the kindness, my lad. Were I could fly to Amelia's side, but if I were to leave and the letter for Grace should come in mine and father's absence, all might be lost for her. Lady Amelia kens such and would nae wish ye to place your sister's life in danger for hers. She would ne'er forgive either in us or herself should ye do so and Lady Grace's life be forfeit in the doing. Were she to perish and I was not there with her? Jonathan shook his head in sorrow at the thought. Ye have been left with an impossible choice, my lad. Impossible? Jonathan murmured. How is it that God has seen fit to rain down these miseries upon this house? What have we done to have deserved such a gruesome fate as this? Perhaps God has no hand in it at all, and it is the devil himself who has taken a fancy to our humble family. Anger arose in his throat as bitter bile. A curse of the worst sort has fallen upon us and I stand here helpless to do anything in its remedy, leaving much to trusted servants and friends rather than my own hands. Jonathan paced back and forth in front of the fireplace. He longed to race to Amelia's side, and yet could not do so or risk the loss of Grace. An overwhelming anger filled him as he wrestled with the pain of it. Fergus stood in silence awaiting his master's orders. We must send word to father. He seeks Grace's ransom with single-minded purpose, nevertheless he should be made aware of what has happened. If I may speak plainly, my lad? Yes. Jonathan waved the Scotsman forward. I beg your lad's pardon, but the Viscount does nae hold the Lady Amelia in any special regard in spite of the blood shed between them as father and daughter. I dinna believe that he will leave his purpose in London to return to her bedside. Jonathan sighed, nodding. Sadly, you are correct, but even so I cannot fathom that he would leave her to suffer alone. Even if he were to refuse to return, he must be made aware of the dangers to his own person. Were they to harm the Viscount, they would nay receive their ransom. 'Tis unlikely that anything will befall him afore the funds have been exchanged, my lord. Let us hope that you are right, Fergus, for we have suffered enough calamities for a lifetime, and it would appear that they are not yet over. Nay, my lord. I fear that they are. Nay. Return to Lady Amelia's bedside and guard her with your life. I place my sister in your care, Scotsman. I send with you my trust and the love I bear my sister. Do not disappoint me, my lord. Fergus bowed and left the room, flying to return to Amelia's side as fast as his horse would carry him. Tristan. Amelia whispered, her throat sore and dry. Her head pounded in agony as if her skull had been split asunder. Her mouth tasted of sheep's wool and vomit. The stench of sweat and regurgitated wine filled her nostrils, causing her to shudder in disgust. She reached out her hand and felt Tristan's head lying upon the bed at her side, his back leaning against its edge. The world spun around her and she felt herself fading in and out of consciousness. Tristan. She whispered again, grabbing a hold of the neck of his shirt as if to tether herself to reality. Amelia? He murmured, stirring from slumber. He moved to kneel over her, placing his hand upon her forehead to check for fever. How fare you? He asked, his eyes filled with concern for her well-being. I have been better, she murmured. I should say so. He smiled down at her, smoothing her brow. 'Tis good to see you stepping away from death's door, instead of through it. What happened? She looked about her, attempting to remember how she had come to be in the room she found herself in. You were poisoned. Camphor. Poisoned? She thought back to when such a thing could have happened. My tea, she whispered. I thought it to be a bit more bitter than was usual even for an inn of such poor quality. It never occurred to me that it could have been poisoned. A warning from those who took grace? It would appear so, though whether a warning or an intentional attempt on your life I do not know. I have yet to discover any further information on the matter. I have not left your side since you fell ill upon the road. And Fergus? He has returned to Canterley to tell your brother of what has happened. Any word of grace? Nay, we have heard nothing else. Amelia closed her eyes in agony. How long have I been here? But days. Tristan shook his head. Father? Henry? No further word on their account either. A tear fell down her cheek to mingle with her hair before disappearing from sight. Tristan reached out and swept the dampened path from her cheek. She attempted to rise but was too weak to complete the task. Shh, rest. Let them commit their concerns to your sister's care. For now, you must focus your attentions upon your own recovery. You will not be of use to anyone until you heal. Amelia shook her head in denial. I cannot remain here while Grace is still out there somewhere suffering at the hands of those vile men. And yet you cannot continue to search for her, or you risk her death. You have nothing else to do but heal, whether you care for the task or nay. I do not care for it at all. Amelia felt the anger over her helplessness against defeating their hidden foe begin to take over her once more, her worry for her sister choking the air from her lungs. Tristan chuckled. A fact that is clear for all to see, but a necessary sacrifice if you wish to ever lay eyes upon your family again. You cannot offer aid to anyone if you are dead, having expired from the effort. My desires are not humorous, Tristan. She chastised him for his response. Nay, it is not, but my amusement is born of affection, not malice. Amelia sighed, feeling guilty for her sharp response. My apologies. I know that you only wish me well. She closed her eyes in resignation of her current fate. I know it is an impossible thing that is asked of you, to cease looking for your sister, in favor of your own well-being, but there is no other choice for it. Sighing, he arose and moved toward the door. I will call for food. Rest and we will return to Canterley when you are able. Tristan left the room. Amelia turned her gaze to the ceiling, clenching her fists at her sides. She knew Tristan was right, but it did not make the truth any easier to accept. How can a man live with himself after having done such a thing? To kidnap and to poison defenseless women is beyond understanding. the acts of desperate men all for the love of wealth? Or are there more devious means afoot? The foes of my father, or even Henry perhaps? Amelia cast her mind through the list of her father's possible enemies but fell short of anyone capable of such. Her father was a respected man among his peers with little to be said in the wrong as to his character. His reserved nature, which had caused estrangement between he and Amelia, was in reality a desired characteristic among the most revered members of the ton. His deeds, ever beyond reproach, had left him with nothing but admiration among his peers. Henry too was an even more beloved nobleman than her father, cherished above nearly all others for his kindness and charity, leaving their foes few. All for the love of wealth then? She shook her head in disgust. Thoughts of money caused her to pause. Poison would have need to be purchased. Such a purchase could be traced to the man who made it, were the apothecary found. If the poisoning happened at the last inn or at Slantinshire, it should be easy enough to find such as apothecaries are in abundance in the region. I would need to send a servant unbeknownst to the kidnappers to be in my family's employ to avoid detection of my inquiries. They have forbidden my searching for Grace. They said nothing of pursuing those who might have poisoned me. When Tristan returned, Amelia shared her thoughts with him. Has your poisoning taught you nothing? He asked in disbelief, that you would rush headlong into danger once more. Do you doubt your father and Henry to such an extent that you cannot allow them to deal with the matter as they see fit by paying the ransom? I know you to be headstrong, but I never thought you to be as foolish as what you have shown me in recent days. It is not foolish to love a sister. It is not foolish to seek her release. It is not foolish to desire justice. You have barely survived an attempt on your life, and yet you continue to fight an invisible foe as if they lay within your grasp. No matter the reasoning I have presented to you to cease from placing yourself and your sister in further danger, you refuse to listen. I fear your wits have been overly addled by wine and laudanum. For you to believe such a thing shows that you know me not at all. I know you better than most. You know nothing. Tristan gazed down at her, equal parts anger and concern marring his brow. Clearly. He shoved a bowl of broth into her hands and left the room once more. She knew she had upset him and that he spoke reason, yet she could no sooner set aside her need to continue on as he could his need to protect her from herself. Amelia placed the bowl of broth to her lips and drank deeply in hopes that she might regain her strength as quickly as possible. Her stomach rolled and seized as the broth hit it, causing her to feel as if she had been struck. The poison had left its mark, so too had its remedy. She moved to the side of the bed and expelled the contents of her stomach into the bowl that she found there, clearly having been used previously for just such a purpose. The innkeeper's wife entered carrying a plate of bread and cheese. Oh, you poor dear. She rushed forward, aiding Amelia in lying back upon the bed. She dipped a cloth in water and bathed Amelia's face, murmuring soothing words. Unable to hold down food or drink, Amelia drifted off back into the world of darkness and dreams. I will discover who has done this with or without Tristan's blessing. Chapter 14. Tristan sat in the inn's tavern drinking ale in an attempt to drown his frustrations. The woman is impossible, he fumed silently. He thought over all that she had said and agreed that such an effort might produce results, and yet he could not allow her to put herself at further risk. Once I have seen her safely to Canterley, I will go and make inquiries on her behalf. Perhaps my offer to do so will sate her need for recklessness. Needing space to breathe before they would have said things they both would have regretted, he had requested the innkeeper's wife to attend to Amelia's needs. His love for her clouded his judgment and his words, as hers for her sister did her own. It had always been thus, he loving her loving only her family. He knew all too well that such familial love was the only kind that she believed herself capable of, and yet he knew her to be more than capable if she would only choose to accept it. His blood pumped furiously through his veins as he thought of the men responsible for harming her. He longed to witness them fall, rendered the appropriate justice for their misdeeds, just as much as she did, but not at the risk of further harm to the ladies of Canterley. Her determination was unparalleled. God's teeth, but the woman defies all reason. He took another drink, attempting to forget the harsh words they had exchanged. Tristan was not a querulous man by nature, but Amelia had always brought out a passion in him that existed for no other. In spite of his arguing for her to leave the deed to her father and Henry, had it been Amelia who had been taken, Tristan would have felt much the same as she did now, not wishing to cease in the search for any reason. He would have done all in his power to retrieve her, even at the cost of his own life. I would not allow any man to dissuade me from my purpose, and cannot cast blame on her for speaking such harsh words in response to my hindering her from her purpose. I know I offer her little comfort as she lays in torment, her heart feeling as if it has been ripped from her chest. Were it not for my own love, I might let her do as she pleases, but as it is, I cannot. Tristan spent the remainder of the day and night away from Amelia's side in an effort to allow her time to see reason and cool her temper. When morning dawned, he arose in hopes that she might have recovered enough to be transported to Canterley via wagon. The surgeon had returned and reassured Tristan that the poison was indeed out of Amelia's system and that she recovered quickly from her brush with death, the effects of the wine and laudanum becoming nothing but memory. After arranging the wagon, Tristan went to retrieve Amelia, the innkeeper's wife having aided in her preparation to leave at the break of day. When he entered the room, he found it to be empty. "Amelia?" he questioned the shadows around him. "Amelia?" "The Lady Amelia has gone, your lordship," the innkeeper's son informed him, coming up from behind. "What? When?" he demanded, grabbing the boy by his collar. "At first light, my lord." The boy looked up at him in fear, and Tristan quickly released him, ashamed that he had let his emotions get the better of him. "And did Lady Amelia say where she was going?" "Nay, my lord, she did not." The boy shook his head, then scurried away, afraid that he might be punished for being the messenger of such bad tidings. "By the saints, Amelia!" he growled in frustration. He was angry with himself for not predicting her unannounced departure sooner. He had thought her too weak from illness to move of her own accord, but he had underestimated her. Sighing, he closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Opening them, he turned toward the stables. "I seek the Lady Amelia's horse." "It is gone, my lord." "She has taken it." "When I ordered the wagon ready, why was I not told that Lady Amelia had departed?" he questioned the stable hand. "I was unaware that you required such knowledge, my lord." Tristan clenched his teeth in anger. "Where did she go?" "I do not know, my lord." "Which direction did she ride?" "North, my lord." "How did she look to you?" "Unsteady at best, my lord, but she would not see reason and rode out against my advice." "Saddle my horse." "There will be no need of the wagon, as I had previously wished." "Yes, my lord." Tristan had planned to return for their horses when he had returned the wagon, but now there would be no need of such plans. He could not imagine Amelia holding enough strength to remain atop a horse, and half expected to find her unconscious upon the road. Once ready, he leapt into the saddle and headed out in the direction that Amelia had taken. Amelia clung to the back of her horse, her vision fading in and out. She had lashed herself to the saddle so that she might not fall from it. She had not been ready to travel, but when the innkeeper's wife had informed her that it was Tristan's intent to take her home, she had been forced to act, for once she had been returned to Canterley, her father would never have allowed her to leave again. Tristan had refused to hearken to her desires, and so she had been forced to take matters into her own hands. In spite of her difficulties, she urged her horse northward, determined to free herself from the restraints of men who would keep her from her purpose. She had dressed herself in the garb of a man once more, even though it had afforded her little protection from being recognized enough to be poisoned. She needed to find an apothecary, and felt that the best way to do so would be to return to the village where they had last stayed. She wished that she had a servant to do her bidding, but could not delay. Somewhere along the way Amelia lost consciousness. She was not certain how long she had been unaware, but when she awoke, she found her horse had left the road and traveled through the forest. She plodded through dappled shadows toward what she did not know. "I have acted rashly once more and pay the consequences." Amelia searched the trees for any sign that she might not be alone and found none. She attempted to find her bearings, and seeing the side of the trees that the moss grew on, knew that she continued northward. She was grateful to Fergus for teaching her such things along their journey. Thirst parched her lips, and she fumbled with the flask in her jacket pocket. Her hands trembled as she brought it to her lips and drank deeply. Pocketing it once more, she turned back toward the road. She prayed that no further brigands would fall upon her in her weakened state. She knew that she risked all in her pursuit, but once she had realized that she stood a chance to ascertain her attacker, and through it find her sister's kidnappers, she could no sooner have stayed the sun in the sky. She knew that Tristan would pursue her, and she feared that he might overtake her before her task was done, but she had long since lost all sense of reason on the matter. I have been controlled by the will of men my entire existence upon this earth, but in this matter, I would defy God himself to stay my hand. As she traveled, her vision again began to grow dim and she lost all sense of herself once more. I am a fool, she lamented her damaged state as darkness overtook her, helpless to keep it at bay. Tristan traveled north, ever searching the ground and horizon for signs of Amelia's passing. The memory of her last sojourn alone flashed through his mind, further rousing his worry for her well-being. The faces of the men who had attacked her, then were felled by his hand, filled his mind painted red with their blood. "Where are you, Amelia?" He feared that the combination of poison, wine, and laudanum had addled her wits to such a state that she no longer knew what she did. When he reached the village where they had stayed the night, he made inquiries at the inn for Amelia's whereabouts, but no one had seen her since the night that they were there together. He continued to look throughout the village and found no sign of her having been there. He sought out the local physician and inquired about Amelia, as well as the purchase of camphor, but met with nothing. Tristan began to doubt his initial assessment that she would first return to the village and instead turned his thoughts towards Slantonshire. Perhaps she has sought the aid she believed me to refuse from Henry. Mounting his horse once more, he rode north toward Henry's estate. Upon arrival to Slantonshire, Tristan was greeted by a very surprised Duke. "Tristan? What brings you here so soon after departure? Has something happened? Have you had word of Grace? Where is Amelia? Tell me she is not dead." "She is not here?" "Nay. Should she be? Then I have good and truly lost her." Tristan's heart constricted in his chest. "She has run off in pursuit of the men who poisoned her. I received your letter and have made inquiries among my people, as well as with the nearest healer. None know anything of her poisoning. I fear she knows not what she does. The remedy for the poison was nearly as harmful as the poison itself. That is disconcerting indeed. I offer you my hospitality this night and my aid in your search upon the morrow. I gratefully accept, but I fear that sleep will be short in coming, as it is for us all these past days. Come, rest. We will set out at first light. I can only pray that wherever she may be, she is alive and well, for anything else is beyond fathom. I know your meaning all too well with the loss of my own dear Grace. I have not slept a full night since her disappearance. Do you truly believe that Amelia will be able to find Grace's kidnappers by following the path of he who poisoned her? It is possible, yes. It is likely the only way that we will be able to ascertain where the boat that took Grace across the sea may have gone. Then it is also possible that Amelia might have been taken as well upon encountering such men." Tristan's eyes met Henry's in alarm. "The thought has not escaped me, and yet it causes great distress to have it spoken aloud thus. My apologies, dear friend, but the reality of it is best not to be avoided. It is quite possible that tomorrow we will face our own death in the pursuit of answers and the women that we love. If they are capable of kidnapping the poisoning of a woman through her tea, they are capable of anything, least of all the murder of two noblemen. I have sent warnings of such to Jonathan and the Viscount, much as I did yourself. And each time that we take repast, we place our life in God's hands. Do not lose hope, my dear fellow. Chances are high that your Grace still lives, with a ransom as her surety. Amelia is not protected by such. Nor are we. Nay, indeed we are not. Then tomorrow we ride for the unknown." Tristan nodded, grasping Henry's extended hand in agreement to come to answers or die in the attempt. Tomorrow. Chapter 15. When Amelia awoke once more, she found herself no longer tied to her horse advancing north, but instead she lay upon a bed with a wood-beamed ceiling overhead. She turned her face toward the feeling of warmth and found a fire burning cheerily in the nearby fireplace. She moved her gaze about the room and saw many pleasantries in the form of dried herbs and flowers, lit candles, and other sundries. "Where am I?" "Hello?" she called out. "Hello?" No one answered. She attempted to rise and found herself unable. Her head swam, causing the room to tip on end before her eyes. Gasping, she lay back, unable to withstand the torrent of pain that splintered her skull. She grabbed her head, groaning in misery. A sound from near the doorway drew her attention, and she looked up to find a woman of advanced years entering. "Ye are awake. That is good." The woman smiled as she set down her basket and moved to stand beside the bed. She reached down and checked Amelia's skin for fever. "Ye are a very fortunate lass indeed that I found ye when I did." "Where am I?" Amelia asked, uncertain what to make of the old woman. "Ye are in my cottage in the forest. I found ye tied dangling from a limping horse. How did a woman such as yourself manage to move me hence?" "By bringing your horse inside my cottage." The woman spoke with an accent blending that which was spoken both north and south of the Anglo-Scottish border. From what Amelia could tell of it, she must still be within the English marches. "I may be an old woman, but I am stronger than I look." "Who are you?" "I'm Agnes. I am a healer of the old ways." "And who might ye be?" Amelia hesitated to divulge her identity, but decided that she had little choice given her circumstances. However, she opted not to reveal her title or surname so as not to further endanger Grace should the old woman have ties to the kidnappers. "Amelia. 'Tis a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Amelia." "The pleasure is mine. I must thank you for coming to my aid, Agnes. It is much appreciated." "Not at all." The woman waved away her thanks and moved to a kettle hanging over the fireplace. She ladled out a bowl of broth and brought it over to Amelia. Amelia cringed at the thought of attempting to eat only to expel it once more. She turned her head away, refusing the offering. "Nay. Is it the smell that offends ye? Or are ye given to drink as your own scent would reveal?" The healer eyed her thoughtfully. "Nay, I'm not a drunkard." "Evidence would prove otherwise." The healer argued with her brow raised in doubt. "I was poisoned with camphor." "The remedy?" "Wine and laudanum." The old woman interrupted, nodding in understanding. "I see now the issue." The healer turned and mixed a few of the dried herbs hanging about her cottage into a cup, then poured hot water over the herbs. She handed the remedy to Amelia. "Drink. It will help ye to hold food." Amelia took the cup but hesitated. "It is not poisoned. I have nae quarrel with ye, lass." Amelia nodded, sniffed the mixture, taking a small sip. Not feeling any ill effects, she drank the entirety of the cup. "Thank you." She offered her gratitude as she handed back the cup. "Now lay back and let it heal your tormented stomach. When it has done its work ye will feel much better." The healer promised. "Close your eyes and rest." Amelia lay back as instructed but did not close her eyes. In spite of the woman's aid, she did not trust her. Since Grace had been taken and herself having nearly been felled by poison, she could ill afford to trust anyone. In spite of her resolve, she soon fell into slumber, whether by natural healing or by the herbal remedy given she did not know. Panic seized her at the thought that it might be the latter, and yet she was powerless to hold slumber at bay. "Please God, let me awaken once more, not for my sake but that of my sister." Tristan and Henry left Slantonshire, riding to the south toward where Tristan had last seen Amelia. He prayed that he had simply passed her unknowingly upon the way as they retraced his steps. Henry had left his trusted butler with orders that should the solicitor arrive with the ransom, the man was to remain at Slantonshire to await his return. "We will find her, my friend, and return her to your loving care," Henry promised. "From your lips to God's ears. May it be so." An image of her wasted body lying upon the road flashed through his mind in fearful dread, spurring his horse ever faster. Perhaps she will have discovered something along her journey. "That is the very thing I fear." Henry looked at him in empathy. "And yet it is the very thing that I long for. In that I cannot hold you to blame, for were our roles reversed I would feel much the same." I wish Amelia no ill will, as you well know, but I long for answers of my grace, no matter the source. I understand all too well, and I will stand by your side as the men responsible hang for their misdeeds, having been brought to such ends by our very own hands, but first we must find Amelia. They rode through the day questioning everyone along their path, many of which they had questioned before in their pursuit of grace. One old man, deep in his drink, even went so far as to make a jest that they were incapable of holding on to their women. It had taken all of Tristan's restraint not to punch the man in the face. As they turned to walk away, the man called out to them, stumbling forward. "Ye say ye are in need of a healer?" "Yes," Tristan answered, turning back to face the man in disgust of his drunken, slobbering state. "You know of such?" "For a price." He rubbed his hands together, a greedy light in his eyes. Tristan dropped a coin into the man's outstretched hand. "Speak of what you know." "There is an old woman who lives in the forest not far from here that might render ye aid. Are you able to lead us there?" "Aye, for an even better price." Tristan shook his head and grasped the man up by his shirt. "Can you sit a horse?" The man snorted. "What do you take me for?" "A drunkard." Tristan answered honestly. "Aye, I can sit a horse." The man stumbled forward again. Another man sitting at a nearby table snorted. He could nae sit a horse were he sober, to say nothing of his current state. "And do you know of this healer of which he speaks?" Tristan demanded of the second man. "Nay." The man shook his head. "Then mind your own." Henry interjected, stepping between them. The man turned back to his drink, and Tristan hauled the drunkard from the tavern out into the fresh air in hopes of clearing the man's addled head. He took him over to a nearby horse trough and dunked the drunkard's head beneath the water. The man fought back, spluttering under the watery onslaught. Tristan lifted the drunkard's head so as not to have the man drown. "Any clearer?" he asked, studying the man's bloodshot eyes. The man spat angrily at Tristan's feet in reply. "Again then." Tristan dunked the man's head under once more. Lifting it, he questioned, "And now?" The man issued an expletive that was best not repeated. In response, Tristan thrust the man's entire body into the horse trough. The drunkard came up sputtering and cursing. "Enough," he shouted. "I have sobered. And you will take us to the healer?" "Aye, I will take ye if ye would but cease your attempts at drowning." Henry snorted. "Had he wished to drown you, he could have easily done so. I but wish to clear your mind, old man, not to bring about your end." Tristan hauled the man up out of the water trough and set him on his feet. "Do you have a horse?" The man shook his head. "Then we shall have to procure you one." They moved to the stables, where Tristan arranged to borrow a horse for the man. He was forced to pay a tidy sum for it, as the stable owner recognized the drunkard and expressed his distrust of him. "I will not release any of my horses to the likes of Rob Johnson," the stable owner remarked, spitting in disgust. "But you will do so to the Duke of Slantonshire and the Earl of Ale." Henry stepped forward, coin in hand. Tristan smiled at his friend's authoritative manner. He was grateful to have him by his side during this time of difficulty. "You have my personal guarantee that the horse will be returned to you, and if it is not, I will replace the steed with one of greater value from my own stables." "Yes, of course, Your Grace. My apologies." The man scurried about, providing all that was needed in short order, having lost all will for resistance. "Will you be needing anything else, Your Grace?" "Not at this time. I thank you for your cooperation." Henry placed coin in the man's hand, then turned with Tristan, leaving the stables. "Rob Johnson, is it?" Tristan asked as he shoved the man onto the back of the rented horse. "Aye." The man nodded. "Take us to the healer, but I warn you that if this is a trick, I will see that you suffer greatly for the deceit." "Nay, my lord, there is nay trickery afoot. I have spoken nay but honest words." "Then let us depart." Tristan and Henry mounted their horses and set out to find the healer of the forest. When they arrived, they found the cottage door standing open. They dismounted and looked about for anyone around the cottage, but finding no one in the immediate vicinity, they entered the house. The sight that greeted them there was shocking. "What are you staring at?" Rob Johnson pushed his way into the cottage and peered around the Duke and Earl who towered over him. Tristan could barely swallow the lump of worry that threatened to clog his throat, cutting off the air from his lungs. Blood. Chapter 16. Amelia awoke to the sound of voices. "Ye swore that nae one would be able to trace the poison back to me, and yet the very last that ye used it on is lying in my bed." "Calm yourself, old woman. The girl knows nothing, as you said yourself. She admitted to you what had happened to her. If she had thought you responsible, she would not have done so, would she? You have risked much in sending for me." The man growled in warning. "What would ye have me to do? Kill the lass myself?" "It was never our intention to see the girl dead, simply to warn her, to keep her from finding out too much. Were you to kill her, you would suffer grave consequences. The intent is money, not murder, but if pushed you will find that we are quite capable of it." The threatening tone of the man's voice caused Amelia's heart to race in fear. "Dinna he threaten me?" The old woman's voice sounded low in her throat. "'Tis not a threat but a promise. If you were to ever lay hands upon me, I would see ye dead where ye stand. You reach beyond yourself, old hag. As to ye, ye good for nothing." The old woman's words were cut off by a hard slap. The sound of a scuffle filled the room as the woman cried out in rage, launching herself at the man with knife in hand. The pretense of the gentle healer was gone, and in its place a fury to rival that of Greek mythology. Amelia watched everything through veiled eyes so as not to alert the man to her wakened state. The woman lashed out at him with the knife, cutting his arm, but she was no match for the muscular man and was thrown to the floor. The healer's head hit the edge of the table, filling the room with a sickening cracking sound. The healer fell to the ground lifeless, never to utter another sound. The man growled, spitting on her corpse, and moved to the edge of the bed. He poked at Amelia's leg, but she did not react. She did all within her power not to do anything that would reveal that she lay awake instead of in slumber. Amelia wished that she had a means to protect herself, but she did not. The best that she could hope for was that the man would believe her sleeping act and leave without causing further harm. The idea of being murdered while she lay in such a state was terrifying. She used every muscle in her body to keep shuddering breaths at bay, for the moment that she were to give way to her terror would be the moment that her life would end. She felt the heat of the man as he bent over to inspect her more closely. She felt the muscles in her legs quiver and pleaded to God to keep such movement from the man's eye. She tightened her legs in hopes that such an action would keep the trembling from taking over her entire body. She felt him lay something upon her chest and waited for the sound of gunfire, but it never came. When the man's footsteps echoed across the floor toward the door, she nearly cried out in relief. The sound of his horse retreated away from the cottage. Amelia threw the blankets from her body and crawled out of bed. She stumbled her way to the door and found her own horse standing tied to the post. All signs of a limp were gone. Amelia clung to the side of the cottage until she reached the horse, then pulled herself into the saddle. Every muscle in her body trembled from the exertion as she first lay across the saddle, then pulled her leg up over the side. She clung to the saddle and turned the horse's head in the direction that she had heard the man ride away in. The horse blew air as if in protest of her choice. "I am aware of the dangers, Pericles, nevertheless, this man holds knowledge as to Grace's whereabouts, and for such news we must risk all." She informed her horse, as much to soothe and justify her actions to herself as much as anything else. She knew all too well that what she did was foolhardy, but she had come this far and was not about to turn away now that she had found her first real clue since turning away from the shores of the North Sea. Clinging to the horse's back, she followed the man's tracks through the forest as Tristan and Fergus had taught her when they had searched for Grace. She kept her eyes to the ground, too weak to do much else. The man's tracks led north further into the trees, away from the road and the village. For the man to be this far south, either he has remained behind to tend to matters closer to home, or they have moved Grace back here. Hope sprung in her breast that the latter was true. If they have brought her back, then I can find her. Perhaps they have done so in preparation of receiving the ransom. Perhaps word came while I was away. Amelia's heart swam with hope that it might all be over soon. "I am coming for you, Grace. Do not give up hope." A still small voice of warning entered her mind that she had been threatened away from searching for Grace or risk her sister's life, but she shoved it down deep within her mind. The man had said that murder was not their intent, that Grace's abduction had been entirely about money. Armed with such knowledge, it is worth the risk to stop them from doing this to anyone else ever again. If Amelia could somehow remain undetected and discover where the men were hiding, she could see that they were brought to justice. Even if Grace was not able to be freed before the ransom was paid, such knowledge would aid them in capturing the men responsible after the exchange. The horse plodded along as if it sensed that she could not go any faster or risk her passenger falling off. Amelia was grateful for the animal's intuition. Her heart raced with the fear of being caught and the excitement of finally catching up to her prey. She smiled at the thought. She was not certain if her glee was more from hysteria due to her weakened state or the thought of vengeance against those who had taken her sister. She followed the man as best she could, but her vision faded in and out as darkness edged in once more. She fought it off the best that she could, but eventually it got the better of her and she lost consciousness. The next thing she knew, she awakened to the sound of a male voice that she did not recognize. Her mind froze in fear. The only thing she could think was, "They have found me." Tristan stared in horror at the sight of the dead woman upon the floor lying in a pool of her own blood. "Good God!" Henry breathed from beside him. Tristan nodded in agreement, then bent to ensure that the woman was indeed dead. It appeared that she had suffered a head wound that had crushed a section of her skull, whereupon she had bled out onto the floor. "The poor woman," Henry murmured, bending down beside him. "Yes, poor woman indeed." Tristan looked around him to see if there were any signs of Amelia's presence or of whomever had attacked the healer. He found a blood stain on the edge of the table, some items of little import lay upon the floor, and the bed was disheveled, but other than that there were no other signs of anything suspicious. The drunkard from the tavern stumbled over to the table and sat down in a chair. "She's dead then, is she?" he asked callously, as if he could not have cared less what had befallen the woman. Tristan and Henry ignored the man. "Amelia is not here, but someone obviously was. I do not believe her capable of killing another person unless it was in defense of herself or someone she loves." "Nor do I," Henry agreed. Tristan moved over to the bed and searched through the blankets but found nothing. The cottage was filled with dried flowers and herbs, the necessities of domesticity, drying candles, and little else. Nothing that said Amelia had been there for certain could be found, but Tristan did not believe the healer's death to be a coincidence. It is possible that Amelia might have tracked her poisoner to this woman. That would explain why the woman is dead if the men responsible did not wish for her to reveal their identity. Henry nodded in agreement. "Yes, if the woman herself was not the one responsible." "Unlikely, I know, considering she is now dead, but it is possible." Henry shook his head. "It is terrible to think that a woman of such advanced years would spend them in treachery. I would not wish to meet my Maker with an act such as that marring my soul." "Nor would I, but it happens. Either way, I cannot help but think that the poison came from here. If we involve the magistrate, we could be putting Grace at risk, if the old woman is indeed involved with the kidnappers." Henry's brow wrinkled in concern. "We need not do so if we send Mr. Johnson," Tristan suggested. They both turned to look at the drunkard who had fallen asleep sitting up in the chair. Though it is doubtful that he would remain sober long enough to actually report that she is dead. "We were seen with the man in the village. Word will get about that we were present at the time of her discovery. We cannot simply bury her without reporting her death, Henry." Henry sighed and closed his eyes in frustration and dread. "I know, and I did not mean to suggest such a thing. I simply wished to point out that it is unlikely that our names will remain out of it. It was always a risk when we set out to find Grace that we would be found out. It is clear that they already know about past movements. It is likely that they will already be aware of our presence here, though there is a small chance that this could have nothing to do with it." Tristan walked over and shoved at the drunkard. "Mr. Johnson, wake up," he ordered. "Wake up." Mr. Johnson snorted and opened his eyes, peering up at him.
What do you want?
Return to the village and report this to the magistrate.
It is likely that he will send a constable out, if he has one under his supervision.
The drunk man snorted in amusement. This ain't London.
He laughed. A constable indeed.
He stood shaking his head. Tristan frowned. I am certain that the magistrate has someone to aid him with this. We must continue our search, but will return as soon as is possible to ensure that you have returned the horse and speak with the magistrate about the old woman. He'll want to speak with ye. Mr. Johnson warned as he stumbled to his feet. I am certain that he will, but it will have to wait. He won't be pleased to see my face.
I can imagine.
Henry muttered. Tristan barely managed to keep from smiling at the sarcastic remark. They aided Mr. Johnson back onto his horse. Return the horse to the stable upon your return, or I will hunt you down and take the price from your hide. Tristan threatened. I will. Johnson acted as if the entire ordeal was nothing but an imposition. Where are ye going anyway? Why aren't ye coming back to the village with me to report to the magistrate yourself? The old woman has not been dead for very long. That means her killer could still be in the area, as may the woman we are looking for. We must continue on to ensure that we do not miss the opportunity. You do as we have instructed, and there will be more coin in it for you upon our return. Johnson's eyes glittered with greedy interest at his words, and he kicked his horse forward back toward the village. Tristan and Henry turned to search the ground for signs of recent activity. They found 2 separate tracks in the soft earth of the forest floor and followed them. While one path was fairly straight and steady, the other weaved a bit back and forth as if the rider were drunk or ill, certainly not in full control of their sensibilities. Amelia? Henry proposed. Amelia? Tristan nodded as they continued on following the trail. Tristan's heart beat faster with concern at Amelia's obviously unsteady state. It is beyond belief that she has made it this far in her condition. He fully expected to find her lying upon the ground in front of him at some point along the trail, but he prayed that it would not be so. I have never met another noblewoman of such frustrating foolhardy character, and yet it is somehow one of her most endearing qualities. There is no limit to what she will do to protect someone she loves. He longed to be one of those people, and yet it was clearer than ever that there was no place for him in her heart. Nor was there any place in her heart for herself, if the frequency in which she put herself in danger was any indication. Caring for her sister had been Amelia's driving force since their mother had died. It was the thing that had helped her to survive the loss. He did not know what she would do if anything happened to Grace, but her behavior thus far did not make him hopeful. How does one go on in life if their reason for living is gone? Even if he did find Amelia unharmed, he was concerned that he would not be able to turn her away from her current destructive path. Chapter 17. I think she is waking up, a man's voice announced, standing over her. Lass? The man touched her shoulder and Amelia opened her eyes. Lass? Where is Grace? Amelia managed to mumble out as the fog inside her mind began to clear. What have you done with Grace? Grace? Who is Grace, lass? Did you lose someone in the forest? You took her, she accused, attempting to sit up. Slowly now, lass, the man warned, reaching out to gently aid her into a sitting position. I am sorry, lass, but I dinna ken any Grace, let alone have taken her anywhere. Another man stepped forward and peered down into her face. Is she daft? I dinna ken. The first man answered. Mayhap, or she may just be lost. Amelia looked from man to man uncertainly. They did not appear to be lying, but one could never be sure. I am not daft, she informed them. But I may very well be lost. Where am I? She looked all about her, her eyes widening in surprise. It appeared that she had stumbled out of the forest onto the shores of a mountain lake. It was one of the most beautiful things that she had ever seen. How far did I travel? You're in the lakes, lass. A sheep's baa sounded in the near distance and she turned her head to find an entire herd of sheep grazing nearby with 2 black and white border collies keeping them in place. "Who are you?" The first man removed his hat and bowed his head ever so slightly. "The name's Maxwell, Alistair Maxwell. This here is my brother, Malcolm." Both men were older gentlemen in shepherd's garb. "And who might ye be?" The one introduced as Malcolm demanded to know, taking in Amelia's masculine attire with disapproval. "Amelia." She elected not to tell them the full truth about her identity. She did not know them, and it had become clear to her that she could not trust anyone that was not family. "A lady from the sounds of it," Malcolm Maxwell noted, referencing her way of speech. "What would a noble woman be doing way out here, and wearing a man's clothes? Her speech is too refined for her to be a whore." "I beg your pardon," Amelia reproached him. "Definitely a lady equality," Alistair agreed. "But why the men's clothing, lass? Are you on the run from someone, a husband or father perhaps?" Amelia did not know what to say to the men. She did not want to put Grace in further danger by her actions. If she were to admit the truth and these men were a part of the group that took Grace, then she would be playing right into their hands. If they were not a part of the men who took Grace, then she would be jeopardizing her family's reputation. "Have you seen anyone else traveling through here before me? A man on a horse, perhaps?" "Nay." Both brothers shook their heads to the negative. "Ye are the only thing other than sheep we have seen all day, lass." "Why do ye ask?" Alistair asked, frowning. "Are ye seeking or hiding from someone?" Amelia attempted to stand and wobbled precariously. Malcolm, being closest to her, grabbed her arm to steady her. "Easy, lass. Ye have had quite a fall if that bruise to your head is any indication." "My horse?" she asked, searching the landscape around her. "Nay, I am afraid nay, lass. We found ye here as ye are now, alone," Alistair answered, shaking his head in pity for her situation. Amelia closed her eyes, attempting to get the world to hold still. "What am I going to do? I cannot go chasing after shadows in the forest on foot." "Have ye eaten, lass? Ye are as pale as one of our woolies or there?" Malcolm asked, examining her face with a worried frown. Amelia shook her head. He pulled a bannock from his bag and handed it to her. The last thing she could remember eating was what the old healer had given her, and that had not gone very well. Her stomach protested loudly at its empty state as she turned the bannock over in her hands. She ripped off a piece and put it in her mouth. It was not the best that she had ever had, but it would no doubt fill the empty spaces. "Thank you," she murmured. Malcolm nodded in approval and moved away. The brothers set about making a fire, pulling supplies from a pack on the back of one of their horses. They pulled water from the lake and set it on to boil. Once it boiled, they threw in handfuls of grain and made a porridge. When it was done, they spooned out the porridge into wooden trenchers and handed one to her. As they ate in silence, Amelia studied the brothers. They appeared to be genuine in their compassion for her plight, but she had thought the same of the old healer. The entire time that she ate she was on edge, searching the landscape around her for any sign of the man that she had been following. She saw nothing. When they were finished eating, the brothers cleaned and packed up their supplies and ready to head out with their sheep. They mounted and Malcolm leaned down, offering Amelia his arm. "Come on, lass. Where do you plan to take me?" "I dinna ken, but we canna leave ye here, now can we?" Amelia looked all about her for any other option that she might have available to her, but seeing none, she reached out and accepted Malcolm's hand. He pulled her up behind him on the saddle, then he and Alistair rode around the flock of sheep, gathering them with the help of the dogs. Amelia felt nervous about the entire thing. She was worn down from everything that had happened, and she was sick unto death of bad people. "I cannot trust anyone, but I cannot remain here." She looked from man to man, unable to tell whether she was in danger or not. She sat behind Malcolm, rigid with distrust. She had no choice but to hold onto his waist so that she would not tumble from the horse, yet she could not bring herself to relax. The brothers had shown her nothing but kindness since she had awoken to their faces standing over her, and she wished to be able to trust someone, but she could not be sure of their intentions. They rode around the side of the lake until they came to a cottage on the other side. An old woman greeted them at the door. The brothers dismounted after herding the sheep into a paddock. "Maher." Alistair greeted the woman, bending to kiss her cheek. The old woman smiled and patted his cheek affectionately. Malcolm lifted Amelia from the back of the horse and set her down upon the ground. He led her over to the woman and spoke to her in Gaelic. Amelia did not understand a word of it, but she assumed that he was explaining her unexpected presence. Turning back to Amelia, he introduced his mother. "Lady Amelia, this is our mither, Ailey." Ailey motioned for Amelia to enter the cottage. She poured hot water into a bowl and handed Amelia a cloth to bathe herself with. She pulled out a dress from a chest against the far wall and laid it over the back of a chair. "Wash, dress, I will return." Ailey left the cottage, bucket in hand. Amelia turned in a circle to examine the room around her. There was a door that led off of the room, and she walked over to it and peered inside. She found a simple bed, a chair, and a few other items lying about here and there to show that it must have been the mother's room. She assumed the brothers must sleep in the main room upon the beds in the corners. The house was usual for its kind, warm and useful in every respect. She returned to the bowl of water and quickly shed her clothing, bathed herself, and slipped into the dress. She ran her fingers through her hair in an attempt to remove the tangles. She wished that she had a brush but gave up and just let her dark curls fall around her shoulders. She took Jonathan's clothes with her outside and down to the lake to wash them. When she was done, she laid them out over the rocks to dry. Returning to the cottage, she found Ailey cooking something in a pot over the flames in the fireplace. "May I be of aid?" she offered, not knowing what else to do with herself. She fought the urge to run off into the forest alone, knowing that it would be extraordinarily foolish. "Nay, ye go and rest, lass. Ye have been through enough for one day." Nodding, Amelia stepped back outside and walked over to sit in the grass along the shore. She looked out across the beauty before her in awe. To live in a place such as this. The water stretched out before her, reflecting the beautiful blue sky overhead. The trees and grass surrounding the water added a touch of emerald green to the rippling blues, creating a nearly iridescent sheen. It was the most beautiful, tranquil landscape she had ever seen. She had an overwhelming need to lie down in the grass and surrender to the exhaustion that threatened to overtake her. Amelia heard a sound from behind her and turned to see what it was. She found Malcolm and Alistair approaching her. Malcolm dropped a blanket around her shoulders and then both brothers sat down on either side of her. "Dinna ye think it is time for ye to tell us where ye are from and how we might go about returning ye to your people, lass?" Amelia sighed and pulled the blanket around her shoulders, putting a barrier between herself and the circumstances in which she found herself. "It is complicated," she murmured, her mind racing to decide just how much to reveal about her identity. "Ye were asking about a lass named Grace when we found ye." "Who is Grace?" Alistair gently prodded. "My sister." "Was she in the forest with ye?" "Nay." She shook her head, a tear slipping unbidden down her cheek. "Och, lass. Dinny fash. We will find a way to get ye home. 'Tis not home that I weep for." Amelia shook her head in denial. She was feeling vulnerable and a bit trapped between the two burly men. They were of average height for a man, but as broad as anyone she had ever seen. They had dark brown hair down to the tops of their shoulders, with full beards, and dark brown eyes. They were as solidly built as two immovable walls. There was very little difference between them, but for the variance in the grey streaks in their beards. "Why do ye weep then, lass?" She decided to tell them the truth, feeling as though she had little choice but to be truthful with the men if she ever wished to garner their aid in returning to her search for Grace and the men who took her. She felt somewhat reassured as she remembered the man who had killed the healer saying that it was all about the ransom money and not about murdering Grace or Amelia herself. She felt as if the distinction gave her a bit of leeway in her pursuit of the truth, but she did not wish to push Grace's captors into making a desperate move. "I weep for my sister, Grace." She was taken from us and I have been searching for her. I thought I had found one of the men who took her and was following him through the forest in hopes that he would lead me to her, but lost him. How did ye come to fall from your horse?
I was poisoned.
Poisoned? Both brothers exclaimed in unison. Who would want to poison a wee lass like ye? Malcolm asked angrily. His fists were clenched as if he were ready to beat anyone responsible for such a devious action. The men who took Grace paid an old healer for camphor and used it to poison me. It is unclear whether they intended to kill me or simply to make me sick to warn me off of my search.
Och,
lass. Alistair shook his head in sympathy of her plight. Well, nae one will find ye here if ye wish to restore your health afore ye continue your search for your sister. Malcolm offered. Should we nae send word to your family that ye are alive and well?
Alistair pointed out.
Would that nae risk her being found out by the brigands who took her sister? Malcolm pointed out to his brother.
Aye, I suppose it would,
but were she my daughter I would want to ken that she was safe.
Aye, as would I.
Amelia looked at each man in turn, then smiled slightly. The two brothers had gone from something that she feared and distrusted, to two protective guardians. The anger and indignation on their faces for all that she had been through was quite real and brought her a great deal of reassurance that she had not fallen into the hands of bad men. There is no need to notify my family. I honestly doubt that my father would care other than what it would do to his reputation. Amelia knew that she should send word to Tristan on her whereabouts, but if she had then he would have come for her demanding that she return to Canterley for her own safety. Returning to Canterley felt as if it were a defeat. She had been so close to discovering the identity of the man who had killed the old healer. She did not wish to go back home, under her father's thumb, to sit and do nothing. If she could return to the place where she had lost the trail of the killer, then perhaps she could continue her search. I cannae imagine a faith and a wish in taken that his daughter is safe. He does not even know that I am missing. The brothers wore identical expressions of amazement. How is such a thing possible? Alistair asked. It is possible. Amelia did not wish to go into the details. Perhaps you can help me. What is it, lass? Amelia went on to describe the man that she was chasing through the forest. She told them of his voice, what little of his appearance she could make out peering through the veil of her eyelashes, and the path she last knew he was taking. Have you seen such a man around here before? Nay, lass. We dinna get many people here, and to be honest we prefer it that way. Alistair answered. Malcolm nodded. Aye, we do it that. I'm sorry to have disturbed your peace. Amelia could understand why they would feel the way that they did. If she lived in such a beautiful setting, she too would wish to keep it untarnished by other people's presence. Och, nay. Think nothing o' it, lass. We are happy to be aid. It sounds as if it were better that we found ye rather than the man ye were following. I hate to think what would have happened to ye had it been him that hurt ye with the camphor. Alistair smiled reassuringly at her. Ye are welcome here with us for as long as ye need. I cannot stay here for long, but if you could return me to the place where I lost the trail of the man upon the morn, I would be most grateful. I would happily pay you for the inconvenience once I have returned home. Unfortunately, when I lost my horse, I lost all of my possessions. Ye need nae fash or such a thing. We dinna need your money, lass. What I am concerned for is ye going after that man alone. I ken that we are nae your family, but I canna in good faith allow ye to do so. Were ye to fall to harm by another's hand I would nae be able to look at myself as an honourable man. Aye. Malcolm agreed with his brother. Amelia smiled at their kindness. You are most kind, both of you. Remain here for the night, then one of us will go with ye upon the morn. We would both go with ye, but someone must remain here with mither. Alistair explained. I would not wish for you to leave your dear mother all alone. The thought of such a frail old woman being left in such an out-of-the-way place with men such as the one who killed the healer about, caused a shiver of dread to pass along her spine. Nay. Malcolm stood and helped her to her feet. They walked back to the cottage and found Ailey setting food out on the table. The pottage that had been simmering in the fireplace when Amelia had bathed now sat steaming in large wooden trenchers on the table, along with bread and cheese. Amelia sat down at the table and breathed in the smell of the stew. It was lamb with potatoes and carrots. It tasted fantastic. She ate as if ravenous, mopping up the remainder with bread in a most unladylike fashion. Amelia looked up to find all three of them smiling at her. "My apologies. I appear to have forgotten my manners, having spent so much time along the road." "Nay at all, lass. We are pleased that ye are enjoying yourself. Ye were quite the sad wee thing when we found ye. 'Tis good to see a bit of light in your eyes," Malcolm noted, raising his tankard of ale in salute before downing its contents. Amelia was surprised to find that he was right. For the briefest of moments, she had enjoyed herself. For the briefest of moments, she had forgotten her cares and simply savored something. She could not remember having done so in quite some time. The thought filled her with alarm. "I cannot for the briefest of moments forget my purpose. Grace does not get a reprieve from her terror, so I shall not from my worry. Are ye well, lass? Ye have suddenly gone pale again." Malcolm reached out as if he were going to touch her arm, but then thought better of it and pulled his hand back. "I was thinking about my sister." "Ye felt guilty for finding a moment of relief while she still suffers?" Ailey noted quietly, studying her face in sympathetic understanding. "How do you know?" "I remember feeling the same after my husband died. The first time I felt happiness after his death, the guilt was very nearly unbearable. Ye dinna need to feel guilty for nae being sad every moment of the day and night. Nae matter what happens with your sister, and may God be with the poor wee lamb, ye must go on living, lass. If she loves ye at all, she would nae be want to need to put yourself in danger, or to live in such torment as ye have clearly done." Amelia marvelled at the old woman's insight. "I will not rest until Grace is found." "Nor should ye, but dinna lose yourself in the doing of it. Is such a thing even possible?" "I dinna ken, lass. Only ye can decide such a thing for yourself." Amelia sat looking into Ailey's knowing gentle brown eyes so filled with compassion and wondered at all of the years and things she had seen. She hoped that if she lived to see such years she would be as wise and caring as Ailey. She nodded her head in acknowledgement of the older woman's words, but in her heart, she did not care if she did lose herself as long as Grace was returned safely and the men who took her were apprehended. "As long as Grace is found, I do not care what happens to me." Malcolm cleared his throat and she turned to meet his eyes. "That, lass, is the very thing we are afraid of."
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 18. Come the morning, Amelia and Malcolm left the cottage and headed back into the forest. She had bid Ailey and Alistair farewell and promised to return for a visit in the future. She would never forget her time with them, as it had been the first time since Grace's abduction that she had felt any peace. In saving Amelia, they had reminded her that not everyone was out to harm her family. She had begun to forget that after all that had transpired. They traveled until night began to fall and made camp among the trees. Malcolm lit a fire and prepared their supper, while Amelia gathered kindling and set out their saddles and blankets. When supper was over, they talked about their lives growing up as children, each so very different from the other. Amelia found that she envied Malcolm and Alistair their family life, before they had lost their father. Each having lost a parent, bonded them in their mutual understanding of the pain such a loss could cause. She told him everything from her mother's death, to Grace's abduction, to all that had transpired afterwards. Once she started talking, it was as if she could not stop. The story fell from her lips in a cascade of misery. "Och, lass. Ye have had a difficult way of it. Ye now married then?" "Nay." She shook her head. "Caring for Grace was my primary concern." "And what of this Tristan lad ye spoke o'?" "Nay. There is nothing between us." Malcolm chuckled. "I dinna believe that for one moment." "What of you?" "I was married to Sarah, a bonny lass. She died in childbirth along with the bairn, a son. I am sorry. Malcolm nodded. Afterwards I returned home to help with things during Faith's illness. And Alistair? He had ne'er left. He ne'er wed and had nae inclination to do so. They chatted in this way, sitting around the fire for some time, attempting to keep the cold and darkness at bay. It had been a long time since Amelia had felt safe, and she was tired of feeling frightened all of the time. Malcolm reminded her of Ferguson. That made her feel safer than she had since being poisoned. I'm sure that the young lad ye left behind is beside himself with worry for ye. I can assure you that he is. A voice sounded from the darkness behind Malcolm, and the blade of a knife caught the fire's light at his throat. Tristan and Henry followed the trail until the two diverged one from the other. One veered off back toward the road, while the other climbed higher into the forested mountains of the Anglo-Scottish border lake country. They exchanged a look, nodded, and parted ways with the agreement to meet back at the village where they had rented the horse when they were done. Henry followed the trail back toward the road. Tristan, as the better tracker, took the trail heading up into the mountains. Tristan traveled until night fell, rested, then come daybreak set out again. He traveled all the next day, losing the trail here and there, but he kept going. When night fell again, he was about to set up camp when he saw what appeared to be the light of a fire in the distance. It was a fair distance, and he knew that it was dangerous to ride through the mountains in the dark, but the tiny ember had sparked hope in his heart, and he could not stop. He picked his way carefully through the trees toward the light. He moved as silently as he could, so that if it was not Amelia or she was not alone and had been taken prisoner, he would not alert them to his presence. When he got within range to where he could make out the silhouette of someone against the fire's light, he dismounted and silently crept up behind them. When he heard a man's voice speaking, he drew his hunting knife and moved directly behind him. I'm sure that the young lad ye left behind is beside himself with worry for ye. The man was saying to Amelia, her face illuminated by the flames. Tristan brought his knife up to the man's throat in one swift motion. I can assure you that he is. He growled. Tristan. Amelia cried out and stood up in surprise. The man under his knife moved ever so slightly. Do not move, he commanded. The man stopped and sat completely still. I mean ye nae harm. The man attempted to reassure him. The dead healer might have something to say about that. Nay, Tristan. Malcolm had nothing to do with that. That was another man entirely. Amelia cautioned him, her hands outstretched. Tristan looked up at Amelia in surprise. Then who is this? Has he taken you prisoner? Nay, Malcolm is a friend. He and his family have been helping me. They saved me, Tristan. Tristan relaxed his hold and moved the knife away from the man's throat. He moved around to the side and glared at Amelia across the flames. What were you thinking, running off like that? Have you gone mad? He shouted angrily. The man she had called Malcolm moved to stand beside Amelia as if to guard her from Tristan's rage. Easy now, lad, he warned. You stay out of this, Tristan commanded. He turned his attention back to Amelia. Well? Answer me, damn it, or so help me I will. Tristan never got to finish the sentence before Malcolm's fist had jerked out and rammed into his jaw, sending him flying into the dirt. He thought he heard Amelia cry out his name, but he could not be sure with the ringing in his ears. I warned ye nae to speak to the lass that way. That you did. Tristan sat up groaning. He rubbed his jaw and wiggled it about a bit to ensure that nothing was broken. The man had a fist like a boulder. Malcolm, you should not have hit him. Amelia reprimanded her large friend. Nay, Amelia. I would have done the same if our roles had been reversed. I am glad that you found a protector in my absence. Malcolm stepped forward and offered Tristan a hand up. Tristan accepted it and stood. He moved around to sit on a log near the fire and met Amelia's eyes. You could have died. I know. Do you not care that your actions harm not only yourself but others who care about you? Amelia shook her head. My life is a small sacrifice to make. Tristan could have throttled her. You are a foolish girl, Mayhap, but it does not change anything. I fear that your grief has driven you mad. Of that I am certain. Tristan stared at her in silence. No matter what he said or did, she was going to do as she liked. There was no way to stop her short of tying her up and hauling her home in a sack. Sighing, he rubbed his hands across his face. You are the most infuriating noblewoman I have ever had the pleasure to meet. You would know, as you have met quite a lot of them, have you not? Tristan snorted in amusement at her quip about his social calendar. I am not the man you think me to be with the ladies of the ton. Amelia made a sound of disbelief. Malcolm sat off to the side watching them with an amused glint in his eyes. Now there is a man who sees straight through the matter. A budding respect for the man began to grow. He is a fierce protector. Fergus will like him. What happened, Amelia? Tears sprung to her eyes and she looked away for a moment before turning back to face him. She took a deep breath, then told him the entire story of all that had transpired since she had run, leaving him at the inn. When she was done, Tristan closed his eyes for a moment to steady himself before he said anything. You could have been killed. I know. You cannot continue to do this, Amelia. I know. Do you? You do not appear to. Amelia sighed, and he could tell that in that moment she wished that he had not found her. It was clear by the look on her face that she considered him to be an imposition, an impediment to her desired course of action. It hurt to have her think of him in such a way, but he could not sit by and watch her throw herself away, no matter how much she loved her sister. Henry is pursuing the other trail that led off back toward the road. We are to meet each other back in the village to share what we have discovered. The man that Henry is following is a very dangerous man. He killed the healer, and he absolutely knows something about Grace's abduction. It could be days or even weeks to where he is going. If the man discovers that Henry is following him, he will not hesitate to kill him. And yet you chased after him as if it was a matter of little regard for your well-being. Tristan shook his head in a mixture of disapproval and exasperation. Amelia shot him a look that said for him to cease with his murmurings, and he clamped his teeth shut in order to keep from speaking further on the matter. He was angry with her for what she had done, and he did not see it easing any time soon, not until she began acting with more care for her own personal safety. She in turn was angry with him for being angry and protective. He knew that in her mind he did not hold the right to feel such, but he could not cease from being so no matter what she felt. We will meet Henry in the village, then return to Canterley with whatever information we have managed to acquire. Jonathan and your father need to be made abreast of the situation as it stands. It is time that we were all working together, not running about in secret. Tristan leveled a meaningful look at Amelia, hinting that it was time that she was held accountable to someone besides himself for her reckless behavior. Amelia glared at him in rebellious fury but said nothing. He knew she did not wish to return to Canterley, where her father would relegate her to sitting at home waiting for news, but he could not risk further harm coming to her, and it was clear that she was not going to listen to him about anything. She was blinded by her love for Grace and could no longer see reason. Not that she has seen reason from the beginning of this venture. Should we not follow Henry, to be sure that he does not come to harm? It is likely that once the man reached the road, Henry will have lost the trail. He will probably be waiting for us in the village before we arrive. Amelia sighed and rubbed her hands over her face. So, I have lost him then. The best possible opportunity to find Grace's kidnappers since our failure in the north of Scotland is lost to us. That is probable, yes, but we will not know until we meet Henry. Very well. We will go to the village and see what he has to say, but if he knows who the man is or where he has gone, I will not be returning to Canterley. Tristan bit his tongue as anger flared within him. He fought the urge to argue with her and decided to save his energy for the time when it would be needed. We shall see. Yes, we shall. Amelia retorted stubbornly. Lying down upon the ground, she wrapped herself up inside of her blanket and closed her eyes, turning her back to Tristan. She fell asleep nearly as quickly as her head lay down upon the saddle. Malcolm chuckled from across the fire. Do you find our dispute amusing? Tristan asked in challenge. I do, but nay for the reason ye think. And what reason is that? Ye love each other but are afraid to admit it. Ye use everything around ye to keep yourselves from acting on your feelings. It is clear to everyone but yourselves. The things ye argue about are nae amusing in themselves, they are serious and heartbreaking to be sure. My amusement lies in the merry dance ye are leading each other on. It would be so much simpler and better for ye both if ye just admitted to each other how ye felt and gave each other the comfort that ye both need. And you claim to know this about us after one conversation?
Aye,
that and all Amelia told me of her life afore coming here. She told you of her childhood? Her family?
Aye, she did.
She would not do so if she did not trust you, and she does not trust anyone easily. How is it that you have garnered her trust in such a brief time? With some people ye just ken who ye can trust and who ye canny. Tristan studied the man's face and knew that he spoke the truth. He had an honest quality to his eyes that Tristan rather liked. Yes, I suppose that is true. Amelia's face is an honest one. She canny hide her thoughts or feelings, as her eyes tell you all that lies beneath.
Yes,
that is quite true. Tristan smiled.
It has brought her no small amount of trouble in her life.
I can see how that would be so among the nobility, poor lass.
Yes,
poor lass, indeed. Tristan copied the man's phrase. He appreciated the endearing quality of it. He traced the lines of Amelia's form in the firelight with his eyes. How many years have I loved this woman and hidden it from all, including myself, whenever possible? How many times has my tongue been stilled by an impatient or irritated look from her when I attempted to broach the subject? If anything were to happen to her, I will help ye to protect her. Malcolm's voice broke through Tristan's thoughts as if he could read their very essence. If she attempts to run away again, I will be there by her side and will send word to ye o' it. I will act as if I am returning home, but will keep watch instead. If the man she seeks comes back for her, or she goes to chase after him, I will ken it. She will ne'er ken I am there. Tristan studied his face, gauging whether to trust a stranger with such a task, but he could not escape the feeling deep down that this man was a friend, no matter the short period of time they had known each other. Besides that, it had become clear that he and Henry could use the extra help with Fergus gone back to Canterley. Fergus had had a way with Amelia that no one else did. He had seen a similar fondness in her eyes for Malcolm in spite of the short time they had been in each other's company. Perhaps I should have been born a Scotsman. They appear to be the only men that she will listen to, Tristan quipped in silent amusement. Very well. He nodded in acceptance of Malcolm's offer. I warn you that she may feel betrayed by the action. Better that she feel betrayed than that she is killed by one of those cuddies she's been chasing after. Indeed. I will take first watch if you wish to get some sleep. Aye, wake me when it is time. Tristan nodded, and Malcolm lay down much as Amelia had done and was snoring in very little time at all. Tristan sat alone and listened to the sounds of the forest. He heard his horse snort in the darkness and arose to move it with Malcolm's horses. He offered it a handful of oats and a drink of water from the nearby mountain stream. The water was cold, turning the air above it cool. He breathed in the fresh forest smells and felt the tension in his body ease. His horse snorted again, and Tristan ran his hand over the equine's muzzle. We found her, old boy. She is safe and sound, for now. The horse bobbed his head, nuzzling for more oats in his pockets. Tristan smiled and gave it another handful. He rubbed its forehead between the ears affectionately. The real question lies in how we will keep her that way. Tristan's thoughts turned back to his conversation with Malcolm. She will not sit at home and wait for the ransom, no matter the risk to her person, or to any of the rest of us for that matter. The horse snorted as if in agreement. We have no choice but to trust the Scot. The sound of a twig snapping behind him alerted him that he was not alone. He looked toward the fire and saw that Malcolm and Amelia had not moved. He slipped the knife from its sheath in his boot and prepared to meet the intruder. Chapter 19. Tristan waited, knife in hand, listening to the sounds of an approaching horse in the darkness. The noise the creature was making were not the least bit stealthy. It clattered through the forest with such disregard that it awakened Malcolm. Tristan raised his hand in caution to the Scotsman, who nodded his head in understanding and slipped backwards into the darkness, pistol in hand. When the horse finally emerged into the fire's light, Tristan could not believe his eyes. Pericles. It was Amelia's horse, riderless, and limping. Tristan waited for a few moments longer to ensure that the horse was truly alone. It walked over to the other horses and nuzzled up against Tristan's hand. "Hello," he murmured. "Where have you been?" Malcolm appeared at his elbow. He moved so silently Tristan had not known he was near until he spoke. "There is no one about?" Tristan nodded. He fed and watered the steed, then moved to check its hoof and leg to ascertain why it was limping. He cleaned a stone from its shoe and found evidence of tenderness where he assumed another stone must have been in the recent past. He did not have the supplies to adjust the shoe so that it would keep it from catching more stones, but he hoped that removing what it had caught and allowing it to rest would keep any further damage from taking place until the adjustment could be made. Amelia will be pleased at his return. She is very fond of the horse. The lass could use some good news. Yes, she could. Let us not wake her though. She needs her rest. Aye, the poor wee thing was quite unwell when we first found her. What happened? Malcolm told him of all that had transpired since he and his brother had found Amelia lying upon the ground at the edge of the lake. How she came to be there I dinna ken, but she said she was chasing after the cuddy who poisoned her. She was delirious, mumbling about her sister, Grace. She thought that we had had a hand in it at first, much as ye did when ye first came upon us. I apologize for that. Nay, think nothing o' it. I was glad to see that she still had someone to look after her. Always. Henry followed the trail to the east, leaving Tristan to work his way north. He was not nearly as skilled as Tristan, but he had been on his fair share of hunts, having an estate on the Anglo-Scottish border. He did his very best, but it was not good enough and he lost the trail when it intersected with the road. Frustrated, he turned back toward the village. Hopefully, Tristan has had better fortune than I in his pursuit. He traveled along the road, his thoughts consumed with Grace. It was all that he had been able to think about since her kidnapping. He was filled with more anger than he had ever felt before in his entire life, and he hated every moment of it. It was not within his character to be filled with such fury or hatred toward anything, but the kidnappers had done just that. He feared that by the time Grace was returned to him that the loving, compassionate man he had once been would be unrecognizable. If I ever get my hands on the men who took her. Henry could not finish the thought. His rage ran so high he could not pick from the myriad of ways in which he wished to punish the men who had taken the woman that he loved. When he arrived at the village, he headed straight for the stable to ensure that Mr. Johnson had returned the horse as promised. Upon confirming the stablemaster's receipt of the horse, Henry went in search of the magistrate. Yes, Mr. Johnson did report the death of the old healer in the forest. It appears that the poor woman fell and hit her head. Not an unusual way for a person of such advanced years to die, is it? The magistrate brushed off Henry's concerns as if they were nothing but fancy. We buried her in a pauper's grave in the cemetery as she had no family of her own to provide for her. Henry wished to argue with the magistrate, but he had no actual proof of misdeed by either the healer or anyone else. Sighing, he nodded and left the magistrate's office. I suppose he could be right in his assessment of the old healer's death, but I do not believe that he is. It is unlikely to be a coincidence, all things considered, but to share my suspicions with the magistrate would go against Grace's ransom demands, placing her in further danger. The idea of a murderer going free did not settle well with him, but there was no proof either way. Henry walked to the inn and sat down in the tavern at a table by the window. He ordered a pint of ale and a meat pie. He searched the faces in the room looking for anyone suspicious. If a man had just committed a murder, one would expect him to be restless, nervous, furtive. The same would be true of a kidnapper as well. Henry searched the eyes of each and every man present but found more restless and unhappy-looking men than he could sort through. The tavern was littered with veterans of the Napoleonic Wars with their battle scars. Conversations ebbed and flowed around the room, ranging from war stories to local gossip to politics. Nothing hinted at criminal conspiracy such as murder or kidnap. Sitting there alone, He downed a bit too much ale in an effort to drown his feelings. Hours passed with no sign of Tristan. Tired, his heart aching for the woman who was to have been his bride by now, he retired to his room and attempted to claim the oblivion of sleep. His mind conjured an idealized image of Grace lying next to him upon the bed, her sweet face ringed with a riot of dark curls. He reached out to caress her cheek but met only air. The image melted away, returning him to the empty loneliness of his room. "Grace," he whispered, her name catching in his throat. The pain felt as if it might suffocate him. When he finally drifted off to sleep, his dreams were filled with an empty space where Grace should have been. When Amelia awoke in the morning, she found Tristan and Malcolm already packing up camp. Malcolm handed her a bannock, while Tristan took her saddle and readied her borrowed horse. She watched him walk over to the horses and gasped in delight. "Pericles." She scrambled to her feet and walked over to her beloved horse. "I thought I had lost you forever. You will not be able to ride him today. His foot is bruised from a stone stuck in his hoof. When we return to the village, I will have the stable master properly tend to him," Tristan informed her. "We will take a slower pace so that he does not risk harming himself further." "How did you find him?" "He found us last night while you were sleeping. He was probably drawn by the smell of smoke and the other horses." Tears filled Amelia's eyes. She knew it was a bit overly emotional of her to cry over such a thing when there were much larger issues of concern, but she could not help herself. "It is an omen," she whispered. "An omen?" "A sign that Grace will be returned to us." "You have never believed in such things before." "I never needed to before." Malcolm came up beside them. "Ye believe in whate'er ye need to believe in, lass. Ye do whate'er it takes to keep hope in your heart." Tristan frowned. "No amount of pagan superstition is going to bring Grace back." "I'm well aware, Tristan." Amelia bit out. "I am not completely mad. I simply wish to believe in something good for a moment, just a moment of happiness in the torment that now inhabits every aspect of our lives." "My apologies," Tristan replied, an unreadable expression on his face. "Such notions are simply out of character for you. Malcolm and his family have reminded me of the importance of such things, and I am attempting not to lose myself completely. Grace should come home to the sister that she loves, not the mad woman of the woods I am becoming." Tristan looked at Malcolm in surprise. Amelia turned away to gather her blankets and heard Tristan murmur to the Scotsman, "Thank you for doing what I could not." "Give her time, lad. She's heartbroken now, but she will nae be forever." "I pray to God that you are right, Malcolm. I pray to God that you are right." Amelia paused in her labors, her breath catching in her throat. "As do I," her heart whispered in reply. "Henry." Grace awoke from a dream of her beloved to the cold hard stone of her prison. "Oh, Henry." She sobbed at the loss of his visage. The sounds of her captors talking just outside of the door drew her attention and she edged quietly over to the Brock's entrance. She pressed herself against the wall so that she would remain unnoticed. The sister, Lady Amelia, survived the poisoning, but just barely. She has been slowed down considerably and will not be causing us any more trouble if I have my guess. The healer has been dealt with. She will speak of nothing ever again. Amelia. Grace bit her knuckles to keep from crying out in distress at the news of her sister's poisoning. "She is alive, but barely. The dastardly brigands. If they harm her, I will slit their crooked throats." Grace had never had such violent thoughts a day in her life until she had been taken. Now she had them nearly without ceasing. It was one thing for them to take her, it was another thing entirely to hurt her family. And what of the men that were with her? Another man asked of the first. "They're too busy chasing after the sister to make any progress in their inquiries pertaining to us. It would be simpler if we could kill them all." "And if we do, who will pay the ransom?" "The Scottish stablemaster and the Earl of Aylesbury are expendable. The only ones we need to keep alive for the ransom are the Viscount and the Duke. We have a plan and we will not stray from it unless forced to do so by circumstances outside of our control." They came very nearly close to finding us on the mainland. The girl was running about in men's clothing, giving the men traveling with her a merry chase. She is more intelligent and daring than any noble woman has a right to be. If anyone can find us, it would be her. It is unlikely that they will find us here in the islands, but if they do, we have men watching out for them. If they make a move toward us, we will know. Return to the mainland and keep an eye on the sister. Being weak, she should not be difficult to find. And if she continues on her current course even after being poisoned? If she is that foolish, then she deserves whatever happens to her. No. Grace clenched both of her fists in anger and fear for her sister. Right. The first man chuckled menacingly as if he enjoyed the idea of harming women. Remember the plan and only harm the girl if it is unavoidable. Now off with you. The man must have obeyed and left because Grace did not hear him reply. She wanted to scream and yell for them to stop, but she knew that they would not listen. She banged her fists against the stone wall of the brook, wishing that she could rip her prison apart with her bare hands, but she knew to do so was impossible. There was no possible way that she could help Amelia. The irony that she wished to rescue the people who were attempting to rescue her was not lost on Grace. They are searching for me. Hope bloomed in her mind and heart. She had expected her father, brother, and Henry to go looking for her, but she had not thought that Amelia would do so. She never imagined that their father would allow such a thing. In all honesty, she could not imagine any of the men in their lives to allow such a thing, and yet according to the man they had, Amelia was out there searching for her and had come so close to finding her that they had felt the need to poison her. Amelia had always been Grace's protector. Though they were sisters, Amelia had been the only mother that Grace had ever known. I will never forgive myself if she were to die in an effort to save me. I could not bear the guilt, having been the cause of both my mother and sister's deaths. Though Amelia and Jonathan had always told her that their mother's death was not Grace's fault, she had long felt that it was. Had I never been born, Mother would still be alive, and Amelia would not be in danger now. Tears streamed down her cheeks as looked up at the top of the brook, once again contemplating launching herself from the top of the wall. If I am not alive to be searched for, Amelia would return home safe. She knew even as she had the desperate thought that it was wrong. If she were to die, Amelia would never give up the search until she had found the men who had taken Grace and brought them to justice. She did not wish to bring her family any more pain than they had already endured by such a rash action. Instead of succumbing to her defeatist thoughts, Grace did her best to cling to the hope that God would protect her family and that she would someday soon be rejoined with them. Please God, keep Amelia safe, even if it means my own undoing. Chapter 20. When Amelia, Tristan, and Malcolm arrived in the village, Malcolm excused himself to return home. Amelia was disappointed to see him go. The Scotsman kissed her hand, and she promised to come and visit him soon. She was surprised by his sudden departure after he had promised to help her find her sister, but she supposed now that she was back with Tristan and Henry, there was no need for him to stay. Watching him ride away was more difficult than Amelia had thought it would be. They left their horses at the stables, then entered the tavern inn. They found Henry in the corner by the window, scanning the faces in the crowd as if he were looking for someone to beat senseless. When his eyes fell upon them, his features relaxed in relief. Amelia. He stood and greeted her, taking her hands in his. He squeezed them affectionately, then motioned for them to join him. A barmaid came over and took their order, then moved to do as asked. Where were you? Henry demanded to know. Amelia told him of all that had happened since last they had spoken. When she was done, he sat staring at her in disbelief. What were you thinking, Amelia? You could have been killed. And would you have done anything different? She challenged. Henry sighed and shook his head. Nay, I would have done the same. There is not anything that I would not do to save Grace. Amelia leveled a pointed look at both men and sat back in her chair, feeling somewhat vindicated. As I thought. Amelia? Tristan warned. His tone told her that he was in no mood to get into another debate on the subject. She had scared him, and he had made sure that she knew it. Opting not to start another argument, she refrained from saying anything more on the subject. What did you discover? Tristan asked Henry. Nothing. I lost the trail at the road. I was afraid of that. And what about the dead woman in the croft?
Did Mr. Johnson do as instructed?
Yes, he did, but the magistrate brushed it aside as an accident. Well, we know that not to be true with what Amelia witnessed.
Indeed, but there is nothing that we can act upon without putting Grace in further danger.
The ransom note was clear that we could not divulge anything to those in authority.
Tristan shook his head.
And so, the killer will go unpunished.
Even though the woman supplied the poison that was given to Amelia, I cannot say that I would wish such a death on any woman, let alone one of such advanced years.
I suppose that were we able to have reported what happened to the magistrate, she would have ended up at the end of a rope in the end anyway. Henry nodded. And rightly so. God's justice, I suppose.
Amelia leaned her head against the wall of the tavern. She was tired from the journey and from retelling everything that had happened once again. She was sad at Malcolm's leaving, and felt the absence of Fergus even stronger than before. There was something reassuring about the older men's presence. Before she realized what she had done, she fell asleep sitting up at the table. The next thing she knew, she felt herself being lifted up into Tristan's arms, leaving Henry behind.
"Put me down,"
she mumbled sleepily. "Nay." He refused. "If I let you down now, you will tumble down the stairs." He felt warm and comforting. In spite of her protestations to be let go of, she clung to the front of his jacket as if it were the only stable thing in all of England to keep her steady. The ale she had drank with her meat pie, strong and bitter, had gone straight to her head. It reminded her of when she had been poisoned.
"I do not want to be poisoned again.
I checked all of your food and drink. As far as I was able to ascertain, you should be safe. You tasted my food knowing that it could make you sick or kill you?"
she asked in surprise. "I did not notice."
"Of course,
I did.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Grace is our primary concern,"
she argued with him, her mind befuddled from the alcohol. "Yes, she is, but that does not exclude you from my care." When they reached the door to her room, he nudged it open with his foot and carried her inside. Kicking the door closed so that no one could sneak up behind them, he laid her down on the bed. He removed her boots and covered her with a blanket. "You are too good to me," she mumbled, as he caressed the hair from her face. "Nay. You are more than I deserve."
"Such a thing is not possible."
"It is, I assure you." Tristan chuckled.
"We will have to disagree on the matter."
"We disagree quite often." "Yes, we do. And yet you still care for me." "Always," he whispered, kissing her forehead. He moved to stand, but Amelia grabbed a hold of his shirt front. "Do not leave me alone." "I cannot remain, Amelia. My presence would ruin your reputation. You were with me when I was ill."
"That was different.
I feared you were dying." "And if I said I did not give a fig for my reputation? I would still care." "Of course, you would. That is the ale talking," he murmured, amused at her state. "Or maybe it is simply the truth." "Nay. Yes," she whispered, lifted her lips to his, brushing them ever so gently. "Amelia, I." Amelia did not hear the rest of what he had to say before sleep claimed her. Tristan sat back on his heels, dazed. "She kissed me." A warm glow overtook him as the truth of it set in. He only wished that she had not been under the influence of ale when she had done it. He was not entirely certain that she would remember having done so come the morning, or even if she did remember, he feared that she would regret it, as she had never shown such an inclination before. Tucking the covers up under her chin, he smoothed the hair back from her face, kissed her forehead, then left the room. He rejoined Henry in the tavern. "How is she?" "She is asleep for now." "And if she runs off again?" "The man that she spoke of, Malcolm, is watching the inn. If she attempts to leave on her own again, he will follow her." "Does she know?" "Nay, and it should remain so." "There is wisdom in that." "What are you going to do?" "I do not know. The wiser course of action would be to return her to Canterley and await further instructions for the ransom."
It has become quite clear that Amelia cares not for what is wise, but I cannot say that I blame her. I feel much the same as she. Have you had any word from your solicitor?
Nay, but I am certain that the money will be waiting for us upon my return. There has not been any word from Fergus yet either. I checked with the innkeeper upon my arrival. Fergus would not know to send word here, as last he knew we were at another inn further south of here. When he returned to the inn from Canterley and found that we had already left, I would venture to guess that he went back home to await word. The kidnappers do seem to be taking their time about it though. Tristan sighed and leaned back against the wall. He scanned the room as if he could will something to reveal itself from among the gathered men. Better that than not have the money they are demanding. That is true. I am sorry, Henry. I did not think before I spoke. You are concerned for Amelia. I understand. The moment that the money is gathered, I will feel much the same way. At the moment, however, I fear that the ransom demand will come before all is ready, and yet I am impatient to receive word so that we can get Grace back and put all of this behind us. Tristan studied his friend's face. Go home, Henry. Henry looked up at him in surprise. What? Why? I can see the need in your eyes. Waiting for word is wearing you down. Go home, get the money, and meet us back at Canterley. Amelia will fight you every step of the way. Yes, she will, but it is time that she accepted the impossibility of the situation. She is going to have to find it within herself to have faith that once the ransom is paid, Grace will be returned safely. Henry shook his head. She will never until she sees it with her own eyes. Even then she will seek vengeance upon those who have violated the safety of her family, and I will be right there beside her. As will I, but until then, I wish you well with it. I will leave upon the morn for Slantonshire and meet you at Canterley in a few days' time. Travel safely, my friend. And you? Oh. Amelia groaned as she attempted to open her eyes. Her head felt as if it had been split open. Her eyes were grainy, and her mouth felt as if it had been stuffed with sheep's wool. Good morning. Tristan's voice greeted from the doorway. He stepped into the room and handed her a cup of tea. Good morning. She answered in surprise. Are you certain that I was not poisoned again last night? Tristan chuckled. Yes, I am certain. If you had been poisoned, I would have been as well with my tasting everything that you ate and drank. I do not feel ill in the least bit. 'Tis the ale that has bestowed you with such unpleasant gifts. 'Tis a gift that I can very well do without. Of that I am certain, but it did help you to get a good night's rest. That it did, I suppose, but it is not something that I would care to repeat. Nay, I should say not. Once is usually enough for those possessed with enough wisdom to know what is good for them. Sadly, too few possess such wisdom. You have come to force my return home, haven't you? Yes, I have. Tristan. She shook her head. Do you not think that you owe Jonathan the comfort of your presence and to relay to him and your father what little knowledge we have managed to garner from our endeavors? He could very well have news that has not reached us yet. Amelia sighed. Once I return, father will never let me leave again. I am not giving you a choice in the matter. We are returning to Canterley whether you wish it or not, even if I have to haul you back in a flour sack. Normally, Amelia would have fought him with fervor, but she lacked the energy to do so now. He was right, she owed Jonathan her support and maybe he would have news. I left Canterley once before without father's knowledge, I can do so again when the time comes. Rising, Amelia waved Tristan from the room and readied herself to leave. Exiting the inn, she met him in the stables, and they rode out for Canterley. Jonathan sat staring into the flames of the library fireplace, when he heard the sound of horses approaching the manor house. He turned to look out of the window and nearly cried out in joy when he saw Tristan and Amelia galloping up the drive. Launching to his feet, he ran out of the door, meeting them at the front of the house. Amelia. He pulled his sister from the saddle in an affectionate embrace. I was so very concerned. I feared the worst. As did I. Tristan replied, dismounting. Old friend.
Jonathan tucked his sister under his arm and reached out to shake Tristan's hand. "'Tis good to see you both. You look pale and drawn, brother," Amelia remarked with concern. "As do you," Jonathan remarked, tipping her chin up to study her face. "The poisoning took its toll. I see that. When I get my hands on those brigands," he threatened, his muscles tightening in anger. "We have to find them first." "Quite right." Jonathan led Amelia and Tristan into the house and ordered the staff to bring them some food in the library. "Have you had any news?" Amelia asked as she sat down on the settee by the fire. To Jonathan it felt as if she had been gone for an eternity. "Nay, not as of yet." "And father?" "I received word that he will be returning from London any day." Jonathan moved over to sit beside his sister. "It is only a matter of time and Grace will be returned to us. We will all be together again soon." "I pray that you are right, Jonathan, but I cannot escape the feeling that something is going to go terribly wrong. I cannot escape the feeling that if we do not find Grace first, we may never see her again." Jonathan looked at his sister and knew that she meant every word. "I am sorry, Amelia, but we have no other choice." "Then may God help us all." Chapter 21. Amelia slipped down to the kitchen to greet Mrs. O'Boyle. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she heard the cook singing softly, a sad song of love and loss. She paused to listen, and tears sprang to her eyes. The old Irish woman sang of a lost lass far from home, weeping and wailing for her faraway love to save her or she would surely perish. It was not a song that Amelia had heard before and she wondered from whence it had come. When the song ended, Mrs. O'Boyle stood leaning upon the table and wept. When she turned and caught sight of Amelia in the doorway, she gave a cry and rushed forward. "Oh, my darling girl. My darling, darling girl," she sobbed, taking Amelia's face between her hands. "We feared the worst when we received the news that ye were poisoned. My heart broke, I tell ye. Do not ever frighten me that way again. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Mrs. O'Boyle," Amelia answered, smiling at the older woman. A banging sound at the back servants' entrance, and the pounding of boots upon stone, heralded a newcomer to the scene. "Lass," Fergus whispered, stopping in the middle of the kitchen, relief washing over his face. "I saw the horses enter the stable and thought—" His words wandered off as Amelia rushed forward and launched herself into the old Scotsman's arms. "Fergus," she sobbed in greeting. "Och, lass. 'Tis glad I am to see ye still among the living. Ye were nae at the inn when I returned for ye. It has been a torment to wait here night after night for word o' ye, and yet none came. It will take more than a mere poisoning to kill me." Amelia jested in an attempt to lessen the emotions that threatened to overtake her at being with those she loved once more. "Aye, that it will, lass, and death tie any that try it." Mrs. O'Boyle rushed forward and ushered them into the pantry so that they might speak privately. "Tell us everything," the cook demanded, her usual take-charge manner resurfacing. Amelia obeyed. She told them everything, and when she was done Mrs. O'Boyle had gone quite pale, while Fergus' thoughts had turned inward. "When all is well once more, I will take ye to this Malcolm that ye spoke o'. I would like to thank him for stepping in when I could nae be there. I am certain that the two of you will get along splendidly. You may get to meet him sooner than you think. I am not waiting for the ransom to arrive, I am leaving before daybreak to pursue the man who killed the healer. I know that he had to have been seen in the area as it was not his first time visiting the old healer. Someone must know who he is or from whence he came. At the very least, perhaps someone can point me in the general direction that he rode in. Ye witnessed a murder, were very nearly killed several times, and yet ye continued on." Mrs. O'Boyle's face was swept with one emotion after another. "Ye have travelled the length of England and Scotland and still you persist at putting yourself in danger. I have never seen a more stubborn full-headed child in all my days. I will not permit it. Do you hear me? I will not permit it. We have already lost your sister and very nearly lost you. I will not allow you to risk your life again when there is another solution. Fergus. Ye ken well enough that where'er ye go, there I will be, but Mrs. Aboyle is right, lass. Ye cannae go on as ye have put in your life in jeopardy. Ye will find nae one if ye are dead. So, you will help then? Fergus rolled his eyes in exasperation. Of course I will help ye, but remember when ye are standing on my grave after all of the other men in your life have slaughtered me for doing so, that I warned ye against it. Amelia stood and wrapped her arms around Fergus' neck, kissing the top of his head. Och, away with ye. Ye will need your rest afore the morn. Amelia obeyed and left the kitchen after giving the cook one last hug. As she walked away, she could hear Mrs. Aboyle giving Fergus an earful. Poor Fergus. Amelia climbed the stairs to her bedroom, slipped out of her clothes, and fell into bed, exhaustion immediately claiming her, dragging her down into the dark depths of dream-filled slumber. She will run again. Tristan warned Jonathan as they sat together in the library. I can see it in her eyes. She will not surrender until either Grace is safe or Amelia is dead. I concur with your assessment of the situation, but how do you propose to stop her? Were I not needed here to ensure the ransom, I would go with her myself. I do not know, but if we do not find a way, I fear you will be burying two sisters, instead of welcoming one home. Jonathan sighed, rubbing his hands over his face. Amelia has never been one to listen to reason. You know that better than anyone. Yes, but it has become an obsession. If it were Amelia that was taken, what would you do? I would tear down the skies and rip up the mountains with my bare hands if that is what it took to get her back. And yet you expect anything less from her to save her own sister? Tristan leaned back in his seat and turned his gaze toward the flames burning brightly in the fireplace. Nay, I do not. Then what do you expect me to do about it? I do not know. Tristan glowered at the merry orange dancing form before him. I honestly do not know. Sighing, he turned his gaze back to Jonathan. I do have a man standing watch in the forest beyond. If Amelia steps foot from this manor house, he will know it. Jonathan nodded. I assume she does not know of this man. Nay. Very well. It will have to be enough for now. I will have a word with Fergus on the matter. We would not want him shooting your man, mistaking him for one of the kidnappers. It is hard to say who would get the better of that fight, Fergus or Malcolm. Jonathan nodded and left the room in search of the estate's stablemaster. Tristan laid his head against the back of the chair and closed his eyes. If she attempts to leave, she will be forced to get past me. Within moments he was fast asleep. Amelia silently descended the back stairs down to the kitchen. She found a bundle of food wrapped and ready for her on the table. Bless you, Mrs. Aboyle. She knew that the cook had protested her intentions to leave, but in spite of that it still put Amelia's wishes first. Leaving the house, she walked through the darkness to the stables. Did you think that you were going to escape that easily? Tristan's voice inquired from the shadows. Amelia sighed. Who told you that I planned to leave? No one. Do you think that I do not know you by now? I suppose that you do. Amelia was not at all pleased with the notion. Tristan stepped out into the dim moonlight and took her hands in his. You cannot continue on like this, Amelia. You have no say in my comings and goings. You are not my father or my brother. Nay, but I am. Jonathan answered from the doorway behind her. Both of you? Amelia answered in disbelief, turning to face her brother. Yes, both of us, and from now on that is how it will be. How dare you hinder me from saving our sister? You of all people should understand why I am doing this. I do understand, but I also know that there is not anything that can be done. I will not accept defeat. I will not give up, ever. Shh. A sound cautioned from the shadows. Ye are being watched. Malcolm? Amelia asked, stunned. What are you doing here? Keeping an eye on ye, is what? Where and who, Malcolm? Tristan asked. You knew about this? Amelia turned to Tristan, but he ignored her. He fits the description of the man that the lass gave us of the one who killed the old healer. Amelia felt the blood drain from her face. He is here? Aye, and I fear that he is here for ye, lass. Has he seen you? Tristan asked Malcolm. Nay. He is tae interested in the lass, tae pay any mind tae anything else around him. Can you sneak up and take him? Aye, if I had another man who could move as silently as I through the woods. I will go with you. Tristan answered. Aye. Stay out of sight. Tristan warned Amelia. I will take Amelia to the library and await you all there. Jonathan reassured him. Nay. Amelia attempted to argue, wishing to be present for the man's capture. You will have your chance to ask your questions once we have captured him. Tristan reassured her. If we take him and the men who have Grace find out about it, they will kill her. We cannot do this. It may be the only way that we will ever get answers, Amelia. If he tells us where Grace is, we might be able to rescue her before they realize their man has been taken. Jonathan pointed out. And what of the spies in our midst that we were unable to unearth? Will they not go running to their masters the moment that we have him? We cannot sit by and wait until he attempts to take you as well, Amelia. But if he did take me, you could follow him back to Grace. Absolutely not. Tristan protested with force. You are utterly mad if you think that we would let you do such a thing. Taking Amelia by the arm, he moved her back toward the house. You have risked everything to discover where Grace was taken. This is how we will find her. It is time that you placed your trust in those around you. And if your plan results in her death? You said it yourself. The man told the healer that it is all about the money. It is doubtful that they will give that up for one lowly man. These are the men who poisoned you. We need to know if you are in any further danger. If Grace is harmed in any way by this, I will never forgive you, any of you. That is a risk we will have to take. Tristan handed her over to Jonathan and moved toward the stables. I will send Fergus to stand guard. He promised, then disappeared from sight. You cannot let them do this. Amelia pleaded with her brother. You have left us with little choice by your reckless behavior. When they entered the light of the kitchen, Amelia looked up into her brother's face and saw how much the absence of both of his sisters had pained him. He had been left all alone to deal with everything that had happened. She bit back her retort to his words and stopped fighting him. She wrapped her arms around his waist and laid her head on his shoulder. I am sorry, Jonathan. I never meant to hurt you with my actions. My only thought was for Grace, and in doing so I unintentionally abandoned you. You are alive. That is all that matters to me now. I will do whatever it takes to keep both you and Grace alive and well. No man will ever think to harm one of my sisters again without my name whispering through his mind in fear and trembling for the memory of what I am about to do to the man who hurt you. Amelia had never heard her brother speak in such a fashion before. The experience had clearly changed him. He was harder now than he had been before, any soft edges remaining from the naivete of youth were gone. The two of them climbed the stairs to the library, where they sat in silence for word of the brigands' capture. When a gunshot fired in the direction of the woods, Amelia's blood ran cold. Chapter 22. Tristan entered the stables and found Fergus waiting for him. Thank you for telling us of Amelia's plans. Do not worry, I did not tell her that it was you. I could nae stand by while she put herself in further danger. The man who poisoned her is here in the woods. Fergus stood to attention at his words. He grabbed his pistol from the chest against the wall and headed for the door. Where in the woods exactly? I need you to stand guard over the house while Malcolm and I slip around and catch the man unawares. Fergus stopped and nodded. A sound choice, from what ye and the lass have told me of the man. Jonathan has taken Amelia to the library. If the man were to make a move before we could capture him, you and Jonathan are her last defense. As we do not know what he wants, we cannot take the risk. Nae harm will come, tie her under my watch. Good man. Tristan nodded and they exited the stables. Fergus headed toward the house, Tristan and Malcolm to the woods. They looped around where Malcolm had indicated last seeing the man. Malcolm went one way, while Tristan went the other. There was no way that they were going to let the man slip from their grasp if they could do anything about it. The faint glow from the moon was good for walking through the woods without falling or stumbling, but it also meant that they ran the risk of the man seeing them before they ever got to him. Both experienced hunters, they circled their prey as carefully as they could. When Tristan finally saw the man in the moon's light, a surge of anger coursed through his body. The brigand stood in the darkness staring at the house as a carrion bird awaits the death of its next meal. It was all that he could do not to charge the man right then and there. He had an overwhelming need to pummel the man's face with his fists but stifled it. He crept forward pistol in hand, as Malcolm did the same from the opposite side. Firelight could be seen flickering ever so slightly in the windows of the manor house beyond. A shadow passed in front of one of the windows and the man moved forward in response. Moonlight glinted off the end of what looked like a gun in his hands. Tristan rushed forward with the intent of disarming the man, but his movement caught the man's attention. The man turned and aimed the gun at Tristan. Tristan dropped to the ground as Malcolm tackled the man from behind. The gun went off, the sound echoing through the trees. "Are you well, lad?" Malcolm asked as Tristan stood and moved to help him control the struggling man. "Let me go, you bloody cur." The man attempted to pull a knife from his boot. Tristan brought his gun butt down on top of the man's head, rendering him unconscious. They pulled him up together from the ground and dragged him across the expanse of the lawn toward the house. Fergus met them at the door and opened it. They entered the house and dragged the man into the library. "Is he dead?" Amelia asked as they entered the room. "Nay, I hit him in the head with the butt of my pistol," Tristan explained as he sat the man's limp body in a chair. "We need rope." "There is some rope in the stables," Fergus answered, then left the room to go and get it. When he returned, they tied the man to the chair and set him in front of the fireplace. "What are you going to do?" Amelia asked as all four men gathered around him. "Perhaps it would be best if you went on to bed, Amelia," Jonathan answered, his tone serious. "Nay, if he is to speak, I wish to know all that he has to say. I do not believe that to be wise." "I care not." "Very well." Jonathan stood in front of the man, studying his face. Tristan leaned down, tapped the man on the cheek with his hand. "Wake up." "Nothing." He did it again. "Wake up." Still nothing. Tristan raised a browing question to Jonathan. Jonathan stepped forward and struck the man hard across the face with the back of his hand. The sound echoed through the room in stark contrast to the silence. "Wake up." Still nothing. Jonathan turned to Tristan. "How hard did you hit him?" "Hard enough. It would appear that we have no choice but to wait until he awakens. By then their spies will have discovered what we have done and set out to inform the others." "There is nothing for it." "Aye, there is, but it would be best if the lass was nae here to see it," Malcolm informed them. "What is it?" Jonathan asked. It was clear by his tone that he was willing to do whatever it took. Malcolm moved to the fireplace, picked up the iron poker, and shoved it into the coals. He looked to Tristan in question. Tristan nodded and bent to remove the man's boots. Jonathan turned to Amelia. "Leave the room, Amelia." "Nay." She shook her head. Tristan looked up and met her eyes. "Do as your brother says." He held her gaze, not moving. "Now." "Nay." Tristan looked to Fergus. Fergus nodded and came over, taking Amelia by the arm. "'Tis best if ye do as ye are told, lass. Such sights are nae for a lady to witness." "I will not go." Tristan released the man's foot and walked over to Amelia. Without saying a word, he bent over, flipping Amelia onto his shoulder and lifted her off of her feet. "What are you doing? Put me down," she protested, pummeling his back with their fists. Tristan ignored her and kept on walking. "Fergus," he called over his shoulder for the Scotsman to follow. They walked through the door and Tristan carried her up the stairs to her room. He removed the key from the inside of the lock and set her down on the floor. He shut the door in her face and locked it, handing the key to Fergus. She is not to leave this room under any circumstances short of the house burning down. If anyone attempts to enter, you know what to do.
Aye.
Fergus nodded.
Let me out.
Amelia yelled as
The sound of her fists beating upon the door reverberated through the wood.
Let me out. Tristan returned to the library just as the man began screaming in agony. Malcolm stood holding the red-hot glowing poker to the man's feet, while Jonathan held his legs up. The smell of burning flesh turned Tristan's stomach. He is awake now, he remarked.
Aye.
Malcolm nodded and removed the poker, placing it back in the coals. Jonathan dropped the man's legs. He cried out in pain as his feet hit the floor.
Who are you?
Jonathan demanded to know. The man spat in his face. Jonathan struck him, wiping the spittle from his face with his sleeve.
Who are you?
No answer. Malcolm took the poker from the flames and moved toward the man once more. There was neither enjoyment or regret in Malcolm's face, only the knowledge that what he was about to do must be done. The man whimpered in fear as the hot poker drew closer to his skin.
Martin. My name is Martin.
Martin.
Martin Ives.
Malcolm backed the poker away.
Where have you taken my sister?
Jonathan demanded. The man clenched his jaw. Malcolm moved the poker closer to the man's feet.
Ives whimpered but did not answer.
Do you consider yourself to be a brave and loyal man, Martin Ives?
Ives closed his eyes in fear but did not answer.
Perhaps a place dearer and more precious to you would be better? Perhaps here. Malcolm raised the poker to hover above the man's lap. Ives squirmed, sweating profusely.
Or here?
He raised the poker even further to directly in front of Ives' eyes. He moved it forward threateningly.
Musa. She is in the Brock of Musa.
Malcolm backed away and looked up at Tristan. Tristan nodded and he and Jonathan rushed from the room calling for horses to be saddled.
Fergus.
Aye?
We have it.
We know where Grace is being kept. Jonathan called up the stairs. May I release the Lady Amelia, my lad?
Yes, please do, and tell her to prepare for a long journey.
Jonathan turned to Tristan. She has earned the right to be there when we find Grace.
Fergus descended the stairs.
The man is in the library. Keep him here while we are gone until we have verified that he has told us the truth. Once we return with Grace, he will answer for his crimes. Jonathan instructed. You are the only man I can trust with such a task other than Tristan. See if you can get from him who else is responsible and knowledge of any further threats to anyone else in the family. I will do as ye ask. Just bring our lass home safe. I will,
Fergus.
I would ask you to watch over Amelia, but I know that if I left her here, she would only follow.
Aye, that she would.
And what will I be telling your faithful when he arrives and ye are nae here to explain why ye have a man tied up in your library? Tell him the truth. He will understand. I hope that ye are right about that, otherwise I may be hanging next to that lot for kidnapping. Tristan knew that Fergus was right. He reached out and touched his friend's arm. Jonathan, he is right. If you insist upon traveling with us to retrieve Grace, then you should at the very least leave Fergus with a letter explaining everything that has transpired in your father's absence. You should also speak to the rest of the staff so that they know not to interfere with him while you are gone. It would be better if you remained here to explain it yourself. I will not be left behind to pace in fear and uncertainty. I am going.
Then do what you can quickly.
I will meet you at the horses. Amelia came barreling down the stairs dressed in her brother's clothes, with a small bundle wrapped in a blanket. I am ready, she informed them, then dashed out of the door. Fergus and Jonathan went into the library. Shortly after, Malcolm came out. Are you ready to return north? Tristan asked.
Aye. He nodded.
This is not your fight. You can return home. Nay. Malcolm shook his head. I promised the lass that I would help her find her sister, and that is what I will do. Thank you, my friend. They walked out of the door to the waiting horses. Mrs. Boyle came running out of the house with a bundle of food and handed it to Amelia. She turned to look at Tristan. Ye bring both our darling girls home safe. I will, he promised. Jonathan exited the house and stepped into the saddle. He met his sister's eyes. For Grace. Amelia nodded, steely determination in her eyes. For Grace. Then they turned their horses north and galloped off into the night. Chapter 23. The ride north was long and difficult. They rode as swiftly as they could, only stopping long enough to collect Henry from Slantonshire and to sleep when they could no longer remain in the saddle. They rode the length of Scotland until they came to the very same shore that they had been forced to turn back from before. They hired a boat to take them to the island, leaving their horses behind. They approached the island at enough of a distance so as not to alert Grace's captors of their presence. Amelia prayed that the kidnappers had not been warned in advance of their coming, but she knew that it was a risk. She shoved the worry and guilt of what might happen to the back of her mind in order that she might concentrate on the present moment. When they approached the broch, Amelia stared up at the imposing stone edifice. She had never seen anything quite like it before. It lacked a roof of any kind, and there were no openings that she could see from where she crouched in hiding. She assumed that the door was on the other side. Grace has been held prisoner in that. There is no way to stay clear of the weather. She would have been rained on, with nothing between her and the elements. Amelia's heart cried out for her sister. I didn't see any men outside of the broch. Malcolm noted. I could walk or and see if there is anyone inside. They will nae ken who I am as nae one has seen me. Tristan nodded. Go with care. They will be suspicious of anyone who approaches. Aye, they should be. Malcolm slipped over the side of the bluff that they were hiding behind and walked over to the back side of the broch. He moved around to the other side, disappearing from sight. He was gone for several moments before he re-emerged, waving for them to join him. Amelia scrambled up and raced for the broch before anyone could stop her. Amelia ran to Malcolm's side. Where is she? She is nae there, lass. What do you mean she is not there? 'Tis clear that someone was here, lass, but that was days ago. There is nae one here now. Nay, that cannot be. Amelia ran as fast as she could around the side of the broch and through the door. The broch was empty. There were signs of recent habitation, but no Grace. Nay. She cried out, falling to her knees upon the cold hard stone. Grace. Jonathan and Henry entered the broch behind her. Upon seeing that the broch was empty with his own eyes, Henry collapsed onto a protruding stone, sitting down hard upon its flat surface. His face contorted in pain. We did not make it in time. Where is she? Where have they taken her? What have they done to her? Please God, do not let any further harm befall her for what we have done chasing after her. If she is killed, it will be all my fault for not being able to let it go and trust in Father and Henry to procure the ransom. I just could not escape the feeling that if we did not find her first, something terrible would befall her, but now I fear that that something terrible is me. Nay, darling sister. You have been the bravest and best of us. You have shown more courage and determination than anyone could ever have asked for. This is not your fault. This is the brigands who took our sister's fault and for which they will dearly pay. Jonathan replied, laying a hand on her shoulder. Tristan entered the broch. I have sent Malcolm to inquire about the island for Grace and her captors. I thought it best to send a Scot, as I rather got the impression from the boatman that Englishmen are not very welcome. If anyone has seen them, Malcolm will find them. Until then, it would be best to make camp and return to the mainland upon the morrow. Thank you, my friend. Jonathan answered and walked over to sit beside Henry. Henry examined the walls of the broch, the blue-grey sky lighting its interior. How can anyone have survived in such a place? There is no means of escape from anything. She would have felt every moment of cold and discomfort to its fullest extent. My poor Grace. He looked up at Jonathan, his eyes filled with panic. We must return immediately. If they have demanded the ransom in our absence and I am not there to pay my part. He could not bear to finish the sentence, for its conclusion was too gruesome to consider. They will kill her. Amelia finished it for him. Tristan reached down and pulled Amelia up from the stone floor. Come, rest, eat. You will need your strength for the journey back to Canterley.
How can I with what has happened?
Because if you do not, you will be unable to make it back home in time to save Grace. You have nary had a moment of sleep or decent repast since leaving Canterley. I cannot believe that after all we have done, she is not here. Amelia felt as if she were in a never-ending nightmare. In the end, in spite of all that we have done, it falls to waiting for the unknown outcome of a ransom. Who is to say that they will not kill us all once they have the money? Even if by some miracle Grace is returned to us, the men who have done this will escape justice to go on to do it again to another poor girl's family. If they are on the move again, then someone will have seen them. Once we have Grace back, we will be free to pursue the men who took her without repercussions. I have a friend in London, a man well versed in Britain's underbelly. If you are not opposed, once we have Grace back, I can have him look into the matter. How does an earl have the friendship of a criminal element from London? The man saved me from being attacked by thieves. I remember you telling me of that. We were still quite young men then. It was after that you began to carry a cane sword during our trips to London and encouraged me to do the same. Jonathan remarked as he joined them.
Yes,
the very same. He is discreet, this man? Amelia asked. The utmost. Tristan reassured her. Then do it now. Do not wait. We know not if we will be alive to tell him of it after. Jonathan frowned at his sister's words. The ransom clearly states to tell no one. We are well past that point, Jonathan. When my own gentle brother turns to the torture of another man for information, we are well past any such points of inquiry.
Yes, I suppose we are at that.
Jonathan nodded, resignedly. You may do as she asks, Tristan.
Very well.
I will send word to London immediately upon our return to England. Tristan agreed. With a large sum to be exchanged such as this, if anyone has had word of it, he will know the moment the brigands begin to spend it. Men of such ilk do not tend to wait very long at all before enjoying their spoils in the nearest house of ill repute. By a woman they will gain their fortune and by a woman they will lose it. Amelia noted, suddenly viewing such ladies of the night with new eyes. Fitting. She could hear her father's voice telling her that such thoughts are not appropriate for a lady of breeding, and she smiled. No matter the outcome, when this is over, I have no intentions of remaining at Canterley to be ruled by my father's hand. If the past weeks have taught me anything, it is that I do not belong there and that I am capable of far more than any lady of breeding is accredited. That is a devious smile if ever I have seen such a thing. Tristan murmured in her ear. Is that a glimmer of hope that I see, or jubilation at the chance of revenge? Something else perhaps? Can it not be both? I suppose it can, but I know you well enough to know when you are hiding something, and you are definitely planning something. Well, if you know me as well as you claim to, then it should not be too difficult for you to find me out. Tristan stopped her with a touch to her elbow, while Jonathan continued on to where the boatmen had begun to set up camp. Do not do anything foolish. Amelia sighed. I have had more than I can bear of many things, Tristan. What I do once Grace is returned home safely and weds her beloved Henry, is no one's business but my own. It is most certainly none of yours. She turned to walk away. Tristan grabbed her by the arm. How can you say that? After everything that we have been through together, how can you possibly say such a thing to me of all people? And why should you matter above all others? She retorted, jerking her arm free of his hand. Tristan stared at her, his features relaying a mixture of pain, anger, and disbelief. You are the most infuriating woman I have ever had the misfortune of being in love with. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he crushed her to him in a kiss of such passionate fervor that she thought she might never breathe again. His lips began to awaken feelings and sensations within her that she had never felt before, and she responded to his touch, surprising herself by returning his ardor. When he released her, he did so as abruptly as he had grabbed her, then turned and walked away without another word. Amelia stood alone upon the shore gazing after his retreating form. She regretted her words to him immensely. "I am an interminable fool," she murmured with only the sea to hear her. She turned to the camp and awaited Tristan's return, but he never came. Upon the morn, Malcolm returned with news of the kidnappers' movements. "They have returned to the mainland." "And Tristan? Why has he not returned with you?" Amelia asked. "He left on a boat for the mainland last night. He said for all to return to Canterley without him." "That is odd," Jonathan noted. "Perhaps he has gone to London to speak with that chap he spoke of last eve. I cannot imagine why he did not wait to go with us now. He appeared to be quite determined to get to London." Malcolm gave Amelia a knowing look and she blushed with shame for her previous behavior. "Had I known of his plan I would have gone with him," Henry remarked. He had spoken nary a word since discovering that the broch was empty. His face was pale and drawn. "We cannot delay a moment longer. I must provide my part of the ransom. I was foolish to think that any other course of action was the answer. There is no time now for such laments. We must make haste." Jonathan answered as he assisted the boatman with breaking camp and loading the boat. "We can take heart in the fact that we did not find Grace's body. If they had intended to kill her as they have threatened, they would have done so and left her there for us to find instead of taking her with them. It is clear to me that they intend to go on with the ransom. It is possible then that they did not know of our coming and have simply returned to the mainland in preparation of making the exchange." Henry remarked hopefully. "Yes, it is possible." Jonathan encouraged his friend. Henry's face lightened a bit as they loaded into the boat and set sail. Amelia wished that she could take similar heart from the thought, but her mind would not turn from Tristan's words and actions of the night before. In her single-minded foolishness, she had said the most heartless of things to him, and it had been the breaking point for them both. His kiss had awakened something within her that she had not known existed and which now would not leave her alone. She feared that her words had broken something within him that may have pushed him away from her forever. "I have lost him before ever truly knowing what I had all along. How quickly things can change between a lad and a lass." Malcolm noted quietly, coming to sit down next to her in the boat. "Indeed," Amelia murmured. "Ye have hurt him deeply." "Yes," she admitted, "I have." "Beyond forgiveness?" "I fear it may be so." Malcolm slowly nodded his head in understanding. "Your disinterest has finally turned to love, and yet ye fear his love for ye has turned to hate. But hear me, lass, such love as that felt for so long as he has loved ye does nae fade with mere words exchanged. It beats in the heart of a man so fiercely as to consume his entire being. That sort of love does nae die, nae matter what is to follow in deed or word. It can be bruised, it can be damaged, but it cannae be destroyed. I do not believe that he will return, but if he does it will not be for me. Aye, lass, he will return in time. But to what end? Only ye and he can decide that. I know nothing of romantic love. But ye can love, as ye have risked all for the love of your sister. That is different. Aye, it is, but then it is nae. Ye ken what it is to risk all for another, to suffer for another, to put their needs above your own. From what I ken, ye have been doing such a thing for the full of your life. Would ye, do the same for the lad, as he has done for ye? Amelia considered his words carefully. Yes, I would. Then there is your answer. Chapter 24. Tristan rode hard for London. The feel and taste of Amelia's lips upon his own driving him ever forward with equal longing and fury. He could have had any woman in England, and yet he had fallen for the one woman who was incapable of loving anyone but her family. It was a quality that he had long admired and still did in spite of everything, but it was also the quality that had shattered his heart, leaving him bereft of any hope. The journey south was long, made all the more difficult by the sudden swath of storms that thundered across the Scottish Highlands. When he finally reached London after so long a time of travel, he did not even take time to stop at his estate but rode straight for his friend's home in the East End. It was a rough sort of place, and as a nobleman he stood out greatly among the throngs of poor and homeless, but the dirt and wear of the journey did help to lessen the stares. Tristan pushed through and dismounted in front of the tavern. He entered and found Jacob Cohen sitting in the corner drinking cheap wine as was his usual evening routine before retiring for the night. To anyone who might take note of him, he was just another patron, but he was not. His eyes scanned the room over the top of his cup and his ears turned this way and that ever so slightly to pick out the various bits of information being discussed around the room. Jacob. Tristan greeted as he came to sit across from his friend. My lord. Jacob answered, taking in Tristan's appearance. Something is amiss. What has happened? More than even your discerning eye could estimate. Is there a place where we can talk in private away from prying eyes and ears? Yes, of course. Follow me. Jacob led Tristan from the tavern and up a flight of stairs to his room. He pulled another chair over in front of the fire across from his own and poured Tristan a cup of wine. Now tell me your troubles and how I might be of help. Tristan went on to tell Jacob of all that had transpired from Grace's abduction to leaving Amelia at Musa. I need you to look into this for me, my friend, discreetly. Of course. You should have come to me sooner, but I understand why you did not. It is a delicate matter to be sure. Will you be returning to this Canterley that you spoke of? Yes, you will be able to reach me there in future. However, tonight I will sleep in my own bed before I set out again upon the morrow. After such a journey it would be wise to allow yourself some time to rest and restore yourself. There is no time, my friend. You are a good man. I hope this Lady Amelia knows how fortunate she is to be held in your affections. I think that is a subject upon which she would greatly disagree. Then she is foolish and not worth your time, my friend. You should settle down with a nice Jewish girl who will take care of you. You can marry my sister, and grow fat together making babies. We could be brothers, you and I. Jacob had long jested with Tristan on the subject. He had often said that it was a true shame that Tristan had not been born a Jew. As tempting as such an offer might be, unfortunately for us both, my heart beats for only one. Pity. Jacob shrugged his shoulders. Why do you not take your own advice and settle down? Then who would protect my people from harm? Is a wife going to tolerate my staying out at all hours of the day and night? Would a nice Jewess consider marrying a man as I am? Nay, she would not. In order to protect my people from the criminal element that surrounds us here in the East End, I must also be a criminal. I would not curse a wife or children to such a fate. You are the good man among us, Jacob, not I. For you sacrifice that which I would or could not. You would if you needed to. If it were I that was the nobleman and you the poor Jew, you would do the same as I have done, just as you have done for your Lady Amelia. Tristan studied Jacob's face. You know that you and your family will always have a place at Hale Manor. And when I am old and grey, I might just take you up on it. Tristan smiled and nodded. Very well. I will anxiously await to hear from you. Be careful. These men are dangerous. They have already killed someone, and I do not believe for one moment that they would hesitate to kill you. They will know nothing of my involvement or yours. Thank you, my friend. As always I am in your debt. There is never a debt between friends. Tristan left Jacob's rooms and mounted his horse turning toward home. When he arrived, there was a great stir among his family and servants, but he waved them all away, falling into bed and not rising until the morning. His last thoughts in spite of himself were of Amelia. Grace lay on the cold stone floor of the baroque shivering as she had done every night since her arrival. The men outside of the door were up in arms about something, shouting and running to and fro. She knew nothing of what had them in such a state, but she lacked the energy to do anything to find out. Between the cold and damp, the loneliness and fear, combined with poor food and sleep, she had fallen ill. She was feverish and every part of her body cried out in discomfort. She had expelled what little she had eaten hours before, and her stomach seized within her as if by some unholy punishment. It felt as if perhaps God himself had found her in disfavor and seen fit to smite her down with his mighty wrath. She had heard the parish minister speak of such things often enough in her youth. She had long since given up praying for deliverance, and death had somehow become less frightening when compared with her current state. When two of the men burst through the blocked door and lifted her up from the ground, she could barely manage to mumble out, "Where are you taking me?" They did not answer her, but instead carried her down to a waiting boat, laying her down in its center. The men climbed in and the boat began to move. She was greatly surprised that they had set sail in the night, but she supposed that it was their desire not to be seen leaving the island. She knew not whether she was being taken home to ransom or further away to avoid detection. She could barely summon the energy to care either way, but a dim glimmer of hope ignited within her heart and she clung to it as fiercely as she was able. The boat rocked back and forth as they crossed the sea, and Grace felt her stomach turn over, but there was nothing within it to expel, so she lay still in the bottom of the boat and prayed for it to end, whether by drowning or landing she did not care. Gone was the young carefree girl she had once been, and in its place was nothing but a shell of bitter despair. The journey seemed to drag on for an eternity, and Grace felt as if she might die before they arrived at their destination. She reached up and grabbed the side of the boat, attempting to heft herself up enough to see over the side. She stared out over the ink-black rippling expanse and contemplated throwing herself overboard, the internal screaming to end her misery overwhelming the still small voice of hope that glimmered so low as to nearly be extinguished. Grace extended her arm and touched the water flowing past the bow of the boat, its cold caress a balm to her shattered soul. She leaned further, reaching out for the eternally comforting embrace of the deep, too weary to contemplate anything else but the peace and stillness of the oblivion it would bring. "Get away from there!" One of the men shouted at her and pulled her back away from the boat's edge. "Nay!" Grace jerked her arm free, and summoning every last bit of energy she had remaining, she pitched herself forward and over the side, the cold water instantly depriving her of air, cooling her fevered body. She closed her eyes and let herself sink below the waves. It is done. Chapter 25. Grace felt her heart sink as she awakened to find herself back within the boat. She groaned and coughed, rolling over to expel the salt of the sea from her lungs. It burned something terrible. Her eyes streamed with tears, her nose dripped with snot. "I am alive. Did you think that we would not go in after you?" One of the kidnappers growled, his clothing soaked through, his hair streaming with sea water. "You are not about to escape us that easily. You are worth a fortune, and we will not allow you to foil our plans." Grace continued coughing, unable to answer his question even if she had wanted to. She collapsed back against the bottom of the boat, too weak and exhausted to be able to do otherwise. "Where are you taking me?" she managed to croak out. The mere action of speech was too painful to do so again. "You will see. Now, lay there and be silent. If you attempt to run again, I will tie you to me. Who knows, we might even like being bound together, our bodies." Grace hissed savagely, cutting him off before he could finish the disgustingly horrific thought. The man chuckled, hissed back at her, laughed at his own sense of humor, then went back to concentrating on steering the boat. If Grace had had the energy, she would have leapt up and bit off a piece of the man's face. The idea of such a violent action revolted her, and her stomach turned at the thought, but she could not escape the desire to harm the man. Unable to bear the torment of the sea tossing the small boat about, Grace sunk back into the oblivion of unconsciousness, surrendering to the fever that raged through her body. Amelia, Henry, Jonathan, and Malcolm rode toward Canterley with single-minded purpose. Every day and night of their journey homeward had been fraught with fear, guilt, and heartbreaking silence as everyone imagined the worst. Amelia wished that Tristan rode with them, but prayed that his friend in London would be able to help them. When they reached Canterley, Fergus met them out in front of the manor house. He took Amelia's horse as she dismounted. "The Viscount is here," he informed them all, "and he is less than pleased." The look on Fergus' face was one of warning. Amelia's heart constricted in her chest. Should I go? Should I run? Nay. Jonathan answered without giving Fergus a chance to do so. You will remain. I am here with you. We will face him together. He turned to Fergus. How much does he know? I attempted to keep everything I could from him. I did nae wish for the lass to suffer any more than she already has. Good man. Jonathan clapped a hand on the Scotsman's shoulder. Has any further word of the ransom come yet? Nay, it has nay, but there is something else ye should ken afore ye go inside. What is it? Your father killed Martin Ives. He shot him right through the head in the library. He was angrier than I have e'er seen him afore. He has nae taken the loss of Lady Grace well at all. If he kenned all we have done to save her and how Lady Amelia put her own life in danger to do it, I would nae put it past the man to kill us all in his grief. Amelia slipped her hand into her brother's and squeezed it in reassurance. Jonathan met her eyes, squeezed her hand in return, then turned to enter the house, his shoulders and back straight as a sword, ready for battle. Amelia walked beside him, her heart beating as a military drum urging its soldiers onward into the fray. Henry came up beside them as they paused in the doorway. They met each other's eyes, turned back to nod at Fergus and Malcolm, then stepped into the house, its shadow falling across their faces as a portent of coming doom. They entered the library where they found the Viscount standing in front of the fireplace, the iron poker in one hand, a snifter of brandy in the other. He turned to see them standing before him and his eyes flashed in anger, but he said nothing. Father. Jonathan spoke first. The only other sound in the room was the crackling of the fire. What have you done? The Viscount ground out through his teeth. What we thought was right. Jonathan answered. What you thought was right. The Viscount took a step forward, the muscles in his neck straining his skin with tension. What you thought was right. He repeated, nodding his head in an unnaturally stiff manner. What you thought was right. He screamed, his face turning red then purple in his rage. It has become quite clear to me that you do not think at all, none of you. Henry stepped forward and stared into the eyes of the lesser nobleman before him, his stature every bit the Duke. I will let your manner pass because I know that you are grieving, Viscount Canterley. The use of title reminding everyone in the room that he outranked them all, but I will thank you to never speak thusly to me or in my presence ever again. The Viscount looked as if he wanted to run Henry through with the iron poker. It has been a long journey and we are in need of rest. Perhaps it would be best if we speak further on the matter once we have done so. We would not want our shared grief to lead us to rash words. Jonathan suggested. Yes. Amelia agreed. That would be best. Come, Henry, and we will find you suitable accommodations. Yes, thank you. Henry nodded briskly and turned to follow them from the library, leaving the Viscount trembling in his rage, alone. Once they were out of hearing, Amelia let out an audible sigh of relief that they had made it out of the library without further incident. She had been holding her breath since she had spoken in agreement with Jonathan. 'Tis my fault that he is angry. 'Tis my burden to bear. There is no need for either of you to take abuse on my behalf. I will face father on my own. If Grace is to stand a chance at being exchanged safely, the three of you need to be on amenable terms with one another. We will not let you take the blame alone. Jonathan argued, taking his sister's arm in the intensity of his feelings on the matter. I am his heir. There is nothing that he can do to me, nor would he. He is angry, heartbroken, and quite frankly terrified, as are we all. Give him time to see reason. When the ransom letter comes, all else will fall away but Grace's safe return. Until then, stay away from father as much as is possible. Rest. We have none of us slept well in a very long time. That is good advice. Henry nodded. I will go and speak with Fergus and Malcolm in the stables to let them know our intentions. Fergus was quite concerned upon our arrival and he will wish to know all that has transpired since we last parted. Jonathan informed them, turning toward the stairs leading down to the kitchen. It was clear that he did not wish the Viscount to know of his intentions in order to avoid further argument. Shall I go with you? Henry offered, turning to follow. Jonathan took his arm and spoke low so that Amelia would not hear his words, but she heard them anyway in spite of his efforts. I would prefer that you remain here with Amelia and ensure that no further words of disagreement are spoken between her and our father. It would be best if there was a man of superior rank standing between them. They will both say things that they do not mean, and it will end badly for all concerned. I do not wish to risk Amelia running again, for the next time she does so I fear she will not return. Of course, my friend. Henry bowed in deferment to Jonathan's request, then turned and followed Amelia up the stairs to retire to one of the guest rooms. Amelia wished that she could reassure Jonathan that she would not leave him to bear the burden of their family alone, but she could not. She had already made her decision. Once Grace was home safe and married to Henry, Amelia planned to leave and never return. Jonathan would be fine without her. As he had pointed out, he was the heir to Canterley and had no choice but to remain. Amelia had no other ties and wished nothing more than to disappear from society altogether. Perhaps I could live in the north as Malcolm does. An image of the beautiful lake that Malcolm's family lived on rippled through her mind. She could gladly live in such a place. I could ride to visit Grace without father ever knowing where I was. Amelia glanced at Henry from the corner of her eye and prayed that her face did not warn of her intentions. If any of them knew what she planned they would stop her. Her thoughts turned to Tristan and what he would make of her plan, but she shoved him to the back of her mind, unable to bear the ache in her chest that their last encounter had left her with. She missed his presence. She had gotten used to having his steady mind and devoted heart by her side nearly day and night since Grace was taken. She remembered the feel of his kiss and absently reached up to touch her lips with her fingertips. She moved to the window and looked east toward London. As if he read her thoughts, Henry came up behind her and gazed in the same direction. He will return. I know, she whispered, but as what? Whatever you will have him as. Henry answered, smiling softly in sympathy. He laid his hand on her shoulder for the briefest of moments, then walked away. Whatever I shall have him as? Friend? Neighbor? Lover? Nothing. She knew that there was no way that he would run away with her. He had his own responsibilities as the Earl of Aylesbury. It was not possible for him to abandon everything to be with her in the wilderness, just as it had not been possible for her to abandon Grace to wed Tristan when they were younger. Now that she had no choice but to surrender Grace to wedded bliss upon her return, could she let go of what little control she had over her own life and accept love, accept marriage? Amelia had never been and would never be anyone's ideal notion of an English lady. She had been born to it no doubt, but she had fought its social strictures at every possible turn. She had seen such things as pointless vanity. She of course had been forced to teach such things to Grace in order that she might survive in society, and it had served her well, but Amelia could not bring herself to walk the same line. She could not surrender herself to such an extent that she disappeared altogether. Would Tristan be able to accept such a thing? Would he want me to change to suit the role that I must undoubtedly play as the wife of an earl? Or would he allow me the freedom to remain myself, no matter the repercussions to his reputation and life? Do I love him enough to forego all else? Does he love me enough not to make me do so? In her search for Grace, Amelia had tasted freedom in its truest form, and having tasted it she could not just let it go. Shaking her head, she straightened her shoulders. Nothing else mattered until Grace was back in the loving embrace of her family and betrothed. Turning, she followed Henry down the hall, calling out to a maid to see that the Duke was properly cared for, then retired to her own room. Collapsing onto her own bed, Amelia prayed for the strength to do what must be done. Either the kidnappers will return Grace alive and whole, or I will hunt them down and kill them all. Chapter 26. Tristan rode toward Canterley, a myriad of emotions tumbling through his heart and mind. In spite of his anger when they had last parted, he could not bring himself to abandon Amelia in her time of need, whether she wanted him there or not. He had considered waiting for word from Jacob at his own estate, but he could not settle, pacing back and forth worrying. We cannot be sure that there are not those who wish further harm upon Amelia, and there is no certainty that Jonathan is also not in danger. I cannot leave them to fend for themselves, no matter the pain it causes me to look upon her face and know that Amelia will never love me as I have always loved her. But once this is all over and Grace is safely returned and the kidnappers are brought to justice, I think it would be best if I faded from view. I cannot go on as I have, as things were before, after holding her in my arms, after tasting her lips, after holding her life in the palm of my hand." Tristan urged his steed to move a bit faster. The thought of something horrible befalling any of those he cared for in his absence when he could have been there to prevent it was unbearable. He had needed to speak with Jacob and so had left, but he had also left out of anger and an ache in his heart that had threatened to drown him in its intensity. He would never forgive himself if his leaving had left his fellow traveling companions vulnerable to further misfortune. Heaven forfend. When he arrived at Canterley, Tristan was caught off guard by shouting and the sounds of breaking glass coming from inside the manor house. Dismounting before the horse had had a chance to come to a halt, Tristan threw the reins to a waiting groomsman and raced up the stairs, pushing past the butler, and into the library. The scene that greeted him was shocking in its intensity. The Viscount, who appeared to be intoxicated beyond bearing, was stumbling about the room swinging an iron fire poker around his head, smashing down on whatever piece of unfortunate furniture happened to be within arm's reach. The servants were all crowded in the hall, maids whimpering in fear, while the menservants eyed each other uncertainly. Jonathan and Henry were attempting to retrieve the iron poker from the Viscount's hands, both looking as if they had been in a pub brawl. A murmuring behind him signaled the approach of Malcolm and Fergus, rope in hand. "Good idea," Tristan greeted, "but perhaps you had better let me do it. I would not wish to see either of you hang for assaulting a nobleman." "Aye." Fergus nodded his head and handed the rope to Tristan. "That would be best. Have ye e'er roped any thinner for, your lordship?" Malcolm asked, frowning at the scene before them. "Nay, I have not, but I will risk it." Malcolm nodded his head in approval but hung on to his length of rope. "Aye." Tristan and Malcolm moved into the room spreading out, one man going one way, and the other man going the other. Tristan moved behind the settee and halted in shocked horror to find Amelia lying there, her head in Mrs. O'Boyle's lap staining the cook's apron crimson with blood from a cut on her head. "Amelia." He sunk to his knees at her side. Amelia did not respond. "God have mercy," he whispered, inspecting the severity of the wound. "I cannot move her, my lord." Every time his lordship sees her, he charges for her as if a man possessed, the cook explained. Tristan nodded, gritting his teeth. "I will see to it. Remain hidden until it is over." The cook nodded at this and did as she was told. Tristan arose and nodded to Malcolm's raised brow in question, then began to move forward once more. When they were close enough, Malcolm gestured with his hand to stop. He tossed his loop and expertly landed it around the waving poker. Cinching the loop closed, he jerked the poker from the Viscount's hand. Roaring in rage at this, the Viscount ploughed through Jonathan and Henry to charge at Malcolm. Working as fast as he could, Tristan moved forward and dropped the looped rope over the Viscount's torso and cinched it tight, bringing him to a halt. The Viscount roared and changed directions, turning toward his new attacker. "Enough is enough." Henry ground out and landed a punch on the Viscount's jaw with such force that the Viscount stopped dead in his tracks and slid to the floor unconscious. A sickening crunch on impact announcing to one and all that Henry had surely broken at least two of his fingers, if not all of them. Jonathan gestured for Fergus to join them from the doorway. Jonathan lifted his father up from under the Viscount's arms, while Fergus grabbed his lord's feet. "We'll carry him to his room. He will wake up sore but will not remember anything in the morning." "I do not remember ever seeing your father drunk," Henry noted in surprise, panting and clutching his hand to his chest in pain. "It is rare. I have only seen it but a few times in my life, but never like this." The strain of waiting for word about Grace was more than he could do without fortification. Jonathan answered. He and Fergus left the library with the Viscount hefted between them. "I believe his lordship passed fortification some time ago and was fast approaching oblivion, though I cannae say I blame the man. 'Tis more than any father can bear to lose a child." Malcolm's voice was that of experience. He should nay have hurt the lass, Lady Amelia, as he did though. Nay, he should not have. Tristan agreed, moving over to kneel behind the settee. Lifting Amelia up into his arms, he carried her over to lie upon the nearby chaise lounge. "How is she?" Henry asked, frowning in concern. "I do not know," Tristan answered, his heart clenching in worry. Mrs. O'Boyle stood up from her place on the floor and immediately started issuing orders for hot water and bandages to be brought to the library. The head housekeeper likewise gave instructions for the cleaning up of the evidence of the Viscount's rampage. Mrs. O'Boyle disappeared from sight for a moment, then returned with some form of herbal medicinal salve that she had brought up from the kitchen, what Tristan could not be sure. After washing away the blood and soot from the impact of the poker on Amelia's skull, Mrs. O'Boyle covered the wound in the salve then bandaged it. "I do not think that she has any broken bones," she announced, rising to her feet. "I cannot say the same for you, Your Grace," she noted, turning to examine Henry's hand. "It was regrettable, but necessary given the circumstances." "Aye, better ye than I do it," Malcolm answered, nodding in approval. "They canny put ye in prison for it." Henry chuckled. "To do so would require the Viscount to admit to his ungentlemanly behavior. I do not see that happening." "Nay," Tristan agreed, kneeling down beside Amelia. He brushed the hair back from her face and ran a wet cloth over her face, cleaning it of the remaining dried blood. "Ye will not suffer overmuch," Mrs. O'Boyle informed Henry after examining his hand. "The bones are not out of place, but ye should not use that hand overmuch for a time." She covered the broken skin of his knuckles in salve, then wrapped it in bandages for stability. "I offer you my sincerest gratitude, Mrs. O'Boyle." Henry bowed gallantly to the cook in thanks once she was done. Mrs. O'Boyle blushed, then moved back over to Amelia. "She will be well, my lord. She just needs a wee bit of rest is all." Tristan nodded in acknowledgement. "I will stay with her." Mrs. O'Boyle nodded in sympathy. "I will bring ye a bite to eat and something to drink while ye wait." "Thank you," Tristan murmured, pulling a chair over next to the chaise lounge and lowering his fatigued frame into its cushioned embrace. Jonathan rejoined them in the library and sat down in a chair across from Tristan. "How is she?" he asked, peering into his sister's sleeping face. "Mrs. O'Boyle seems to think that she will be well after some rest," Tristan answered, sighing. He rubbed his hands across his face and leaned forward onto his knees. "Where is Fergus?" "He is helping my father's valet to undress and bath him. They thought it best that there be no sign of what transpired here to remind father. The wound on your sister's head will not disappear overnight," Tristan remarked dryly. In his opinion, the Viscount should be forced to face his actions, no matter the desperation the man had felt for his other daughter. Nay, it would be best if she remained in her room once father wakes. "So, she must hide instead of your father facing and being held accountable for his actions? It is not perfect, I know, but it is for her own well-being." "Unbelievable," Tristan grumbled under his breath, shaking his head in disapproval. "It is unfair, but it is for the best. She should have married me long ago and been well rid of this place." "I know, but she would not leave Grace." Tristan and Jonathan sat for a moment, eyes locked in silent conversation, then sighing, Tristan rubbed his hands across his face once more. Jonathan arose and poured each of them a brandy. Malcolm's face said he would have preferred whiskey, but he chose not to voice it, instead joining the men sitting around Amelia's unconscious form to keep watch. "Poor lass," he murmured, shaking his head in disapproval of the entire ordeal. "She deserves better, ye ken." "Yes, she does." Jonathan and Tristan agreed softly in unison. They glanced up at each other and nodded in acknowledgement. "What can be done about it if she refuses to marry?" Jonathan asked hopelessly. "I have tried to encourage her to accept any of the many proposals that she has received to no avail." Henry stirred in his chair thoughtfully. Do you think that your father would give her permission to come and live with Grace and I for a time?
I do not know,
Jonathan answered. He is determined to see her married to a man of note. Perhaps if you promise to find her a husband, he might let her go with you. He shot an apologetic look at Tristan. It would give you time to woo her, Tristan, after Grace is settled. It would give her time to come to terms with her new life. Henry offered, meeting Tristan's eyes. His offer was a reasonable, compassionate one. Tristan nodded. I see the wisdom in it, and she would be away from here. Even if she never chooses me, all I want is for her to be safe and happy. You are both good men, my friends. Jonathan murmured. He lifted his glass in a gesture of respect to Tristan and Henry, which they reciprocated, then downed the contents. None of them were in a brandy-sipping mood. Jonathan arose to refill their glances. Whiskey, perhaps. He mumbled as he did so. Aye. Malcolm agreed heartily. Yes, please. Henry answered enthusiastically. Tristan knew his hand had to be paining him fiercely. The thing will be getting father to agree, Jonathan remarked, returning to their previous conversation. He will never cease in his attempts to change her. It is the only way he knows to express his love for her. I say we do not give him a choice. Tristan replied, angrily. If Henry had not hit the Viscount, Tristan would have gladly done so. Ye ken that if he does nae let her go she will run again. Malcolm pointed out. 'Twas written all o'er her face when we brought her home. She does nae wish to be here any longer than is necessary to see her wee sister home safe to his Grace's arms. The moment that happens, Lady Amelia will disappear into the mist. There is nae doubt in my mind about it. If I had my mouth, I would bite. If I had my liberty, I would do my liking. In the meantime, let me be that I am, and seek not to alter me. Tristan murmured the quote from Shakespeare's Much Ado About Nothing as he gazed in loving understanding at Amelia's sleeping face. Aye. Malcolm nodded in agreement. She has seen the freedom to be found in the mountains and forests. She is nae like to return to the bondage of this gilded cage. He gestured about him with his free hand at the room around them. If ye had seen the look on her face as she sat at the water's edge where I live, ye would ken that her soul does nae belong here at all. I know that you are right. Were it not for Grace, she would have left a long time ago. Once she has discharged her oath to our mother to care for Grace, there will be nothing left for her here. Jonathan sighed, his sorrow etched into every line of his face. As much as she loves me, it is not enough to hold her here, nor would I wish it to be. Tristan's heart went out to his friend. No matter what happens in the days to come, my friend, remember that you are never alone. We are here for you and always will be. When you are in need or simply wish to be reminded that you are loved, call upon me, and I will come. We may not be brothers of the blood, but we are most certainly brothers of the heart. Here, here. Henry raised his glass in agreement. I thank you both, but I can handle father. He has never treated me or Grace as he has Amelia. I will miss them both, but I only want what is best for them. I bear the guilt of so many years in which Amelia suffered in silence. I did what I could for her, but it was not enough. It will never be enough. Father is a good man, but he demands respect and perceives Amelia's independent spirit as disrespect, a refusal to conform to the accepted norms of society. The lass was nae meant for such things. Malcolm remarked quietly, studying Amelia's face. Sometimes when I look at her or hear her speak, I cannae help but think that she was meant for a different place and time entirely, a place and time where lassies are free to do as they please just as we men are. Jonathan snorted. A fantasy land that will never exist. I would nae be so sure. 'Twill be lassies such as she that will make it so. You are an odd man to be sure, Malcolm Maxwell. Jonathan shook his head in disbelief, but there was a look in his eyes that told Tristan that Jonathan wished such a thing were so for Amelia's sake. Aye, there is nae doubt about that. Malcolm smiled knowingly, but I am nae wrong. She deserves such a fantasy to be true. Jonathan murmured, gazing at Amelia, pain in his eyes. But it is not the way of things.
Aye, but it should be.
As it is, she is seen as little more than a beautiful disaster in our father's eyes. 'Tis nothing but a never-ending war of hearts and wills between them, one that is becoming clearer by the day. She will not win.
Then it is settled.
We will all do everything within our power to see that she comes to live with grace and die, until she is ready to choose a husband to wed herself, preferably Tristan.
Tristan smiled at that.
Malcolm nodded his head in agreement.
Aye,
if e'er there was a lad the lass should be wed, 'tis his lairdship. She loves you, Tristan. She just needs a little more time. Henry reassured him in quiet earnest.
Then I shall wait until the end of time if necessary.
Tristan promised, meaning every word.
She is worth the wait.
Chapter 27. Amelia awoke to a cacophony of masculine snoring. She opened her eyes and found Jonathan, Henry, Fergus, Malcolm, and Tristan all sleeping in chairs sitting in a half-circle around her. The two Scotsmen snored so loudly that Amelia feared they would permanently damage something anatomical. She attempted to sit up and grimaced in pain, her hand flying up to the bandage that covered her head. Memory of what had transpired between herself and her father flooded back awash in pain. She groaned and lay back upon the chaise lounge, unable to bear anything resembling an upright position. She closed her eyes again and prayed for the pain to cease. She felt as if someone had stabbed her through the skull.
Close enough, she admitted, silently remembering the iron fire poker her father had wielded with such fury. He had blamed her for putting Grace's life in danger by her disobedience, an offense he was unable to forgive. The touch of someone's hand startled her and her eyes flew open in fear of who it might be. "'Tis no one but I."
Tristan's voice reassured her, apparently seeing the panic in her eyes. "Your father is sleeping off the brandy in his bedchamber." Amelia relaxed upon hearing his words of reassurance. "Good," she croaked out, frowning at the atrocious sound. Tristan moved to get her a glass of water and brought it back, holding it to her lips for her to get a drink.
"Thank you," she whispered.
"Of course. You have been out for some time, Mrs.
A boil sore to your wound.
I must thank her at the earliest opportunity." She attempted to speak once more with a bit more success. "I am sure that she is already aware of your appreciation for all that she does, but I will be sure and relay your gratitude to her."
"Thank you." "Not at all."
Tristan reached up and brushed the hair from her face to examine the bandage. "The bleeding appears to have stopped. I see no signs of seepage." "That is good." Tristan smiled. "Yes, that is very good." Amelia looked up into his eyes and felt her heart turn over in her chest. "I am sorry," she whispered, not trusting her failing voice to construe the true extent of her sorrow over how they had parted. "As am I," he murmured. He reached out and caressed her cheek. Amelia turned her face into the palm of his hand and closed her eyes, drinking in the feel of his skin upon her own. His touch was better than any medicine could ever be to ease her pain.
"You did nothing wrong," she admitted, opening her eyes to meet his.
"'Twas I that caused harm, not you." Tristan took his hand from her face and grasped her hand between both of his own. He brought it up to his lips and kissed it tenderly. "You had your reasons."
"Yes, I did,
but that is no excuse for all that I have put you through. There is time enough for that later. For now, you rest and concentrate on feeling better." "But," Tristan shook his head, interrupting her arguments, "when you are ready,
I will be here."
"That does not seem fair to you after all of this time." Tristan shook his head again.
"Life is not fair,
I came to terms with that long ago, and time matters not when compared to eternity." "Eternity? Will not death be a bit of an impediment to such lofty aims?" Tristan chuckled and kissed her hand once more. "Eternity is how long that I will be blessed to love you. What is something as medial as death between us? Whatever may come, whether in life or in death, my love for you will not change. If it takes a lifetime for you to be ready, then that is how long I will wait. In the meantime I get to love you, and that is enough." Amelia felt dizzy, but she was not sure whether it was Tristan's words or her head wound that caused the world to move about in such a chaotic manner. Tristan, I. Her words caught in her throat and she did not know what to say. I will be here. He whispered the promise into her skin, sending tingles of sensation from her fingers to her torso. Amelia? Jonathan's voice broke through the haze of her mind. Tristan moved back and Jonathan knelt down beside her, taking his place. I am so sorry that I could not protect you. Tears of guilt and worry glistened in his eyes. Amelia reached up and laid her hand on his cheek. Do not fear for me, brother, all will be well in time. We have come up with a plan and I want you to listen to it in its entirety before you interrupt. Jonathan informed her anxiously. I am listening. She agreed. Jonathan proceeded to lay out a plan to convince their father to allow her to go and live with Henry and Grace once they were wed, where she would remain until she had chosen a husband for herself. Amelia's eyes unwittingly turned to Tristan and he smiled down at her, nodding in encouragement. Is this something that you could tolerate? Jonathan asked, his eyes begging her to accept the plan and not run away again. He will never agree to it, she informed him. But if he did? Then yes, I would do so. Jonathan's face broke out into a relieved grin and he kissed his sister's hand. As soon as Grace is returned to us, I will speak with father on the matter. Amelia looked black at Tristan again, her eyes saying what her mouth could not. There was so much to talk about, but it was never the right time to do so, even now. Turning back to Jonathan, she licked her dry lips and attempted a regular voice. Have you heard anything about Grace? Not yet, but I have a feeling that we will soon. Amelia sighed, nodding at her brother's words, but stopped short at the pain that stabbed through her skull. Welcome back. Henry's voice sounded somewhere behind Jonathan. Amelia turned her head and smiled in greeting at her future brother-in-law. 'Tis good to be back, I think. She winced as another pain coursed through her head. A bit of brandy will set you to rights. Jonathan arose and poured her a drink. It should take the edge off of the pain. I am addled enough without the aid of spirits, my dear brother. Amelia quipped in a weak effort at humor. Jonathan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of the effort. Even so, he replied, handing her the drink, perhaps just a sip or two. Amelia acquiesced and did as bidden, then handed it back, closing her eyes, unable to keep them open for very long at a time. Rest, her brother admonished, patting her hand. Amelia lay with her eyes closed and allowed the harmonizing snores of her two favorite Scotsmen to lull her back to sleep under the watchful eyes of her most cherished guardians. When the ransom letter finally came, it had been so long expected and yet denied that they all just stood around it for a moment, unable to move or speak. It was Jonathan who first broke the silence. She is alive. He handed the letter to Amelia and waited silently as she read the words for herself. Amelia devoured the letter with her eyes taking in every detail. She is alive. Amelia breathed in confirmation. Assuming they are telling the truth. If they lie, they do not get paid, Jonathan pointed out. Amelia handed the letter to Henry for him to read. It is time, he solemnly murmured. She could tell that he too feared a trap built of lies. I will go and tell father, Jonathan offered, then turned to climb the stairs. The Viscount had kept to himself since the incident in the library, apparently too ashamed of his behavior to face the rest of them. It had been for the best, as it had allowed Amelia to recover in relative peace. When Jonathan returned to the library, the Viscount followed close behind. Henry handed him the letter and they all waited quietly for him to respond to its contents. Very well, he murmured. We will prepare to leave at once. It is a few days' ride to the meeting place. Jonathan and Henry exchanged a look of concern. Henry and I were speaking on the very subject and think that perhaps it might be best if he and I were to deliver the funds for Grace's return. In the event that it is a trap, the head of our family should be ready to take immediate legal action against those responsible. The Viscount considered this in silence for several moments. Jonathan looked as if he were holding his breath, not sure whether to expect an angry outburst or acceptance. "Yes, I see the wisdom of your plan." The Viscount nodded slowly. "You are perfectly correct in your thinking, but I must insist that you take at least 2 armed guards with you to the exchange." "I will go," offered Tristan. "Nay, my boy. This is a family matter. My children were wrong to include you in it." The ransom letter was quite clear on that point. The Viscount rejected the offer. "Take 2 of the servants. Fergus and the new man you hired." "What's his name? The other Scotsman?" They all exchanged looks with one another, silently agreeing not to correct him in his misunderstanding of Malcolm's role in the entire ordeal. "Malcolm, father." Jonathan answered instead. "Yes, Malcolm." They both appear to be familiar with the use of firearms. "They are." Jonathan nodded in confirmation. "Very well. The kidnappers cannot object to that. A nobleman should never travel without at least 1 servant at his disposal." The Viscount turned to Tristan. "I thank you for your aid in our family's time of need, but I think it would be best if you returned home now. As I said, this is a family matter and our Grace will need time to recover from her ordeal in quiet once she is safely returned to us." Tristan's brows raised at being so dismissed, but having no choice as it was the Viscount's household, bowed in reluctant acceptance and turned to leave. "I will be at my country manor house if anyone needs me." He gave a pointed look at Amelia, letting her know that he meant he was there for her protection and safety, then left the room. Amelia, fuming, wished for nothing more than to admonish her father for his poor manners, but managed to remain silent with great difficulty. She turned away so that he would not see her thoughts upon her face, but she was too late. He had already noticed. "Amelia, it would be best if you retired to your room to rest, while the men of the house discuss what must be done." Before she could say a word in response, Jonathan moved next to her and took her arm. "I will see you to your room, sister. We would not want you to fall down the stairs as you are still recovering." He looked down into her face with an expression that said to remain silent. Amelia allowed him to lead her out of the library toward the staircase. Amelia tried to jerk away. She turned glaring up at him. "How could you agree with him after everything we have been through together?" Lowering his voice, Jonathan drew her nearer to him. "Do not rile him. There will be no one left here at Canterley to protect you from his wrath. While I am gone, you must stay out of his way. Remember, we must convince him to allow you to go with Henry and Grace upon our return." Amelia's anger softened and she nodded slowly. "I will do my best," she promised, though she still very much wished to tell her father exactly what she thought of his opinions on the place of women within the household. "One day you will be a great lady in charge of your own household with a loving husband who respects you enough to let you have your own way." They both knew there was only one man who fit that description. "Be patient and someday soon you will be free of our father's ire. Wed well and all will be well between us." Amelia snorted in derision. "Yes, my dear sister, that is very much the way of it, but there are worse things than marrying a man who loves you and who, if you are being honest with yourself, you love as well." Jonathan reached out and rubbed his thumb along her cheekbone, before extending his arm to her. "Shall we climb?" he asked, gesturing toward the stairs. "I suppose we must." Amelia sighed and took his arm. Someday soon, she promised herself, I will be free, one way or another. Chapter 28. When Henry and Jonathan set out for the rendezvous point with Fergus and Malcolm in tow, they were not at all certain what awaited them on the other side of their journey. They were not pleased that the meeting had been set so far from Canterley, but it was at least within reasonable riding distance from Slantonshire. This proximity to Henry's estate made them all the more suspicious that it was someone from his own estate that was the instigator of their woes. "Do not worry, my friend," Jonathan reassured Henry. "We will discover those responsible and bring them to justice no matter where they may hide themselves. Tristan has set everything in motion for their discovery and capture with his friend in London. I noticed that you kept that a secret from your father," Henry remarked, more to make conversation and fill the empty spaces in his mind and heart than anything else. Nay, Tristan and I felt it best not to anger him further by our involving another person outside of the family. We can tell him all about it when it is over. Once he has Grace back safely, then he will not care who we involve as long as we are discreet and do not cast a shadow on the family reputation. A wise decision. Henry agreed. Once our Grace is back, all will be better for everyone concerned. Indeed. Jonathan nodded his head in agreement. He frowned, creating a furrow in his brow as he surveyed the horizon. What is it? Henry asked, noting his concern. Amelia has suspected that something was not right about all of this from the moment that Grace was taken, inasmuch as our sister being kidnapped is wrong in every way, but something more than that. Yes, I have come to hold great respect for her instincts and abilities in the past weeks. She has proven herself more than capable. Aye, the lass is a strong canny one, to be sure. Malcolm agreed, coming up to ride beside them now that they were out of sight of Canterley Manor. Fergus did the same. I share her reservations on the matter, lads. I cannae help but feel that we are out an entire trap and leaving the Lady Amelia unguarded to fend for herself. Tristan will not leave her alone no matter what my father has said. He will find a way to keep watch over her without father knowing. Jonathan reassured him. I apologize for the deception of your being a servant under our employ. Father would not have tolerated your presence otherwise. Och, away with ye. Dinny fash. Malcolm shooed Jonathan's apology away with his hand. 'Tis nae needed. I ken well enough that it was a needed deception. I agree with Malcolm. I dinna like leaving the Lady Amelia after all that has happened. Fergus murmured. Tristan is a good man to be sure, but he cannae protect her from what he cannae see. They all knew that he was referring to the poisoning incident. We must trust that she will be well and concentrate on retrieving Grace, unharmed. We must leave both of my sisters in the care of God's hands and do our part the best that we know how. Henry frowned in anger at the thought. Where was God when the brigands took my Grace? She is alive, Henry, and I for one choose to thank God for that, no matter what led to her capture. Henry sighed and nodded, but he could not escape the feeling of betrayal that such thoughts evoked in him. He feared it would be a long time before he and God were once again on speaking terms. He knew such thoughts were blasphemous, but he could not bring himself to care. Sitting in Musabrook after having missed Grace by so short a time had left what remained of his heart and faith in tatters. He would not draw an easy breath until she was safe in his arms, but it would take an even longer time before he was able to move past everything that had happened. Will Grace be able to recover from whatever horrors she has been forced to face at the hands of these scoundrels? The thought of everything that she had possibly been forced to endure caused a chill to shoot up his spine with such ferocity that he could barely breathe. Clenching his teeth in barely concealed fear and fury, Henry fixed his eyes on the horizon, determinedly turning his thoughts back to the task at hand. What may come, may come. Until then I will stand resolute in hope for both of us. Amelia sat in her room and stared out of the window at the darkness. The men had left at daybreak with the ransom money, their faces set in determination for the task ahead. Amelia had watched them go with tears in her eyes until they had disappeared from view. Her father had locked himself away in the library and Amelia had gone below stairs to garner what comfort she could from Mrs. Boyle's presence. Now as she stood in her bedroom, the house silent around her, she could not escape herself. Something is wrong. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. Even with confirmation that Grace did indeed still walk among the living, she had not been able to rid herself of the dread that had threatened to overtake her soul since the very beginning of their ordeal. The men would need to travel 3 days to the meeting point and had been sure to leave 3 days earlier than needed to allow for anything that might befall them along the way. It would be over a week before she would know for sure whether Grace had been returned as promised or not, counting the time it would take to travel back home to Canterley. Amelia felt as if her brain and heart would burst from the strain of not knowing. Amelia was about to turn away when she caught a motion in the darkness below. Squinting she looked again and made out the black outline of a person making their way across the grassy expanse toward the back servants' entrance. Alarmed, Amelia hastily threw on a robe over her nightdress and ran out of her room, down the back stairs, and into the kitchen. There she found Mrs. Boyle, knife in hand, threatening to disembowel a man Amelia did not recognize. "I am here at the behest of Tristan Knight, Earl of Aylesbury. He asked me to meet him here." The man spoke with an accent that Amelia thought might be from the East End of London, but it was slightly different than what she had heard before. "My name is Jacob Cohen. Please just ask him about me." The man had his hands up as a sign that he meant no harm as he eyed the knife so dangerously close to his belly. "His lordship is not here," Mrs. Boyle informed him. "Where is he?" the man asked, a concerned frown wrinkling his brow. "He has retired to his neighboring estate." "1,000 pardons for the intrusion, madam." The man bowed in apology, being careful to avoid the knife. "I will leave you now." He turned to leave, and Amelia's heart jumped, causing her to step out of her hiding place. "Please, Mr. Cohen." She put out a hand in plaintive request for him to wait. "Are you the man that Lord Tristan was expecting from London?" "Yes, I am." Cohen turned, taking in her undressed state with a raised brow. "My lady." Mrs. Boyle gasped in surprise. "Ye mustn't be down here with such as the likes o' him." The cook turned up her nose at the stranger in a gesture of distrust. "My lady?" Cohen asked. "Lady Amelia Dowding, daughter of the Earl of Canterley." Amelia raised her head ever so slightly to compensate for her state of dress. "My lady." Cohen swept himself into a deep bow of respect with a gentle knowing smile playing about his lips. "I have heard many wonderful things." Amelia pushed away her surprise at his words and moved forward in earnest. "Have you brought news of my sister?" "I have, my lady, but I fear I must tell it to Lord Tristan and to no other. It is a matter of great delicacy, you see." He gave her an apologetic look but stood firm in his refusal to do anything else. "Wait and I will go with you to show you the way," Amelia instructed, turning to go and change her clothes. "Lady Amelia, you cannot." Mrs. Boyle proclaimed loudly. A light flickered in the hallway as the butler opened his office door. "What is going on out there?" Amelia turned back and clapped a hand over Mrs. Boyle's mouth. "My sister's very life depends on the information this man has. You will not say a word to anyone about my leaving. Do I make myself clear, Mrs. Boyle?" Amelia desperately pleaded in a whisper. Mrs. Boyle silently nodded her head and Amelia released her hold on the cook's mouth. The cook bustled over to a peg on the wall and took down a dark cloak, handing it to Amelia. "For our darling girl," she whispered with a nod. Amelia hugged the cook, tossed the cloak around her shoulders, and followed Cohen out into the night. She knew that she was taking a great risk, that the man could be other than who he said he was, and that her reputation would be ripped to shreds were anyone to discover what she was doing, but she did not care. She had done far worse in the days since Grace's abduction, and she would just add this one to the ever-expanding list of societal taboos that she had broken. Cohen led her to the edge of the forest where he had left his horse tied to a tree. He swung up into the saddle and took her hand, pulling her up behind him. "Which way?" "North, through those trees." She pointed in the direction of Tristan's country manor house, then held onto the man's waist as he kicked his horse forward. They rode silently through the darkness as quickly as the forest would allow. When they crossed over from Canterley onto Tristan's lines, Amelia looked behind them to ensure that no one followed. Seeing nothing, she turned back and willed the horse to go faster. "If someone had told me that I would be racing through the forest with a noblewoman in a nightdress before the day was out, I would have said that they were mad." Cohen chuckled in bewilderment at the state in which he found himself. "Nothing surprises me anymore." Amelia replied, not amused in the slightest and only wishing for the ride to be over. They lapsed back into silence until they arrived at Tristan's manor house. Amelia slid from the back of the horse and ran to the front door, banging on it with her fists. "Tristan! Tristan!" The door swung open to the startled face of Tristan's butler. What is the meaning of this? He demanded to know, taking in Amelia's state of less than reputable dress. Leave us. Tristan's voice ordered from the darkness of the hall. The butler bowed as his master passed, entering the light of the lamp. Not a word of this to anyone. Do you understand me? Yes, my lord. The butler bowed once more, then disappeared from sight. Amelia? Tristan's eyes flickered briefly over Amelia's form in surprise, then focused over her shoulder on Jacob Cohen. Jacob. He greeted with a nod, understanding passing over his features. Tristan. Jacob moved forward to clasp hands with his friend. It is not good, he warned, meeting Tristan's eyes. Come inside, both of you. Amelia swallowed hard at Jacob's words of warning. Her heart raced as she moved forward and followed the men inside. Chapter 29. Tristan's mouth had gone dry at the sight of Amelia in her night clothes on his doorstep. He feared the worst, yet in the same breath hoped that she had finally decided to give her heart to him. When he had seen Jacob, all had fallen into place. Now as he stood in front of the fireplace in his library listening to all that Jacob had learned, it was so much worse than he had originally thought. It is William Dowding, the Earl of Canterley. He is the one responsible. What? Amelia nearly shrieked. You, sir, are greatly mistaken. Tristan moved forward and wrapped his arm around Amelia to keep her from punching Jacob in the face. Are you certain? Yes, I am afraid so, my friend. Tristan nodded his head and took Amelia to sit down. His own daughter. He shook his head in disbelieving disgust. You lie. Amelia accused, fighting off Tristan's restraining arms. I am afraid that I do not, my lady. Jacob does not lie and is never wrong, Amelia, not about such things as this. If Jacob says it is so, then it is so. Tristan held her as she fought and cried in an effort to keep the horror of the truth at bay. He sighed and met Jacob's eyes. Why? Debt. The Earl is in vast amounts of debt over multiple failed business ventures. He is about to lose everything. The plan appears to be that he intended to take the money from the ransom and clear his debts. How do you come to know this? Amelia demanded. The men that he hired were not as discreet as I am certain that he assumed they would be. Jacob examined his fingernails in an effort to ease the hidden meaning behind his words, but Tristan knew what he meant. Chances are it started with an indiscreet word to a whore, Jacob's finding out about it through his network of informants, then tracking him down and torturing the information out of the man. Tristan knew better than to ask if the man still lived. Chances were that it would have looked like a back alley mugging. Jacob would never have left a threat alive to return to harm anyone he knew and cared about. He would have perceived the man as a threat to Tristan and as such something to be dealt with expeditiously. Father would never. Amelia breathed, and yet it was plain on her face that deep in her heart she knew him to be capable of it. If anyone knew of the Earl's dark side, it was her. I followed what the man told me and have confirmed everything he said, the only difference being that the Earl appears to have changed his mind about paying his debts and has made arrangements to flee the country on a boat headed to France tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Amelia asked in confusion. How can he run without the money? Jacob met Tristan's eyes and it hit him as if he had been punched in the guts. He swapped the bags. He breathed in horror. Jonathan and Henry are about to exchange fakes for Grace's life. Jacob nodded. And when the men he hired to kidnap her find out that he has betrayed them and has no intention of paying them for their services. The thought hung unfinished in the air like the stench of burning hair. No. Amelia breathed in horror. They will kill her. They will kill them all. Tristan launched to his feet yelling for his horse to be saddled immediately. We must away to Canterley at once. The Earl must be stopped before he leaves for London. The three of them ran from the room and raced on horseback toward Canterley Manor. Amelia felt as if her entire world had exploded around her like a cannonball ripping through the mast of a ship. Our own father. It was unfathomable. She clung to Tristan as his horse leapt over a fallen log. They were racing through the night with such speed that she could not make out where they were exactly within the forest, the trunks of the trees slipping by as little more than a tear-stained blur. When they arrived at the manor house, Tristan launched himself from the back of the horse, tossing Amelia the reins. He drew his pistol and barged through the front door, nearly knocking over the butler in his haste. A groom stumbled out of the stables, wrinkled from sleep. Amelia slid down from the back of the horse and handed him the reins. She raced up the stairs and entered the house with trepidation. Tristan exited the library door and made for the stairs to, she presumed, her father's bedchamber. She moved to follow, but Jacob Cohen stopped her with a gentle hand to her elbow. "You best not, my lady," he advised kindly. "You would not want to get caught in the crossfire." Amelia felt the blood leave her face in a rush at his words, but she nodded in acknowledgement of his wisdom. Seeing the state of her, he offered her his arm for support and she took it gratefully in spite of her earlier attempt to beat him senseless. She was feeling lightheaded and quite past the point of overwhelm. "Thank you, Mr. Cohen." "Please, my lady, given the situation I believe that you might call me Jacob." "Thank you, Jacob." "You are most welcome, my lady." He bowed his head in acknowledgement and he patted her hand on his arm in understanding sympathy. Tristan barreled down the stairs and took the butler, Applegate, up by his shirt front. "Where is he? Where is the Earl?" "He left, my lord." The butler stammered out. His face was red with fear and sweating profusely. "I know not where." "When?" Tristan growled. "Shortly after Lord Jonathan and His Grace the Duke of Slantonshire, my lord." "What?" Amelia stepped forward demanding explanation. "He has been gone all day?" "Yes, my lady." "Why was I not informed of this?" She let go of Jacob's arm and stood over Tristan's shoulder glowering at the butler. "His lordship told me not to disturb you, my lady. I did not know it was of import. I assumed that he had changed his mind about going for Lady Grace as his bags were packed for a journey." "Damn the man to hell!" Tristan roared, shoving the butler back so hard that the terrified man fell onto the floor. "My lord." The butler stammered in chastisement in spite of his terrified and undignified state. "My lady." He gestured toward Amelia as a rebuke for using such language in her presence. "In this particular instance, Applegate, I agree with his lordship's sentiments exactly." Amelia reassured the man and offered him a hand up from the floor. The butler graciously took it and stood, tidying his clothing in his usual fastidious manner in an effort to hide his fear and uncertainty. It was then that the butler noticed Amelia's state of dress. "My lady?" he questioned, eyeing her nightdress under the servant's cloak. There was no time. She brushed his concern away and reached out for Tristan's arm. "What should we do?" "I will have to go after him and pray that I can catch him before he boards the ship." Tristan turned and met her eyes. Amelia nodded. "I will write to warn Jonathan and Henry of what has happened. You cannot go on your own. These men are dangerous and will kill you as soon as not." Tristan shook his head in worry. "I will go with her." "Mrs." A Boyle stepped out of the shadows, knife in hand. It was clear that she had heard the disturbance and came prepared to defend her own. "Mrs." Crabtree cowered behind the cook's form, watching everything with wide eyes, her knotting needles in hand. Amelia smiled at the cook affectionately. "I will be fine," she reassured Tristan, laying a hand on his arm. "Take Jacob." Tristan answered, laying his atop of hers. "Nay." She shook her head. "You will need him. As you said, the underbelly of London is his home." She turned to Jacob and smiled. "I am sorry for my earlier treatment of you. It was a terrible blow to hear that my father could be capable of such a dastardly deed. Please accept my sincerest apologies." She extended her hand out to him and he accepted it graciously, placing a kiss as he bowed over it. "'Tis forgotten," he reassured her. "Take good care of him," she instructed, referencing Tristan with her eyes. "You have my most solemn vow, my lady. I will let no harm befall him." Jacob released Amelia's hand, bowed once more, and turned to rejoin the horses, giving Tristan and Amelia a moment together. "I do not like leaving you alone," he murmured, his voice strained with emotion. "I will be well looked after," she answered, smiling, gesturing with her head back toward Mrs. Boyle, who looked very much like the descendant of Irish warrior kings that she was, with her knife in hand and a murderous expression marring the features of her face. "Right." Tristan nodded, the tiniest glint of humor in his eye at the sight. "I would not wish to face her in battle." Amelia smiled, looking up into his eyes. "Come back to me," she whispered. "Always." He whispered the promise, then taking her into his arms, he brushed his lips against hers and was gone. Amelia watched them gallop down the drive, two dark figures in the night, then turned to Mrs. Boyle. "Right then, we have a long journey ahead of us." Mrs. Boyle nodded. "I will go and prepare." She turned and descended the stairs to the kitchen, leaving Mrs. Crabtree standing with her mouth agape still clutching her knitting needles. Amelia turned to the groom still standing at the front of the house. "Saddle horses for both myself and Mrs. Boyle. I want the fastest we have." "Yes, my lady." The groom bowed and scurried off to do as instructed. "Applegate, please give Mrs. Crabtree a snifter of brandy. I believe she is in a state of shock." Amelia eyed the butler and thought perhaps he too might be suffering from the same malady. "And pour one for yourself as well." She gestured for them to use the library. "Yes, my lady." The butler bowed woodenly and moved to lead the head housekeeper into the library. Amelia turned and mounted the stairs to her bedchamber. She pulled out her brother's clothes and slipped into them as if greeting a familiar friend. When she returned downstairs, she found Mrs. Boyle similarly attired in one of the male servant's clothes, with a bundle of food. Amelia handed her one of the pistols that she had retrieved from her brother's room, and nodding in readiness, they left the house. The groom stood agape as they mounted their horses and rode off down the drive. Amelia looked over her shoulder to Mrs. Boyle. "We must ride like the wind if we are to make it in time." "Then we shall." She nodded her head and they kicked their horses into a full gallop, their flying forms absorbed into the night. Chapter 30. Tristan and Jacob rode hard for London. Tristan's heart hammered in his chest, pounding anger and vengeance into his veins with every beat. His own daughters. How could he do such a thing? An image of Amelia lying near death from poison flashed through his mind, and he barely managed to stifle the roar of fury that reverberated from the depths of his soul. He was not at all certain that he would be able to keep from breaking the man's neck when he found him. "I will chase him to France if I must." He prayed that Amelia and Mrs. Boyle would be able to reach Jonathan and Henry in time. He had hated leaving Amelia to do so without him, but hoped that he could retrieve the money in time to dissuade the kidnappers from taking any form of vengeance upon the family. The sins of the father should not bring about the death of his children. The Dowding children had been tormented enough by their father's misdeeds. He would not allow any further harm to befall them if he could keep them from it. He was counting on the extra days that Jonathan and Henry had allowed for travel to save them. It was their only hope. "Perhaps I should let the men the Earl hired then betray deal with him. I am certain that they could come up with far more terrible ways in which to punish him than I." Tristan glanced over at Jacob. "Or perhaps I should simply hand him over to Jacob." He was not entirely certain which would be the worse punishment. The Earl had a full day's advantage over his pursuers. Damn him. Tristan cursed the villainous nobleman again. He could barely believe that William Dowding had so completely kept his true nature from so many people. No one had foreseen what the Earl had been capable of, the depths of depravity that he had hidden behind his carefully manicured facade. Tristan rode in silence, his thoughts in too much of a turmoil to put voice to them. Jacob, understanding, remained silent as well. No matter how hard they rode, he knew it was unlikely that they would catch him on the way to London. Their only hope was to take hold of him before he got on the ship. Fortunately, Jacob had taken the time to ascertain which ship the Earl had booked passage on before leaving London to ride for Canterley. This foresight should be their salvation. They rode without stopping to sleep or eat, knowing that even the slightest delay might mean the end of Amelia and her family. When they finally reached the outskirts of London, they headed straight for the docks. He has booked passage on the Regent. Its first port of call is in France for trade goods, which is as far as Earl has paid to go, but its end destination is the East Indies. She is under charter to the East India Company. They scoured the docks for the ship in question and found its crewmen finishing the last preparations for their long journey. There was an air of both excitement and dread upon the docks as people came and went, scurrying this way and that. Tristan dismounted to board the ship while Jacob kept watch. Tristan asked one of the crewmen carrying barrels if he had seen the Earl. He had been surprised to find that the Earl had booked passage in his own name instead of an alias given his criminal activities. Jacob had found it odd as well and had thought perhaps he intended to change it once arriving in France, or was using it to throw off any pursuers by making them think he was going to France, but instead seeking passage in France to environs unknown under a different name once he arrived. There was no way to know for sure, and Tristan could not take any chances. "Excuse me?" Tristan halted the crewman mid-step. "Is William Dowding, the Earl of Canterley, aboard this ship?" he asked. The sailor grunted and gestured his chin toward one of the cabins. Tristan whistled down to Jacob and signaled to him that the Earl was on board. Jacob nodded, dismounted, and joined him on the ship. They moved as one to the cabin door and tried the latch. It would not move. They pounded on the door, no answer. Tristan contemplated kicking the door in and thought better of it when he noticed the ship's captain eyeing him. Sighing, Tristan went over to explain himself. The captain, having daughters of his own, frowned in disapproval of the Earl's actions and gave Tristan permission to do as he must to retrieve the villain. Tristan bowed in gratitude to the captain's understanding and turned to break the door down. At the exact moment that Tristan had prepared to launch his foot through the wooden barrier, the door swung open and the sound of gunfire filled the air. Tristan felt a sharp pain tear through his body, pointed his pistol and fired into the darkness. Amelia and Mrs. Boyle rode north as fast as they could, considering the length of the journey ahead of them. There was no way that they would be able to catch up to Jonathan and Henry before they had arrived in the general vicinity of the meeting place. Amelia had no idea where they planned to stay as they waited for the appointed time, so was unsure of the level of difficulty she would have in finding them once she arrived. They could be in any of the small towns or villages near there, or camped in the forest somewhere. Despair threatened to overtake her at the thought. "Nay, I cannot, will not fail." The difficulty had lay in that none of them had been familiar with the exact area to which the kidnappers had stated they were to meet. The desolate stretch of old Roman wall that they had indicated was not often traveled by noblemen, as it was a favorite haunt for men of ill repute for centuries. It was quite likely that they would find trouble. A chill ran up and down Amelia's spine. She had lived her entire life with a monster and had not had any notion of the hidden depravity that her own father had been capable of performing. To orchestrate the kidnap and ransom of one's own daughter, wherein she was held captive in such a state as they had seen at the Brock on Musa for an extended period of time, was inconceivable. Did mother know the true nature of the man she married? Amelia remembered her mother's last words upon the Viscountess' death, that all Amelia, Grace, and Jonathan would have was each other. Amelia had said that they would have their father as well, and her mother had made a face then quickly hid it. Amelia had thought that it was a product of the pain at the time, but now she doubted it. I think she knew. Amelia's heart constricted at the thought. It must have caused mother immeasurable pain and fear to know that she was leaving us with such a man. A single tear escaped her lashes to slid down her cheek. She reached up and brushed away the errant irritant. Now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for action, she scolded herself and urged her horse to go a bit faster. She was not sure how she was going to do it, but she would find them even if it meant that she died in the attempt. Jonathan, Henry, Fergus, and Malcolm all stood atop of a hill looking out over the landscape around them. They had found the general location described in the ransom letter through conversing with the locals and a fair amount of guesswork. It was not an ideal situation by any standard, and they would not know for sure what to expect until they stood before the kidnappers and saw Grace with their own eyes. Jonathan sat down on the edge of the old Roman wall and examined the stones around him. Emperor Hadrian was an ambitious man. The wall passed along the breadth of the Anglo-Scottish border country. It was in one of the remnants of an old Roman fort that the ransom was to take place. There was a relatively clear view in the immediate area. Sheep grazed peacefully in the distance in a bucolic pastoral scene that belied the nefariously hideous actions of the men who crept in the shadows and held his sister against her will. "You will not hide from me for much longer," he silently swore to the men who had taken grace. "You will suffer for what you have done to my family." Henry came to sit beside Jonathan. "It is not what you expected, is it?" "Nay, it is not. Anything could happen here and no one would know for a long time if ever." Henry's eyes scanned the hillside in question. "Should we make camp here or should we find lodgings nearby? I do not wish to give the culprits opportunity to creep up on us unawares in the night. We should take lodgings where we have some control over who comes and goes, a place with a door." Henry nodded in agreement. "We should go before it gets too dark to see our way." Jonathan stood and nodded to Malcolm and Fergus, who were standing guard, that they were ready to move on. Malcolm studied the sky and glowered at the offending dark clouds moving in overhead. "Do ye ken the nearest town? I am nae certain that we will make it back the way we came in time. We may need to make camp in the forest. Not a pleasant thought in the rain that appears to be upon us." Henry remarked, standing up beside Jonathan. "I think we passed a somewhat stable stone and thatch cottage on the way and just off the road a bit. Perhaps we could take shelter there until the storm has passed." "Aye, that'll do." Fergus agreed as he came to join them. They moved down the hill to their waiting horses and rode back in the direction of the cottage. When they arrived, they found smoke coming from the chimney. The wind was blowing terribly as the rain began to fall. They approached the yard and Jonathan called out to the occupants of the house, but no one answered. "Either they cannot hear me for the wind, or we are not welcome." He ventured a guess at the lack of response. "Welcome or nay, we need to find shelter," Malcolm warned as lighting streaked across the sky. "Aye." Fergus agreed with his countryman. "Northern storms are nae something ye want to be riding through." Jonathan nodded in acknowledgement of their concerns and moved forward to the door, pounding upon it with his fist to be heard over the clap of thunder that shook the ground. "Hello, the house. We seek shelter from the storm and promise that we mean you no harm. Go away," a gravely male voice commanded from inside. "Please, sir. We will pay you for your troubles." The door creaked open and a rifle barrel was shoved into Jonathan's chest. "I said go away or I will shoot ye dead where ye stand." Chapter 31. Tristan clutched the wound in his side and moved forward. "Stand up, you cowardly villain, and face your judgment," he growled at the prone body of the Earl. "You have wounded me," the Earl said, holding his arm where blood soaked through his fingers. Tristan had shot his gun arm to make him drop the pistol. "Yes, I did." Tristan grunted with satisfaction, a spasm of pain robbing him of breath for a moment. "He should have killed you." Jacob growled as he moved forward to heft the Earl to his feet and bind the nobleman's wrists with rope supplied by the ship's captain. "Where is the ransom money?" Tristan demanded. The Earl pursed his lips and refused to answer. Tristan moved past him into the cabin and searched the room. He found the bags of money under the bedding of the bunk. Lifting it, he carried it out and thanked the captain for his cooperation. "I thank you, Captain, for allowing us to intrude upon your preparations." "Not at all, my lord. Any father who does as this blackguard has done deserves whatever punishment God sees fit to mete out," the captain replied, waving them off without taking any form of remuneration for the disturbance. Tristan and Jacob hauled the Earl off of the ship and threw him onto the back of one of the horses face down. Jacob climbed up behind him, pistol in hand, and jabbed it into the Earl's ribs. "If you so much as lift your head in a way I do not like, I will shoot you." Tristan climbed up into the saddle, took a shirt from his bag, tore it into strips, wrapping them around his bleeding torso. "Let us depart with all haste," he urged. "You should have that seen to." Jacob frowned, gesturing toward the wound in Tristan's side. You are bleeding and you haven't slept for days. It is not a fatal wound. Nothing vital was severed. I shall endure. Tristan kicked his horse forward and they left London as quickly as was possible, heading north to the rendezvous point. We mean you no harm, Jonathan repeated, his hands held away from his body to signify that he meant what he said. The man shoved on Jonathan's chest with the rifle, causing him to take a step back. I said go away. The door eased open a bit farther and the man took a step forward. Malcolm, who had moved around to the other side of the door frame outside of the man's range of view, nodded to Jonathan. Jonathan took a side step away from the end of the gun. Malcolm grabbed the barrel of the rifle, jerking it up and away, wrenching it from the man's hands. The man cried out in surprise protest. Malcolm turned the gun on its owner and growled menacingly. He said that we meant ye no harm. Lightning split the sky again and the rain began to pour down in a deluge. The wind bent the trees and a limb crashed down nearby, scaring the horses. The man jumped startled, then sighed in resignation. Moving back so that they could enter, he gestured toward a makeshift stable of sorts. Ye may put your horses in there. Malcolm lowered the rifle, nodded, handed it to Jonathan, and he and Fergus took the horses, leaving Jonathan and Henry to deal with the cottage's inhabitants. Dinna do anything that ye will regret, he warned the man as he passed by him. The man swallowed hard and nodded in acknowledgement. He had not been scared of Jonathan, but he was clearly terrified of Malcolm. Jonathan smiled in acknowledgement of Malcolm's skill and entered the house. Both he and Henry were forced to duck under the door frame to enter, the occupants of the cottage being quite a bit shorter in stature than their guests. Jonathan snorted, if we could be considered as such given our welcome. He greatly despised the way in which they had been forced to seek shelter in the home of an unwilling host, but Jonathan could not risk their lives upon the storm-plagued roads, and in doing so risk grace. The ransom money was with the horses, each bag closed with the Earl's seal. It had been his father's idea to do so to prove that the monies had not been tampered with in the event that the blackmailers claimed foul. Every piece of currency had been accounted for, then counted again to be sure. They had left nothing to chance. Jonathan knew that Fergus and Malcolm would not let the money out of their sight. Jonathan and Henry stood in the doorway of the cottage, allowing their eyes to adjust to the change in light. A fire burned in the fireplace along the far wall to their left. Chairs flanked either side of the hearth. Along the opposite wall was a bed, and in the center of the room was a table that looked as if it had been used for everything from eating to limb amputation, if the scars and smells emanating from the wood were any indication. Jonathan had expected to find a family within the cottage's confines given the man's protective nature toward his property, but there was no one inside. Do you live here alone, sir? The man grunted in affirmation of this and poked at a pot of something hanging over the fire. Jonathan hoped that whatever it was smelled better than the table it had most likely been prepared on. I apologize again for the inconvenience and thank you for the hospitality of your hearth. The man snorted again and settled down in one of the chairs in front of the fire. Who are ye then? I am Lord Jonathan Dowding of Canterley. Jonathan bowed slightly out of courtesy. He thought that it was the least he could do given their strained reception. Henry stepped forward and did the same. Henry Booth, Duke of Slantonshire. You're a bit far from home, the man remarked with surprise at their titles. Indeed, Jonathan agreed, wishing to be anywhere but where they were, doing what they were doing. And your men outside? Fergus MacDonald and Malcolm Maxwell. Your servants. The man spat into the flames, causing it to sizzle. Jonathan chose not to answer this time but asked a question of his own. And who might we have the pleasure of making acquaintance? Robert Brown. The man grunted again. The guttural sound appeared to be his preferred method of communication. Why did you meet us with such resistance upon our arrival? Have you had difficulty of late? The man looked up and met his eyes for the first time since entering the cottage. When you live along the border, there is always trouble. I was not always alone, he added with a note of sadness. A cloud passed over his eyes and he turned back to the flames. Jonathan moved to sit across from the man. I am sorry for your loss, The man nodded slowly before answering. As am I. Taking a ragged breath, he turned to study both Jonathan and Henry. Ye do not belong here. It was more of an observation than a warning or a threat. Nay, we do not. The man nodded but did not ask any more questions. He arose and grabbed a stack of wooden bowls from a shelf and dished out what appeared to be some kind of stew. He handed them each a bowl and spoon, then sat back down and proceeded to ignore them as he ate. Jonathan looked to Henry, who shrugged and sat in one of the table chairs to eat. They passed the time in silence. Fergus and Malcolm remained in the stable with the horses. Jonathan doubted that the structure he had seen was sufficient to keep out the wind and rain, but he knew that the Scotsmen would not abandon their posts no matter the weather conditions. He was ever in awe of the loyalty and devotion that Amelia instilled in such men by simply being herself. It was not her title, wealth, or family name that incited such, but the sheer force of her own personality, bravery, and compassion. If only our father felt the same. Jonathan prayed that all would be well between his father and sister in his absence. He had acted as an intermediary between them their entire lives, and it had pained him to leave her there alone after everything that had happened. He hoped that with Grace's safe return things would improve for everyone in their family. Another clap of thunder shook the earth and a layer of dust fell from the ceiling, raining down upon their heads. Jonathan studied the man across from him, weighing whether he could be trusted enough to sleep under the same roof with. The man did not seem to be evil or even bad, simply lonely and sad, with a suspicious nature born of hard times and difficult people. He looked about the room for a place to sleep, contemplating whether it would be better to sleep in the stable with Fergus and Malcolm. He doubted that there was room for anything else within the small structure. He instead decided to sleep in the chair he was already sitting in. This close to the meeting site, he was not certain that he could or would sleep. Grace was so close he could almost feel her presence. Jonathan looked over at Henry and could tell that he felt it too. A snore from the chair across from him told him that their host had already fallen asleep, the smell of alcohol wafting through the air around him. Henry stood and moved over to the bed. He shook out the covers, then sat down on the edge of the bed. Tomorrow, he murmured, meeting Jonathan's eyes across the room. Jonathan felt a thrill pass along his spine at the promise and threat held within such an otherwise simple word. Tomorrow they would exchange the ransom. Tomorrow they would attempt to save Grace. Tomorrow they might all die. Tomorrow. He murmured back, then closed his eyes. Chapter 32. Jonathan. Jonathan. Henry's voice pierced the fog of slumber. Jonathan, wake up. What is it? Jonathan groaned. His eyes felt like they were filled with dirt and grime. They probably are. Robert Brown is dead. What? Jonathan startled, sitting up. How? He opened his eyes and looked at the man across from him, only to find that he was not there. Where is he? Jonathan looked toward the door and found Malcolm standing in the doorway. He shot himself. It looks like he did it last night during the thunderstorm. Henry answered, his brow furrowed in concern. He left this. Henry handed him a short note written on a piece of paper that had been ripped from a book. The thunder must have covered the sound of the gunshot. Jonathan looked down at the nearly illegible scrawl. Bury me out back next to Mary and the babe. It appears he grew tired of waiting for nature to take its course. He was just waiting for someone he knew would be honorable enough to bury him. Henry observed. What a difficult life he must have led to have performed such a desperate act. He had lost everything he had ever cared about. The notion came to me as well when I lost the wife and bairn, but I had my family to think about and to get me through the worst to it. This man had no one. Malcolm's voice held such empathetic understanding as to break the heart of anyone within hearing distance. I'll start digging the grave if you lads will prepare the body for burial. Yes, thank you, Malcolm. Jonathan nodded, still in a state of disbelief that the man had done such a thing. Turning back to Henry, he walked over to the door. Let us carry him in here to the table and we will see what can be done for the poor soul. Henry nodded and the two of them walked out into the misty morning to retrieve the corpse. They found him at the base of a tree not far from where his wife and child were buried. Mr. Brown. Jonathan breathed at the bloody scene before him. Oh, Mr. Brown. He shook his head in sympathy for the poor man's plight. He could not live without her. Henry murmured, looking from Robert Brown's body to the graves. Jonathan knew that he was thinking of Grace in that moment between life and death, their white puffs of breath in the air punctuating its lack from Robert Brown. Jonathan reached out a hand, placing it on Henry's arm in reassurance. "We will get her back." Henry sighed, nodded, then turned his attention back to the task at hand. They carried Robert Brown's body into the house, cleaned it, and prepared it for burial, wrapping it in a blanket, then placing it in the cold, wet ground next to his family. All four men stood around the grave, staring down at the mournful pile of dirt that held what remained of a stranger who had entrusted them with his last hours. What does one say at a time such as this? Scripture does not seem suited to the purposes as usual. We are not ministers to present such. Jonathan questioned, at a loss for words given the circumstances they found themselves in. The dirt stood as an eerie reminder that they too might be shortly joining the ranks of the silent. "'Twas another Robert who I believe said it best for such occasions," Malcolm murmured. "O death, the poor man's dearest friend, the kindest and the best. Welcome the hour my aged limbs are laid with thee at rest. The great, the wealthy fear thy blow from pomp and pleasure torn, but, oh, a blessed relief for those that weary-laden mourn." The words of the Scottish poet Robert Burns hung in the air, Malcolm's familiarity with their sentiment clear in his voice and eyes. Jonathan studied the Scotsman's face. To have loved and lost to such a measure, to have had the greatest of gifts that life has to offer and to have them wrenched away. He could not finish the thought for the fear and pain that it caused. A new respect dawned within him for any man who could suffer so much and yet find a way to push through, to somehow brave the coming morn. "Very fitting, Malcolm. Thank you." Henry nodded in approval. The four men walked away, leaving Robert Brown to lie at rest with those he loved most in the world, and set out to save one of their own. Jonathan took one last look at the sad scene as he mounted his horse, then turned and rode away. "That will not be my family. That will not be us, not if I have any say in the matter. Hold on, Grace. We are coming for you." Grace lay among yet another stone-laden prison, her body raging with fever. Her ability to distinguish between reality and illusion was severely compromised as she faded in and out of consciousness. She had no notion of where she was. Peering through blurred vision at the aged grey stone around her, for the briefest of moments she thought perhaps she had been returned to the Broch at Musa, but the walls were not remotely as tall or stacked in the same manner. "Where am I?" Her mind groaned against the pain. A flutter of movement to her right caught her attention, and she turned her head toward the flash of black and white. An angelic form glided through the air toward her, and in her fevered state it appeared to take on the features of her sister. "Amelia." She croaked out through parched lips. She reached out her hand in supplication to the illusion, only to have it fade before her eyes into the corporal entity of a magpie as it flew over her head and disappeared from view in the forest below. "Amelia?" She sobbed in bitter disappointment. Tears streamed down her cheeks at the loss of the hope the illusion had awakened in her heart. "Amelia." She whimpered before the darkness overtook her once more. "Grace." Amelia sat up, startled awake by the stark clarity of the dream. She had seen her sister as clear as day lying among what appeared to be stone rubble. It was unclear whether the ruins were from an ancient fort or castle, but Grace had no real protection from the elements. She had been shivering with fever and crying. She had called out Amelia's name with such desperation that it had shocked Amelia awake. Amelia sat there shaken with the intensity of the nocturnal vision and drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them as if they could act as a wall of protection against the fear and heartache that threatened to overtake her. She looked across the smoldering coals of the fire and could just make out the line of Mrs. Boyle on the opposite side. She peered out into the dark around them and attempted to access how long it would be until dawn's light would shatter the pitch black of night. She longed to continue on their journey north as quickly as was possible, but the storm had caused them to take shelter in the forest under a rock overhang. It wasn't quite a cave, but it was close enough to offer them some protection. Amelia had not seen a storm so fierce since they had left the Scottish Highlands what seemed like an eternity before. Amelia sighed and raked her hands through her hair, tangling her fingers in her dark curls. The Grace from her dream had been very near death from the ravages of fever and illness. Amelia's heart seized in her chest as she was once again struck by the reality of the dream. A sense of urgency reawakened within her body, pulsing through her veins with every beat of her racing heart. "We are running out of time." Standing, Amelia walked around the embers and shook Mrs. Boyle awake. "What is it, darling girl?" Mrs. Boyle came immediately awake, knife in hand. "Are we set upon by brigands?" "Nay, but we should arise and make haste," Amelia urged, going back to pack up her bedding. "'Tis not yet light," Mrs. Boyle reminded. "It is dangerous to ride in unfamiliar environs in such blackness." "I am aware of the danger, but we cannot tarry, even for the sake of sleep and safety. We must continue on. Everyone's lives depend upon our arriving in time to warn them of what has transpired." The inescapable feeling of wrongness that had plagued her from the beginning welled up with such ferocity that it threatened to choke the air from her lungs. Saddling her horse, she leapt up into the saddle, waited only long enough for Mrs. Boyle to do the same, then turned her horse back toward the road. "We will make it in time or die in the trying." Tristan sat across from the Earl of Canterley and wished more than anything else in the world to shoot the man between the eyes. He had been forced to gag him as the man would not stop bellowing threats as they rode north. He had been drawing entirely too much attention to their little party of travelers, and Tristan needed to get to the rendezvous place without interruption. He did not need some well-meaning Good Samaritan or ill-intended fiend slowing them down by making inquiries into their business. When the storm hit, they were ill-prepared. They could not take cover at an inn, having taken the Earl prisoner, so were forced to continue on until they came to an old castle ruin where they took shelter in one of the remaining tower stairwells. The stone tower steps wound their way up to the parapet in typical medieval fashion, providing housing for small birds and rodents. "How could you do it?" he demanded to know, his voice low and threatening. As the Earl was still wearing a gag, Tristan did not expect an actual answer. He simply could not look at the man without asking the question over and over in his mind. Shaking his head, he turned away and looked out the arrow slit near his shoulder at the raging storm. "This is going to slow us down. It is a delay we cannot afford." They were a day behind Amelia and 2 days behind the others when they left London, but they had made good time on their trek, riding day and night without stopping for very long at all, except to rest the horses as needed. Tristan looked down the staircase to find Jacob sleeping with his back against one wall, his feet propped up against the other. He clutched his pistol in his hand, ready for action at the slightest provocation. Tristan's eyes burned from lack of sleep and his body ached from the abuse of endless hours in the saddle. He longed to succumb to the flood of exhaustion that plagued him, but resisted. He had taken first watch of his own accord. If the storm lasted, Jacob would take his place in a few hours' time. Sighing, he shifted in his seat to put some distance between himself and the object of his loathing. The Earl in turn glared at him over the gag. Tristan held the bags of money under his arm, unwilling to let them from his sight. They were Grace's salvation, and he could not afford to let anything happen to them. He hated the feel of it against him. It felt tainted somehow by the Earl's depth of betrayal and depravity. If he had his way, he would not pay a single pound sterling. He would much rather shoot every last one of the men involved in the head, but Grace's safety could not be risked, no matter how deserving the retribution he sought. He prayed that Amelia was safe and chuckled at the thought of Mrs. Boyle standing at the manor house clutching her knife as if ready to cleave the heads from the brigands' shoulders. "Amelia is in good hands. I only hope that Mrs. Boyle is not forced to use that knife." A flash of lighting illuminated the castle stairwell. The Earl was still glaring at Tristan, his dark brown eyes looking black in the dim light. "Why did I not notice that such pure evil lurked there before now?" Shaking his head, he turned away once more. Thunder shook the stones beneath his feet, reverberating up his legs and into his spine. He closed his eyes for the briefest of moments, willing the unease in his belly to subside. He thought of Jonathan and Henry, unaware of the trap they were about to step into. Tristan knew that Malcolm and Fergus would do all in their power to protect them, but without forewarning it would be a difficult, if not impossible, task. If those criminals lay a hand on anyone I care about, I will hunt them to the ends of the earth and grind them into the dust like the vermin they are. There is no excuse for preying upon the innocent in this way, no excuse at all. He turned his gaze back to the Earl, who appeared to be making some kind of a growling sound in his throat as he eyed the bags of money under Tristan's arm. Blood had dripped from his wounded side onto the sacks. It occurred to him that blood-soaked currency would be trifle more difficult for a villain to explain away, and he smiled. Tristan pulled the knife from his boot and held it to the Earl's throat. "Cease your noise, or I will give you something to growl about." The Earl stopped growling but continued to glare in silence. "It does not matter to you whether the money is blood-stained. You will not ever be alive to use it." The Earl's eyes widened at this. "Did you think I would merely turn you over to the authorities so that you might use your title and wealth to obtain your freedom?" Tristan chuckled. "I think not." Tristan removed the knife from the Earl's throat and sheathed it. Another flash of lightning followed by a clap of thunder rent the air nearby, and he turned his head to scan the landscape, using the lightning's light to look for anyone that might follow them. A muffled animal-like scream warned him of the coming attack, but he was not fast enough. The Earl launched himself into Tristan's torso, using his tied-up hands to gouge at Tristan's wounded side. They wrestled and, in the confusion, lost their footing and rolled down the set of stairs toward Jacob's sleeping form. "Look out!" Tristan called out to his slumbering friend, but it was too late. They crashed into him and tumbled head over heels down to the foot of the stairs, landing hard. Jacob yelled out something in Hebrew that Tristan was fairly certain was not fit for gentler ears. "I think I cracked a rib." He groaned, extricating himself from the pile of limbs. "I believe that you did so on my skull," Jacob remarked, gently prodding at his head to assess the damage. Tristan grabbed the Earl up by his collar but found that he was unconscious, having hit his head on the stones. For a moment he thought the Earl might be dead. "You are not allowed to die yet. You will face justice one way or another, but you will not die on me here this day. You will save your daughters whether you wish to do so or not by admitting to your cohorts what you have done to betray them. We will not pay for your crimes of foolishness with our lives." Blood dripped from the Earl's head onto the castle ruins stone floor, mixing with the rain. Tristan growled and shook his head in frustration. "Will he live to see the morn?" Jacob asked, leaning against the far wall, holding his own head in his hands. "I do not know." "Did you mean what you said to him about not turning him over to the authorities?" Tristan sighed. He was not a violent man by nature, but recent events had made him so. "I do not know that either. If there were irrefutable proof against him that would stand up in a court of law, then yes, I would turn him over to the authorities in London. If there is not enough proof, then I cannot allow him to roam free to harm his daughters ever again. For the time being we need him for explanation and leverage against the kidnappers." Jacob nodded slowly, grimacing at the pain. "When the time comes, I will be ready," he promised. "Say the word and it will be done." "Thank you, my friend. I do not wish to heap my own sins upon your head. I would feel nothing, for the weight of my own is so great that one more is little enough to go unnoticed." Jacob brushed Tristan's concerns aside. Tristan smiled. "You take life to save it. There is a difference. Whoever destroys a soul, it is considered as if he destroyed an entire world. And whoever saves a life, it is considered as if he saved an entire world." Jacob shrugged, raising his hands up in front of him as if they were nothing but tools. "According to the Talmud, I have destroyed many worlds with these hands, and in doing so saved many more. To destroy the world this man has created so that the beautiful worlds awaiting his daughters might continue, that is a burden I can bear, my friend. Then let us hope it is not needed, but if it is, we shall destroy and save the world in equal measure, together." They arose and dragged the Earl's unconscious form out of the rain, praying that he would live through the night. "Do not die on me yet, you scoundrel, not yet." Chapter 33. Jonathan and Henry approached the Roman ruins together, while Malcolm and Fergus remained at a distance, hidden so as not to be caught unawares of any traps or treachery that the kidnappers might have planned. Once they reached the top of the hill, they spotted riders approaching in the distance, riding inland along the edge of the ancient wall. When the kidnappers pulled up in front of them, Jonathan nearly cried out at the sight of his sister. "Grace?" he whispered in shock at the state of her. She hung over the front of one of the horses like a sack of grain, her head bobbing loose as if she had no control over her own body. The man riding behind her simply flicked her off of his horse, letting her drop to the ground in a pile at Jonathan's feet. A noise from behind them showed that Malcolm and Fergus had been discovered and apprehended at gunpoint by Grace's captors. Both Scotsmen were covered in bruises and bloody scrapes. Henry growled low in his throat and took a menacing step forward, his hand on his pistol. Jonathan stopped him, grabbing his arm. "Let go of me." Henry seethed. "Now is not the time for vengeance," Jonathan warned for only Henry's ears. Later, he met Henry's eyes, urging him to see reason for Grace's sake. "She is alive. See, she is breathing." He gestured toward her crumpled, dirty form and saw her torso rise and fall with each shuddering breath. "I will kill them for this," Henry swore through clenched teeth. "And I will help you, but not now." Henry nodded with great effort and took his hand from his pistol. He bent down to kneel beside Grace upon the ground, but was brought up short by the barrel of a rifle from one of the men. "Not yet," the masked man growled. "Do you have the money?" The man, who appeared to be leading the masked gang of bandits, asked, stepping down from his horse. "Yes." Jonathan nodded and stepped forward to hand them the sealed bags of money. The bags contained a combination of coins and pound notes from both his father and Henry. Jonathan held his breath as he waited to see if the brigands would keep their word and ride away. The leader grinned menacingly with delight and backed up a step to open the bags with his knife. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded to know, the grin fading from his lips. "Where is the money?" He turned his steely glare onto Jonathan and Henry. "Are you blind, man? It is there in your hands." The man tipped the bags over and let the contents fall to the ground, cascading down around Grace's unconscious form. "Does that look like money to you?" Jonathan and Henry stared at the blank pieces of paper in stunned silence. They did not know what to say or make of the scene before them. "I do not understand," Jonathan breathed, looking to Henry for answers. "The money was there. We watched your father seal the bags with our own eyes," Henry answered, stunned, his eyes looking frantically back and forth between Grace and the kidnappers. A light dawned on the kidnapper's face and he jerked off the mask that concealed his features, his mouth set in a grim line of anger so menacing as to cause a shiver of foreboding to pass over Jonathan's skin. "We have been betrayed. Kill them all," the leader ordered with a wave of his hand, turning from the scene to mount his horse. "No!" Jonathan cried out, stepping forward between his sister and the men. Henry sank to his knees to cover Grace with his own body, pulling his pistol from his belt as he fell. "Please, the money was there, I swear it. I believe you, but it is not there now." The leader shrugged as if it were of no consequence that they had done everything asked of them and failed in spite of it. He nodded toward his men to finish the job and turned his horse to ride away, leaving them to their fate. "I love you, Grace," Henry whispered, "in this life and the next. See you soon, my dearest. I am so very sorry, my friend." Jonathan reached for his pistol as gunfire punctured the air and he collapsed to his knees, reaching out for his sister's hand one last time. Amelia and Mrs. Boyle lay in the grass behind the stone wall. They had arrived just as the exchange had turned sour and the distraction had allowed them to crawl up to the bend of the wall without being noticed. She had planned to arrive before the exchange ever took place to warn her brother of their father's deception, but she had been too late. When the man had ordered that the people she cared about were to be killed, she and Mrs. Boyle had aimed their guns and fired. 2 men dropped dead. All hell had broken loose at this point, with Henry wrapping his arms and legs around Grace, and then launching their bodies, rolling down the grassy incline away from the line of fire. Jonathan leapt up, grabbing the reins of one of the horses and fired into the face of its rider even as the man pulled the trigger to shoot Jonathan. Malcolm and Fergus wrestled with their captors in an effort to gain the upper hand in the confusion. The man who appeared to be the leader had turned back and circled around. Amelia and Mrs. Boyle reloaded as fast as they could, but it was not fast enough. The unmasked rider was upon them before she could get her gun raised to aim. Grabbing her by her breeches, he hauled her up over his saddle in front of him, kicking Mrs. Boyle in the face. "Let go of me!" Amelia screamed at the top of her lungs, kicking and lashing out at her assailant. Ignoring her protests, the rider kicked his horse into a gallop and raced off down the slope toward the forest below. Amelia struggled to get her arm back over the horse's body so that she might pull the knife from her boot, but the man stopped her, pinning her arm between them instead. It felt as if her arm was being wrenched out of its socket. She cried out again, to no avail. She looked back as her friends and family disappeared from view. Tristan and Jacob arrived to a scene of blood and chaos. Hearing gunfire, they had urged their horses to such a speed that Tristan feared they might collapse from the effort. Clearing the trees, they had charged up the hill, guns drawn, and joined the fray. Jonathan lay on the ground shooting at his attackers from beneath. Blood seeped from a wound in his leg, but he fought with such ferocity that Tristan was fairly certain he would recover. Tristan searched the landscape for Henry and saw him leaning over a pile of fabric at the base of the hill. He found his grace. Tristan turned his attention back to the fight at hand. Malcolm flashed him a toothy grin as he bashed in the head of one of the brigands. Tristan nodded with a smile. The Scotsman was in his element, a warrior to the core, no more out of practice with gun and blade for his years shepherding in the mountains than the most skilled of soldiers. Fergus was right behind him, giving as good as he got. "My lord. My lord." Mrs. Boyle's voice came screeching across the hillside. She ran toward them, stumbling, blood running down her face from a broken nose. "He has taken Lady Amelia." "Who? Where?" "The man without a mask. He has taken her into the forest." Tristan turned to meet Jacob's eyes. "I have this, go!" he shouted over the din of battle. Nodding, Tristan dumped the Earl from his saddle out to the ground, kicked his horse into a full gallop, and rode toward the place Mrs. Boyle had indicated. Weaving in and out of the forest's obstructions, Tristan followed the trail left by Amelia's captor. The horse, having to carry 2 passengers, had left deep tracks in the soft dirt of the forest floor. Away from the sounds of battle, Tristan began to hear Amelia's voice crying out through the trees ahead of him. "Amelia, I am coming. Hold on." His heart beat, the message pounding through his veins. When he caught sight of them through the underbrush, his heart leapt in his chest. Amelia had been thrown over the back of the horse in front of her captor. Tristan attempted to get a shot but could not shoot the man without risking hitting Amelia. Urging his horse faster, he came up behind them. The rider turned and fired at Tristan but missed, hitting a tree trunk by his head instead. The shattered wood fragments hitting the rear of Tristan's horse scared it, causing it to bolt forward with renewed energy that he did not know it had left to give. Coming up beside the other horse, Tristan leveled his pistol as best as he could at the brigand and pulled the trigger. The man's head exploded like ripened fruit, blood flying everywhere. It had been an impossible shot given the speed they were going and the terrain, but he had made it. The man fell from his horse stone dead. The horse, terrified, bolted off in the opposite direction with Amelia holding on for dear life. Tristan raced after her, coming up beside the horse once more. He attempted to get ahead of it to grab the reins, but the horse was too wild with fright to allow it. They emerged into a clearing and Tristan took advantage of the moment. Gathering all of his strength, he launched himself from his horse and onto the back of the one carrying Amelia. He hit the saddle hard, knocking the breath out of him, but he did not let go. Grabbing the reins, he pulled back, commanding the horse to slow and then stop. "Amelia?" He breathed the question as he pulled her into his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and cried into his shirt, drenching it with the warmth of her tears. "It is over, my darling. But you are safe." Amelia's head snapped up as she overcame the shock of her ordeal. "Grace? I do not know. I saw Henry with her at the base of the hill, but she did not appear to be moving.
Tristan could feel her heart racing against his chest.
"We must go back,"
she demanded, already turning in the saddle to urge the horse to turn back. Nodding, Tristan dismounted and handed her the reins, retrieving his own horse.
They rode out of the forest together back to the hill.
Amelia moved with silent urgency as she dismounted and raced up the hill, the horse too exhausted to go on. She climbed over the wall to find Jonathan lying on the ground wounded, but alive. "Amelia!" he exclaimed at the sight of her and pulled her down to the ground to embrace her in relief.
"Grace?"
she asked, searching the other side of the hill.
"I do not know,"
Jonathan answered.
"The fight has only just ended,
and Henry has not returned." Amelia followed where he gestured and saw the outline of two bodies in the grass below. She scrambled to her feet and propelled herself down the slope as fast as her legs would allow. "Careful, my lady." "Mrs." a Boyle's voice called after her, but she paid it no heed. She could hear feet pounding on the earth behind her, but she did not look back to see who followed. When she reached Henry's side, she collapsed to her knees in the grass beside him. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he clutched Grace to his chest. Amelia's heart hovered on the precipice of shattering as she looked into his face. "Henry?" she asked, afraid of the answer. "She is alive."
He sobbed out in desperate joy. "She is alive."
Amelia cried out in joyous rapture and gathered her sister into her arms. "Amelia," Grace whispered. Her skin was as hot as fire, but she was alive.
"Is it really you this time? I dreamt of you so often,
but you were not real."
"Yes, I am here,
little sister.
I am here."
Amelia bent her head and sobbed into Grace's hair. Strong masculine arms encircled them both and Amelia looked up to find Tristan smiling down at her, tears in his eyes.
"You did,
love. You saved her. You kept your promise to your mother to keep her safe."
"We did it,"
she whispered through her tears. "Thank you." Her words were choked off by the magnitude of the emotions that cascaded through her body. The heat of Grace's body burned through her clothes, causing Amelia to come to her senses. "She is burning with fever. We must get her to a physician." Nodding, Henry gathered Grace into his arms and carried her to the waiting horses on the hill above. Tristan helped Amelia to stand and they followed close behind. Henry mounted his horse with Grace in front of him and Amelia took her own horse's reins from Mrs. Boyle. "I will join you as soon as I can," Tristan promised, kissing her hand, before she and Henry kicked their horses forward toward the nearest town. Tristan stood at the top of the hill staring down at the men who lay dead at his feet. Not a single one of the blackguards remained standing. The Earl sat leaning against the wall, the bloody bandage on his head giving him a lopsided look as he glared up at Tristan in challenge. "It appears that you are all that remains of your criminal enterprise," he remarked, wishing that at least one had survived to bear witness against the Earl in court. Sighing, he moved forward knowing what needed to be done. Jacob, Malcolm, and Fergus were tying the bodies to the backs of their horses when Jacob called out for Tristan to wait. "What is it?" Tristan asked, noting the tone of his friend's voice. He walked over to stand beside him and peered at the piece of paper in Jacob's hand. "I found this in one of the men's pockets." Jacob handed the letter and a bag of money to Tristan. "It details the entire plot to kidnap the girl. And it is in the Earl's handwriting?" Tristan murmured in triumph. He clasped his friend's shoulder in joyous relief. "It would appear that today, in this instance, we need not destroy the world," Jacob noted, smiling. "No, in this instance we will let the courts do that. And in so doing save your Amelia's world." Jacob clapped him on the shoulder knowingly. They finished gathering up the dead, including the man in the forest, and rode to the nearest town. Thankfully there was a magistrate to whom they turned over the Earl, the dead, and the letter detailing everything. Fergus took Jonathan, who had passed out from loss of blood, directly to the house of the town's only physician. Once he had finished with the magistrate, Tristan followed, while Malcolm and Jacob gave their witness statements.
Tristan found Amelia sitting by her sister's bedside holding her hand, a look of peace on her face as she watched her sleep. She turned to look at him as he stood in the doorway. She smiled and arose to greet him. "The surgeon says that she will be well in time. She will need extra care and rest for a time, but she will recover." "And Jonathan?" "He will recover as well, with nothing but a scar to boast of his war wounds." Tristan could not remember ever seeing her so happy and at peace. In spite of everything that had happened, with both of her siblings under the care of a physician, her father in jail, she stood in the fading light of the window glowing with such happiness that it robbed him of breath. As if reading his puzzled expression, she stepped forward and laid her hand on his arm. "Do you not see, Tristan? Do you not feel it in your bones? It is over and we are all still alive. It is over and we are free." She breathed the words with such awed reverence that gooseflesh rose along Tristan's arms. Tristan reached up and touched her face, cradling her cheek in his palm. For the first time in her entire life she was free. He smiled down into her eyes, tears clogging his throat. "Kiss her already," a raspy feminine voice commanded from the direction of the bed. Tristan turned to find Grace smiling up at them, her fever having been reduced to a manageable level through the surgeon's ministrations. Tristan turned his gaze back to Amelia. "I promised you that I would wait until you were ready, no matter how long it takes, and I will stand by that promise no matter how much I may wish to do otherwise." He backed away to show that he meant what he had said. Amelia stopped him with a gentle touch to his arm. "I am ready." Amelia laughed in joyous surrender, and the sound of it was as music to his ears. She looked up into his eyes in invitation, and that was all he needed. Bending his head down to hers, he took her lips in a kiss of such passion that they were forced to lean against the doorframe to stay upright. "Well, it is about time, I say." Jonathan's voice applauded from the hallway as Henry wheeled him into the room. "I would have to agree." Henry nodded, smiling, bending to kiss his own beloved. "I could not keep him in bed. Once he awakened, he had to come and see that you were well with his own eyes." Grace smiled and reached out her hands to both of her siblings. Amelia moved forward, taking Tristan with her. "You told them?" Tristan asked Amelia softly for only them to hear. "Yes, they know of father's misdeeds and we are at peace with it. He will meet justice and that is all that we can ask." Tristan nodded and Amelia reached out to take Grace's hand. Their mother's presence seemed to fill the room between them, as if she were there with them, smiling down upon her children. Amelia's next words said that she felt it too. "Mother said that when she was gone all that we would have was each other." She spoke with tears glistening in her eyes, but she was wrong. Tristan startled in surprise at her words, but she went on speaking, pulling him closer to her side. "For we have been blessed with so much more than we or even she could have ever foreseen." Amelia looked around the room from her siblings to Henry, her eyes landing lastly on Tristan's face. "We have been blessed with a family that goes beyond the ties of blood and name, a family not made of obligation or duty, but one created of love." She released Grace's hand and turned into Tristan's arms. "I love you," she whispered. "Marry me?" Tristan felt as if all of the air had left the room in an instant, then rushed back in with such strength as to knock him over. Grace giggled behind them, while Jonathan and Henry grinned from ear to ear. Tristan looked down into her eyes and smiled. "Is it not usual for the man to ask for a lady's hand in marriage?" he teased. "I am not your usual lady." No, you are not, and I thank God every day for it." Gathering her into his arms once more, he kissed her with all the love and desire of a lifetime spent in wanting what he thought he would never have. "Well, will you?" she pulled back, asking. He smiled, brushing his lips against hers. "Yes." Epilogue. 3 months later. May ye e'er be blessed with love and prosperity all the days of your lives. Slaint. Malcolm's voice reverberated through the room as he stood in front of the newly wedded couples in the ballroom at Slantonshire Manor. Slaint. The crowd joyously replied in unison. Jonathan stood and raised his glass with tears in his eyes. "To my beautiful and much beloved sisters on this your wedding day. May you never again know sadness or grief. May those in your life never give cause for tears of sorrow to ever dance again upon your cheeks. May your husbands ever adore you and love you in good faith, for if they do not, my gun barrels await. The crowd laughed as Jonathan gave each groom a good-natured look of warning. But most of all, may you ever know joy. Hear, hear. The crowd agreed. To the happy couples. Jonathan drained his glass and smashed it into the fireplace to a loud round of applause and cheers. Amelia and Grace rushed forward and embraced their brother. Mother would be so proud of the both of you. You have chosen well. Tristan and Henry are the very best of men. She would be proud of you too, for you were the strength that held us all together so that we might make to see this day. Amelia reminded him. Now we must find a wife for you, Jonathan. Grace smiled with devious charm. She tapped her chin in thought as she surveyed the room for possible candidates. Jonathan laughed and shook his head. Your husband might object to you spending your wedding day matchmaking. Henry and Tristan walked over and joined them upon hearing this. She may do whatever her heart desires, Henry remarked, wrapping his arm around Grace's waist and placing a kiss upon her cheek. You are of no help. Jonathan grumbled good-naturedly. Oh, nay. I plan to be of great help in this matter. I have a few ladies who I think would make excellent candidates for the next Lady of Canterley. Henry teased. Jonathan rolled his eyes and turned to Tristan. Help me, my friend. Tristan grinned and surveyed the room. What about that one? He asked, gesturing toward a beautiful girl in emerald green with scarlet hair. Jonathan gave Tristan a withering look that clearly said that he was no help at all. He turned to make a comment but was stopped short at the sight of the woman that Tristan had pointed out. He cleared his throat. Well, as the brother of the brides, it would be rude not to speak with the guests, he murmured, moving forward toward the woman in question. Tristan chuckled and gathered Amelia into his arms. Happy? He whispered. Yes. Amelia turned from watching her brother to gaze into the eyes of her husband. You? There are no words to describe how happy I am in this moment with you, and how happy I will always be just as long as you are here with me like this, wrapped in my arms. I thought marriage was a trap, something to be endured by women who had no say in their lives or futures. And now? Amelia looked up into his eyes, tracing the line of his collarbone beneath his shirt with the tips of her finger. I am certain that it is still thus for many women, but for me here with you. She paused, reaching up to caress his cheek. With you it is freedom. Your love, the way you love me for me and not who you wish me to be, is the most freeing experience of my life. How do you do it? How did you manage to truly love me when no other man, including my own father, ever could? It is simple, my darling wife. It was fated in the stars. He smiled down into her face lovingly. I have loved you from the first moment that I ever saw you, for in that moment when you held me in your arms as children and sang to me in my pain, I saw something that very few people in your life has ever seen. What did you see? She asked, mystified. I saw the true nature of your soul, and it was beautiful beyond compare. In that moment you showed me everything that I would ever need to know about you. That day when you walked away, you took my heart with you, and it never returned. In that moment of joy and pain, my soul joined yours, and I knew that I would never love another for as long as I lived. I have loved you nearly all the days of my life, and by the grace of God I will continue to love you until the end of time. Amelia smiled and laid her head upon his chest, watching her sister dance with her new husband, all signs of trauma erased from her face, their mother's face. By the grace of God. The end. Extended epilogue. 1 year later. Tristan and Amelia lay out on the grass gazing up at the stars. There it is, he whispered, Orion's belt. He laid his hand on Amelia's swollen belly and smiled at the butterfly movements within. What shall we name it? He asked of the first star in the center between the red and blue. Well, if it is a boy, Malcolm says we should name it after him, but Fergus says absolutely not, that it should be named after him. Tristan chuckled. Jacob mentioned something in kind to me as well. Amelia smiled, intertwining her fingers with his. I like the name Jacob, she murmured thoughtfully. He also asked that I remind you that it works as a girl's name as well. Tristan's chest moved in mirth as he laughed silently beside her at the thought. Oh, did he now? How is that? Jacobina. Amelia snorted in a most unladylike fashion before dissolving in laughter. We are not naming our daughter Jacobina. I agree. Tristan brought her hand to his lips and kissed it tenderly. Never William. A frown crossed her features and he knew that she was thinking about her father. The Viscount had gone through a trial, but before he could be sentenced, he had committed suicide from the shame of his circumstances. Tristan wished more than anything to wipe the stain from her memory. What about Victoria Grace? He murmured softly, turning to watch her face, unsure whether such thoughts would cause pain or joy. After my mother and sister, she murmured, turning to meet his eyes. Oh, Tristan, it is perfect. Tristan smiled and gathered her to him, kissing her passionately. Victoria Grace it is then. And what if it is a boy? Amelia murmured, settling her head into the crook of his arm. It won't be, Tristan answered, running his fingers through her hair, watching it glisten in the moon's light. And how would you know such a thing? Have you taken to practicing witchcraft? She jested. I just know. And he did know. He did not know how he knew, he just knew, as if the spirit of their child's dearly departed grandmother had whispered it to his soul. Amelia laughed lightly. And does this gift of divination tell you how many children we will have as well? Tristan smiled, kissing her forehead. 3. 3? How do you know that? She asked doubtfully. Because it was written in the stars. He smiled, lifting their joined hands upward as if to touch the 3 tiny sparkling lights above them. For if you did not know it already, my love, we have always been written in the stars. 10 years later, Tristan and Amelia sat in front of their lakeside cottage watching the children at play. Victoria Grace chased after her 2 little brothers, Jacob Henry Fergus and Jonathan Malcolm, at the water's edge, pretending to be a water horse. Jack, John, do not go too far into the water, my loves, Amelia called, as the boys moved a little farther than she was comfortable with. The waves lapped gently at the shore, but she knew how easy it was to get in over one's head if they were not a very strong swimmer. Och, they'll be fine. Malcolm's amused voice laughed back. Amelia looked up with a smile as Malcolm and his brother walked toward them along the edge of the water. Malcolm, Alistair, what a pleasant surprise. She greeted the brothers with sincere pleasure at seeing them. Uncle Malcolm, Uncle Alistair. The children cried out and clambered back up onto the shore to wrap their wet arms around the Maxwell brothers' legs in greeting. The Maxwell brothers chuckled fondly, patting each child on the head in turn. Hello, wee knights. Malcolm lifted the youngest, his namesake, into his arms. How fare ye? Just grand. Jonathan Malcolm answered with a grin, weaving his fingers into Malcolm's beard. Victoria is a water horse and she is trying to carry us below the waves to eat us in her underground lair. The boy's eyes were crinkled up in mischievous delight at the prospect. Och, well then, ye better run, for ye dinna want the kelpie to get ye. Malcolm admonished, joining in the fun and chomping playfully on the little boy's tiny hand. Jonathan Malcolm dissolved into giggles and ran off back to the water as soon as Malcolm set him back down, Jacob Henry Fergus following on his heels. Victoria Grace looked behind the Maxwell brothers and frowned. Did Granny Ailey not come with you? Nay, but she was hoping that ye and your mother might come up and help her with the cardine and spinning of the wool upon the morrow. Alistair answered, smiling affectionately down at her pretty little face. Would you care for some help with the sheep shearing? Tristan inquired, with a raised brow. I am certain that the boys would find it to be quite the lark. We were of the same mind. Malcolm nodded, taking a seat in the upturned log beside Amelia. She reached out and squeezed his hand affectionately. Alistair lowered himself to the ground beside his brother. I will ne'er get used to an English earl and lady as willing to get their hands dirty as ye are," he remarked with a good-natured shake to his head. "Ye are nae akin to any noble family I have e'er heard tale." "Nay, we are not," Tristan agreed, smiling down at Amelia, taking her hand in his to kiss it. "'Tis good for the lads," Malcolm noted, watching the boys play. "A good laird kens well all matters pertainin' to his estate. We Jack'll do well when the time comes." Tristan nodded and smiled at his eldest son and heir. "I agree. Let us hope that such responsibilities are a long time in coming," Amelia murmured, kissing Tristan's hand in turn. "It will be," Tristan reassured her with that sort of unexplained knowing that she had grown accustomed to where her husband was concerned. He had been right about everything in their marriage thus far, from how many children they would have to whether they were male or female. "Good," she murmured, meeting his eyes. "I could not live without you." "I will never leave you, my love, for even if my breath should leave my body, you only have to look up to the stars to know that I am still there beside you." She nodded up at him with tears in her eyes. Even after all these years, she would still feel that stab of fear that she might lose another person she loved too soon. With Tristan, no matter how long we would have together, it would never be enough. Amelia looked over at their guests but found that Malcolm and Alistair were speaking quietly with Victoria, obviously attempting to give their favourite couple a moment of privacy. She turned back to Tristan, meeting his eyes. "Thank you for giving me this. I know it is a far cry from our family's estates and all that goes with them, but I am never more at home than when we are here, together." They had come to the mountain lake where the Maxwells lived and camped along its shores as part of their honeymoon. It had been quite unorthodox but had suited them both well. Tristan had been in doubt of such a choice until he had stood on the lake shore next to her and felt the same peace that she had discovered there. They had decided, with the Maxwells' consent, that they would build a small cottage for themselves on the shore and spend as much time as their responsibilities would allow there with their family. "Thank you for having the courage and forethought to make me see its worth," Tristan murmured. He reached out and tucked a dark curl behind her ear. "What are you thinking?" she asked, leaning into his palm. "She is more precious than rubies, and all the things thou canst desire are not to be compared unto her." He quoted from Proverbs, reaching into his pocket and pulled something small out of it. He took her hand in his, placed it to his lips, then took the thing in his hand and slid it onto her finger. "Happy anniversary, my love." Amelia felt something cool and solid slip across the skin of her finger. When Tristan removed his hand, her breath caught in her throat. On her finger was the most beautiful ring that she had ever seen. The ring was made of gold, with a sapphire on one side, a ruby on the other, and 3 small diamonds lined up in a row in the middle. "Orion's belt," she whispered in awe. "To remind you when you begin to doubt." Amelia looked up into his eyes, beaming the purest love that she had experienced in her life, and she knew without a doubt that it would never fade or leave her no matter what the world may hold. That we were written in the stars. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.